Howl! In the night sky on the grassland, Poison Beard Wolf King raised its head, howling loudly for a long time. The ears of the few hundred poison beard wolves near it twitched as their bodies shot out like arrows. The wolves split into two, moving in a tight army-like formation. The young girl Gu Yao ran for her life. But her horse had already died. As her small red shoes stepped on the mud, she felt like her legs were tied with lead, extremely heavy. The sprinting poison beard wolves successfully encircled her, and the two Yins met. They were afraid of the young girl's Gu worms, thus they only circled around her and did not attack immediately. All of a sudden, a poison beard wolf lost its patience and jumped out. Moving quickly, its body turned into a lump of black shadow as it charged towards Gu Yao. Gu Yao shouted, using her Gu worms. As she pointed her finger, a light blue water arrow flew out. The water arrow pierced through the poison beard wolf's head accurately while spiraling. This courageous wolf died on the spot. Its corpse fell on the slightly rotten grassland as it tumbled backwards until it stopped moving forever. Bright red blood quickly flowed out of its wounds, staining the grass nearby. The restless wolves stopped momentarily, but soon the smell of blood spread in the air and the wildness and savageness of the wolves were brought out. At once, hundreds of poison beard wolves started howling. Gu Yao's beautiful face was full of regret and despair. She should not have come out alone to this poison grassland, trying to find some spirea. Now she was in a deadly situation, about to be torn apart and eaten by wolves. Sorry, father. I am not longer able to take care of you. Daughter knows that you arranged a marriage for my own good. But daughter does not want to marry. Oh, our ancestors in longevity heaven, if you can hear me, listen to my prayer and send a courageous warrior to save me. The attack earlier had expended Gu Yao's last bit of white-silver primeval essence. Gu Yao could only pray now. The wolves lost their patience, the wolf king howled, and all the poison beard wolves charged towards the girl at the center, giving off an impressive aura. I am going to die. Gu Yao's expression paled. She looked at the wolf group in a daze. She was helpless. Right at this moment, a bright jade-green light flashed. The poison beard wolves shut their eyes due to the light, howling in pain. The wolves that charged ahead knocked into one another, falling and causing a chain reaction, as their assault failed and the scene turned into chaos. What happened? Gu Yao was shocked. Ignoring her tears, she looked over. From the jade-green light, the silhouette of a young man could be seen. After the light faded, a naked man appeared in front of Gu Yao. A man. Gu Yao's eyes were wide open. Her mouth formed into an O shape. She had an unbelievable thought. Did my ancestors in longevity heaven listen to my prayers and send a savior to me? But why was this savior naked? A huge question appeared in Gu Yao's mind. I reached northern plains. Stepping on the grass barefooted, Fang Yuan looked around quickly. Oh, why is there a human here, and wolves? Fang Yuan squinted, to think that an accident occurred the moment he reached northern plains. This trip to northern plains had to be kept secret, to think that he was exposed so quickly. The wolf king howled, turning around as it opened its mouth, attacking Fang Yuan with its sharp and pointy teeth, targeting his neck. Humph, a mere 100-beast king. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light, as a golden dragon appeared before him. Rank 4 Golden Dragon Gu. Roar. The 4-clawed golden dragon roared, brandishing its claws as it flew towards the poison beard wolf king, crashing into it. This 100-beast king's body was completely smashed. All its bones broke as it was sent flying like a rag. After crashing onto the ground, it struggled, but could not get up. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, using another golden dragon to finish off the wolf king. After the wolf king died, the wolf group broke down as they all escaped several miles away in a few breaths' time. Only the wolf king's corpse was left, and also the young girl Gu Yao who was staring at Fang Yuan blankly. Fang Yuan directed his dark, eerie gaze towards this young girl. The young girl was wearing a leather robe exclusive to northern plains. The robe was blue and white, with golden rims at the edges, showing off elegance and purity. There was a purple gold belt at her waist, and also many beautiful and small accessories on her black lustrous hair. She also had bright red leather shoes. Her skin was slightly dark, but still had a pinkish tone. It was the unique skin tone of northern plains natives. Her body was slim and strong, like a cute little deer. Gu Yao retreated one step after Fang Yuan's stare, and she asked curiously, "Who are you? Are you sent from longevity heaven, the hero who is tasked to save me?" Before waiting for Fang Yuan's reply, she continued, "I am a member of Gu tribe. My name is Gu Yao. My father is the tribe leader of Gu tribe. Young warrior, you saved my life. You will be most welcomed in Gu tribe." "Oh, I have not asked for your name yet." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Beautiful lady of the grassland, just call me Chang Shan Yin. Longevity heaven is giant sun Immortal venerable's place of residence. How could I have come from there? I am but a mere Gu master." Saying so, He took out a wine cup from his aperture. The top half of this cup was gold, the bottom was silver. It was rank 5 and was used as storage. It was the moving perspective cup Gu that Fang Yuan refined in the Blessed Land. After Fang Yuan injected primeval essence into it, he took out a set of clothing. This was a set of black tight-fitting battle attire. After wearing it, Fang Yuan gave off a sturdy and valiant aura. During the process, Gu Yao stared at him fixatedly, her heart pounding as her face turned red. The young women in the grassland were this open about their feelings. After Fang Yuan wore his clothes, he walked towards the corpse of the poison beard wolf king. Poison beard wolves were commonly seen in northern plains. But different from other wolves, they did not have a strand of fur. Instead, their bodies were black, and their skin looked as it was covered in a layer of enamel. They did not have ears, only 2 long mustaches that were 5 inches long. When they ran, their mustache will sway along the wind, beside their bodies. When they fought, the mustache will stand up straight. Fang Yuan searched, but did not gain anything. This poison beard wolf was a 100-beast king. It had rank 2 Gu worms in it. There were 2 rank 2 Gu worms on this wolf, Acid Gu and Poison Needle Gu. Acid Gu could allow it to shoot out green acid from its mouth, corroding flesh, or even steel and rocks. Poison Needle Gu shot out poison needles. It was an offensive technique. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan only got fragments of these 2 Gu. There were no defensive Gu on this wolf king. No wonder it was so easily killed by Fang Yuan. Normally, beast kings could have enslavement Gu in them. For example, on a dog king, there might be dog enslavement Gu. On a wolf king, there might be wolf enslavement Gu. Even if it was a rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu, Fang Yuan needed it now. Just as Fang Yuan was searching the wolf corpse, Gu Yao walked over. Chang Shan Yin, your name sounds familiar. Are you a member of Chang tribe? But looking at your clothes, you seem to be an outsider. Are you from Eastern Sea, Central Continent, or Western Desert? Fang Yuan stood up. I am from Northern Plains. The young girl pouted, showing her white teeth as she laughed. Liar. We Northern Plains natives do not have an accent like yours. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, don't worry. You saved my life. You are a benefactor of the Gu tribe. We will not ostracize you. Be it Central Continent, Southern Border, or Northern Plains, as long as it is an outsider, they will be ostracized. Before waiting for Fang Yuan's reply, the bubbly girl pointed at fixed Immortal travel Gu on Fang Yuan's shoulder, asking, Warrior Chang Shan Yin, this Gu on your shoulder is so beautiful. What Gu is this? Did you bring this Gu over? Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, observing this young girl's expression. She was not acting or pretending. She really had shallow knowledge. She did not know this fixed Immortal travel Gu. This made Fang Yuan slightly relieved. The killing intent in his heart surged, but he showed an honest and sincere smile on the outside. Beautiful young girl, are you a lark? Why are you constantly chirping nonstop? All right, I have to go. Until we meet again. Fang Yuan raised his head, looking at the stars in the sky, trying to determine the direction. Next, he walked past Gu Yao, towards the deeper parts of the poison grassland. The young girl quickly caught up. I am not a lark. It's your fault for being so mysterious and appearing so suddenly. Hey, don't go there. This direction is the way out of poison grassland. I am going inside. Fang Yuan replied without turning around. Why are you going in? The deeper you go into the poison grassland, the more dangerous it gets. Although you are rank 3 peak stage, your fists cannot rival an entire wolf pack. Gu Yao sprinted towards Fang Yuan, urging him. The 5 regions of the Gu world were independent. When Gu masters cross regions, their battle strength will be suppressed by 1 rank. Fang Yuan was a southern border Gu master. When he is in northern plains, he will be suppressed when battling. Although his aperture still has rank 4 peak stage true gold primeval essence, the effectiveness was only at rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence. Thus, Gu Yao felt that his aura was rank 3 peak stage. In addition, the rank 4 golden dragon Gu from southern border could only display the strength of a rank 3 Gu. If this was southern border, 1 blow from the golden dragon Gu would have killed this poison beard wolf without doubt. But here in northern plains, Fang Yuan had to use it twice to kill the wolf king, and the wolf king's corpse was still intact at the end. Fang Yuan's steps halted, as he looked at Gu Yao with a solemn expression and a determined gaze. I am going into poison grassland for my own reasons. Gu Yao was stunned by this aura, reacting only after Fang Yuan had walked a few steps away. The girl quickly chased him. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, I'll go with you. We can take care of each other. Got her. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. His currently battle strength was only rank 3 peak stage. It was insufficient to charge into poison grassland's deepest part. Thus, he needed northern plains Gu worms to arm himself. But even if he killed Gu Yao, he might not get her set of Gu worms. Thus, Fang Yuan set a little trap, purposely acting distant, easily tricking the young girl into joining him. Chapter 427. Just take me. Although this was Fang Yuan's motive and Gu Yao took the initiative to join him, Fang Yuan still asked her, "Take care of each other? What do I need you for?" Saying so, he ran his eyes over her. His tone carried a hint of arrogance. The girl immediately raised her head. "Don't you know the poison grassland is filled with purple poison fog, and you will be poisoned if you breathe it for a long time. I have detoxification Gu worms with me. Also, the deeper you go, the denser the poison fog will become, as ghosts and spirits will also appear. At that time, you won't be able to distinguish the direction, and only my return heart, Gu, can point out the correct way back." Gu. As the girl said this, her stomach suddenly let out a hungry rumbling sound. Fang Yuan glanced at her stomach, and the girl immediately felt her face go red. She explained while stammering, My big stomach horse was eaten by the poisoned beard wolves. My primeval stones and rations were all stored there." Big stomach horse was a mount that was extremely popular in northern plains. It had two stomachs. One was used to consume food, and another was used to store goods. The Gu masters of northern plains usually used this type of big stomach horse when relocating their homes. Fang Yuan curiously asked, "Since your father is Gu tribe's tribe leader, why are you, his own daughter, using such a common mount?" "Sigh, he kept my Gu away from me. Being able to escape alone with a big stomach horse and preparing so much resources was already amazing." Gu Yao spoke frankly, but right after saying it, she felt something wrong and her expression turned sluggish as she realized what she had said. "Escaped? Could it be that you are escaping from marriage?" Fang Yuan raised his brows. The little girl exclaimed in surprise and looked at Fang Yuan with wide eyes. "Do you have mind reading, Gu? How did you know?" Fang Yuan laughed. He was only guessing, but it was not without any evidence. In northern plains, the position of women was much lower than that of men, even being treated as goods and casually sold in markets. In southern border, there were female clan leaders, but northern plains had no such precedents and women were not allowed to be in power. Why was that so? This tradition dated back to the era of Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable. In Fang Yuan's memories, during these 3 years, many great heroes would fight for supremacy in northern plains, and a great storm would blow. Eventually, He tribe leader He Lulan succeeded and became the lord of the imperial court for 10 years. He was also the most controversial lord of the grassland in future generations. He Lulan was extremely lecherous, and after becoming the ruler of the grassland, he made beauties of many tribes part of his harem. But on the other hand, he made a new policy to raise women's status and attempted to create gender equality. This gravely infringed upon all forces' interests and led to conflicts, causing an institutional turmoil among all northern plains tribes. Thus, He Lulan had only been the lord of the grassland for 2 years when he was deceived by his own tribesmen to go outside the imperial court and was killed secretly. Immediately following, all tribes allied to overthrow He tribe's rule and again contended for the position of the ruler of the imperial court. The bloodshed and war lasted for an entire 5 years before it settled. After this chaotic war, every tribe of northern plains suffered great losses. And in the future, when Central Continent attacked the 4 other regions, this became the greatest weakness of northern plains. A lot of northern plains women thus choose to run away in order to avoid marriage. This girl standing before him had come alone to poison grassland even though she was the daughter of the tribe leader. Fang Yuan naturally made such a guess. Fang Yuan took out food from moving perspective cup Gu and gave them to Gu Yao. This girl seemed to be very hungry. She wolfed down the food and rolled her eyes, slurring her words. "It was Man Duo of Man tribe who wanted to marry me. He is Man tribe leader's 3rd son and is thin and small, like a monkey. Moreover, he is suffering from illness and only has rank 2 cultivation. Usually, he would rely on his father to act tyrannically in his tribe. He has not the slightest bit of heroic spirit. I don't want to marry to such a good-for-nothing." But Man tribe was a huge force while our Gu tribe has just migrated over with greatly reduced strength. Man tribe's betrothal gift was also very grand, and they also promised to give a piece of fertile grassland to my Gu tribe. Father wanted these gifts and tried to marry me off. And so in my fury, I fled. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, how about you snatch me? Northern plains had simple and coarse customs. One of their customs was bride kidnapping. The snatched bride was often more precious than an officially married wife. Fang Yuan laughed. "I have no interest in you. Eat quickly. We will leave after you are full." Gu Yao's dark pupils darted around. "There is another method. That is, you can marry into my Gu tribe. According to the grassland customs, only a brave warrior can possess beauties. Even if Man tribe wants to find trouble, it has to be done according to the customs. Man Duo, that skinny monkey would have to challenge you to a fight. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, you are so strong. You will certainly beat that Man Duo to a pulp." Fang Yuan stopped smiling. "I said I don't have any interest in you." Gu Yao, however, became even more passionate and displayed Northern Plains women's characteristic boldness and wildness. Why don't you have any interest? Could it be that I am not beautiful? I am the flower of Gu tribe. That kid-man duo glanced at me from afar and fell for me at first sight, asking his father to propose the marriage. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, there are benefits for you as well in living with my Gu tribe. You are an outsider. If you don't marry into the tribe, others will not take you as one of their own, and you will suffer exclusion and vigilance in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan said with a solemn tone. I said I am a Northern Plains native. Gu Yao gave a sweet smile. Warrior, you can't deceive me. Your accent revealed your background, and your food is also not the Northern Plains biscuits and dried meat. Just take me. Don't you think our encounter is the arrangement of longevity heaven? Fang Yuan lowered his head to cover the cold light that was vaguely flashing in his eyes as the smile on his face became deeper. Let me consider it for a while. Don't be in such a hurry to decide. Fang Yuan said and gave some primeval stones to Gu Yao. Gu Yao nodded. You have to think about it properly. She took the primeval stones and said with a cautious tone, I will return these primeval stones to you in the future. Fang Yuan nodded. Gu Yao did not speak anymore and concentrated on absorbing the primeval stones to replenish her primeval essence and recover her strength as fast as possible. As they continued moving deeper into the poison grassland, the thin poison in the air gradually became denser. They were unnoticeable before to the naked eyes, but now one could clearly see the light purple color. Stop, there is a wolf pack. Gu Yao suddenly stopped, her gaze revealing panic. Clearly, the battle with the poison-beard wolves had left a deep impression on her. Fang Yuan stopped, and after 3 breaths of time, he discovered the tracks of the wolf pack with his investigative Gu worm. He could not help but glance at Gu Yao. Indeed, as a tribeswoman, the investigative Gu worm on her was great. Fang Yuan had refined this rank for investigative Gu in Immortal blessed land. But in Northern Plains, it was suppressed and could not compare to Gu Yao's rank 3 Gu. The wolf pack's excited howls got louder and louder. Soon, hundreds of poison-beard wolves appeared in their vision. So many wolves. Gu Yao's face turned pale, and her delicate body trembled as she took in a breath of cold air. The wolf pack's numbers were many times higher than the previous ones, reaching close to 1,000. The stronger the Beast King, more the number of beasts they could control. This 100-beast king was clearly much stronger than the previous one. What are you panicking for? Just protect yourself. Fang Yuan snorted and fiercely stomped his foot, charging forward. Gu Yao exclaimed in shock at this. She wanted to call out to Fang Yuan, but he had already entered the wolf pack. Many poison-beard wolves ran and charged at Gu Yao. The girl shouted in her delicate voice, Water armor. Immediately, water vapor condensed and formed into a layer of light blue armor that covered her whole body. Spiral water arrow Gu. She extended her finger, and a spiral water arrow flew out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She killed 3 poison-beard wolves instantly, while injuring 5 or 6 more. But at the same time, a dozen poison-beard wolves came charging at her. The girl panicked and retreated, responding in a flustered manner. Water Dragon Gu. She pushed with her palms, and a 3-clawed water dragon whistled out and swept through the surroundings, increasing the water vapor in the air. With the appearance of the water dragon, Gu Yao was able to control the situation. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, don't die. The girl immediately looked at the center of the wolf pack. She was almost stunned at the sight. The scene she saw was not what she had expected. She only saw Fang Yuan charging all over the wolf pack. Every collision would send large numbers of poison-beard wolves flying. The ferocious poison-beard wolves seemed to be weaker than sheep in front of him. His whole body was covered in a layer of bright golden light armor, and a golden dragon came out occasionally, sweeping through the surroundings. There were so many poison-beard wolves, but they could not subdue him. He was fierce and fearless. His fighting style was extremely valiant. His every move would cause the wind to scream. His strength was so huge that as long as a poison-beard wolf came into contact with his fists or kicks, their skeleton would definitely shatter, and they would howl with pain, no longer able to stand up. Not only that, he was also fighting an intense battle with the Wolf King. This poison-beard Wolf King was indeed very strong. Lightning flickered around its whole body, and it occasionally shot out green venom. Its movement speed was so fast that it created an afterimage when it ran. This Wolf King has at least 3 wild Gu. Gu Yao's heart sank as she learnt this, becoming worried for Fang Yuan. Soon, the girl let go of her worry, and admiration towards Fang Yuan rose in her heart. Fang Yuan fought in a smart manner. He was continuously on the move and did not blindly engage with the Wolf King, instead using the ordinary poison-beard wolves to hinder the Wolf King's movement. The Wolf King had movement Gu, but it was restrained by the wolf pack and could only passively take a beating. Fang Yuan's fists attacked its targets with high power. Gu Yao's blood boiled at the scene. This is a true man. she exclaimed in her mind, and after disposing of the poisoned beard wolves around her, she shouted loudly and sent the water dragon to kill the wolf pack. She was after all a rank 3 middle stage Gu master. She was not to be underestimated. The wolf pack immediately turned chaotic from the attacks, and a large portion of them rushed towards her. Fang Yuan's expression changed as he shouted, "Who told you to come? Move to the side." The girl's face turned pale at the wolf pack's counterattack and immediately retreated. Fang Yuan continued to attack with boundless vigor, and after spending a huge effort, he finally turned the wolf pack's attention back to him. After some time, he suddenly activated a beast phantom and smashed the Wolf King's defense. Taking this chance, he got close to the Wolf King and pressed its skull down to the ground. Then he ruthlessly smashed it. It was a brutal scene. This Wolf King that was on the verge of becoming a 1,000-beast king was beaten to death by Fang Yuan. Chapter 428. Sea of Ghost-Faced Sunflowers. With the death of the Wolf King, the wolf pack's morale collapsed, and they all started fleeing in disorder. A fierce battle ended so abruptly. "You got injured?" Gu Yao came running and looked with a concerned gaze. "It's nothing." Fang Yuan's injuries looked terrifying, but it was all under his control. He activated Self-Reliance Gu on the spot. The wounds started closing and healing. Self-Reliance Gu was a rank 3 Gu, but could only show the effects of a rank 2 in Northern Plains. After Fang Yuan's injuries healed a little, its effects immediately weakened. "Warrior Chang Shan Yin, let me heal you." Gu Yao waved her hand and water vapor rose, forming a green-blue cloud above Fang Yuan. Light rain started pouring down from the cloud and splashed upon Fang Yuan's body, healing his wounds. "This is Spring Rain Gu." Fang Yuan furrowed his brows. "This Gu has a huge healing range. Isn't it a waste to use it on just me alone?" "Deactivate it." After saying so, he activated Golden Breeze Gu. This Gu was obtained from Tai Mu Bai and was a rank 4 healing Gu, but now it only showed the efficiency of a rank 3. However, it was still a top-quality Gu. Gu Yao saw a golden whirlwind form beside Fang Yuan. After it spun around him several times, all his wounds disappeared. "What Gu is this?" the girl asked curiously. Fang Yuan did not reply, but turned around and crouched down, searching the Wolf King's corpse carefully. Gu Yao followed behind him and bent her back to look at him, exclaiming in praise, "Warrior Chang Shan Yin, you are a true expert. Father has always told me that going into battle by just relying on one's cultivation is stupid. I saw you charging into the wolf pack. It was such a dangerous situation, but you moved skillfully like it was a simple task. I finally understood that what father said was true." Fang Yuan snorted and stood up. With his 500 years of battle experience, it was rather easy for him to do this. If not for the region's restriction, how could he take so much time to deal with this puny wolf pack? After searching, he found out that the Wolf King had 3 wild Gu, but they were all dead. Fang Yuan's expression turned unsightly at the lack of loot. He glanced at Gu Yao and said gruffly, "Stupid? Do you think you are just stupid? You are utterly stupid." Gu Yao was immediately stifled. "Hey, why are you so blunt?" "Humph. Earlier, your careless attack attracted most of the wolf pack and almost screwed up my control of the situation. Do you have the brains of an ox?" Fang Yuan snorted and blamed. Gu Yao knew that it was her mistake. Her aura immediately weakened, and she lowered her head, looking at her feet. "I know you attracted most of the wolf pack away from me, but I also wanted to help you." Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. "Forget it. I will let it go this time. I will try to make an effort to teach you what you have to do to, so that you will not impede me again in the future." "Who needs you to teach?" Gu Yao turned around and snorted with dissatisfaction. "You need to be calm when activating Spiral Water Arrow Gu. If you just recklessly shoot them, you would simply be wasting your precious primeval essence rapidly. Water Dragon Gu wastes a lot of primeval essence. Don't use it if it is not necessary. This is why you are always running out of primeval essence. Don't use Spring Rain Gu. That is a large-scale healing Gu that is not worth it for just the two of us." As they continued on their way, Fang Yuan gave many tips to Gu Yao. The girl's words before were just said in a fit. Although she did have a young Missy's temperament, this was something that concerned her deeply, so she earnestly listened to the suggestions and absorbed the knowledge, improving rapidly. The two continued moving through poison grassland and ran into several waves of wolf packs, and Gu Yao's performance also became better each time. "Haha, are you afraid? You abominable. Poison beard wolves, get lost." After repelling a poison beard wolf pack again, Gu Yao stood with her hands on her hips as she said proudly, "Truly a naive girl." Fang Yuan looked at her back with a cold light flashing across his eyes. Naturally, the reason he guided Gu Yao was not purely to raise her battle strength. More importantly, it was to probe out her Gu worms. The result was, the girl revealed all her trump cards to Fang Yuan. Gu Yao was a Water Path Gu master with rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Rank 3 Fog Sparrow Gu as the investigative Gu, 3 Claw Water Dragon Gu and Spiral Water Arrow Gu for attack. Water Armor Gu for defense, Water Trace Gu for movement, and Spring Rain Gu for healing. She did not have a storage Gu. The big stomach horse she used to replace this aspect had already died by Wolfpack's claws. Besides these, she also had Cleansing Gu for detoxification and Return Heart Gu for discerning the direction. This set of Gu worms was very appropriate given her identity. Fog Sparrow Gu was a very precious investigative Gu among rank 3, which could condense fog into sparrows that could fly to scout the area and had a very huge range. Her attack and defense Gu were also of top quality. Water Trace Gu's ability to raise the speed could almost rival some rank 4 Gu. The only disadvantage was that the Water Trace would leave behind footprints that were easy to track. At the same time, it would make the shoes wet. This Gu had the potential to be nurtured. At rank 4, it could become Wave Trace Gu, which had an even stronger effect. For rank 5, it had 2 different refinement directions. One was Wandering Wave Trace Gu that had instant evasion properties, and another was the River Wave Trace Gu that allowed the Gu master to run quickly on water surfaces. At rank 6, it would be the extremely famous Worldly Wave Trace Gu. All of these Gu were the best among rank 3. Along with Fang Yuan's meticulous guidance and the Wolfpack's pressure, it was no wonder Gu Yao was improving rapidly with her battle strength rising step by step. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, you are a sage. Your guidance is much more amazing than my tribe's 3 top elders. Even if you don't take a fancy upon me, I want to invite you to be a guest of our Gu tribe. If you are interested, I will do my best to persuade father to make you an external elder. Gu Yao turned around and walked to Fang Yuan's side and invited him with a sincere expression. She was after all the young Missy of Gu tribe. Her foresight was extraordinary. She realized Fang Yuan's worth, not only his bravery, but more importantly his ability to educate others. This was the strength of wisdom. If he educated the tribe's next generation, the whole tribe could flourish. I can become a guest of Gu tribe, but I don't have any interest in becoming an external elder. Fang Yuan walked forward while shaking his head to refuse. Gu Yao persuaded him several times, but Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. The girl sulked and followed behind Fang Yuan, looking at his back with an angry gaze. Do you think you are amazing just because you can teach? Humph. I used such an urging tone, yet you remain unmoved. No interest to become my Gu tribe's external elder? Are you looking down on my Gu tribe? Chang Shan Yin, you scoundrel. Gu Yao gritted her teeth in hatred while having a doubt in her mind. But this name Chang Shan Yin, it is really familiar. Where in the world did I hear it? Poison grassland was covered with dark clouds all year round, and in this dusky light, the two walked for some distance. Fang Yuan stopped. In front of him was a large field of sunflowers. Each of these sunflowers had a dark purple stalk and large pitch-black petals. Its basin-sized stamen showed a pale human face. Ghost-faced sunflower. This sight caused Gu Yao to immediately hold her breath and grab Fang Yuan's sleeve, whispering in a very soft voice. A lot of people definitely died here, with many ghosts wandering around. It led to the growth of so many ghost-faced sunflowers. Every ghost-faced sunflower is a ghost that died unjustly. Let's detour around this place. There are definitely many Ghost Cry Gu living in these ghost-faced sunflowers, and there could even be Ghost-Face Gu. Ghost Cry Gu was a rank 3 soul path Gu, which could let out a mournful wail that could cause the soul to shake. Ghost-Face Gu was a rank 4 soul path Gu that could create a tremendous impact on the soul. It is such a large field of ghost-faced sunflowers. How long will we take to make a detour? Fang Yuan concentrated on this sea of sunflowers. He did not show any expression on the surface, but was actually very happy inside. This confirmed the direction he was walking towards was not wrong. As long as he walked along this direction, he will find that battlefield 20 years ago and obtain the Gu worms left behind on the battlefield. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Border had lots of mountains, and one could distinguish their general direction, while Northern Plains was grassland as far as the eye could see and was very easy to get lost. Thus, Gu Yao carried Return Heart Gu with her for support. Return Heart Gu would always point towards the direction of the home in the Gu master's heart. However, Return Heart Gu could only indicate the direction and not the position. If Fang Yuan wanted to ensure that he was moving in the correct path, he would have to take the risk of moving through this field of sunflowers. Fortunately, he was already prepared. He lightly removed the girl's hand on his sleeve and squatted down. He put his palms on the ground and then activated a Gu in his aperture. Soon, green underbrush grew out from the ground. The lush underbrush rose little by little, and the slender grass and leaves coiled around each other, gradually forming into a puppet. Enslavement Path, rank 3 Grass Puppet Gu. This Gu worm was something only Southern Border had. Gu Yao looked at each grassman puppet with astonishment. They continued to grow and soon formed a group. These grassman puppets were short and thin, the leaves tightly weaved together. They held a bamboo blade on one hand and a rattan shell shield in the other. This was the rank 3 rattan shell grass soldier. Previously, when Fang Yuan had fought 1 against 7 at Sansha Mountain, Tyrul Nin had used such a gu. Later, Fang Yuan obtained a grass puppet gu in Three Kings' blessed land from one of the people he killed. Grass puppet gu was rather common in southern border. Rank 3 grass puppet gu could create an army of rot 10 shell grass soldier that had the strength to kill rank 1 gu masters. Rank 4 grass puppet gu could create grass sword elite soldiers which possessed even stronger battle strength. However, at Northern Plains, the grass puppet gu also suffered from the restriction and the rot 10 shell grass soldiers it created were weak. However, Fang Yuan created these rot 10 shell grass soldiers not for battle and was indifferent about them. After a while, close to 1,000 rot 10 shell grass soldiers started clearing the way in front of him. Fang Yuan pulled Gu Yao's hand, and under the protection of another 100 rot 10 shell grass soldiers, they walked into the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers. Ya, me, de. Every ghost cry Gu let out a sharp screech. The rot 10 shell grass soldiers ahead collapsed. The voices the ghost cry Gu let out were not the same. Some were sharp, frightened sounds, some were like the bleating of sheeps, and some seemed to be recounting hidden bitterness. Ghost faces are rising. The girl shook as she looked at the pale, terrifying ghost faces fly out from the sea of sunflowers. Fang Yuan gently patted her hand, and then calmly organized the puppets. Soon, some rot 10 shell grass soldiers left the main group and sacrificed themselves to lure the ghost faces away. Chapter 429, Shadow Crow. The two got through Sunflower Sea safely. Gu Yao looked behind her, breathing out deeply, her worried heart finally settled. To think that we got past the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers so easily. After regaining her composure, the young girl looked at the grassman puppets around her. There were only a few dozen puppets left, forming a weak defensive layer around them. Gu Yao had never seen such a gu in her life. This was an eye-opener. These gu, although they do not have high combat strength, the greatest advantage is to use them as fodder. Chang Shan Yin came prepared indeed. Thinking so, the young girl diverted her gaze towards the person beside her. The more she spent time with Fang Yuan, the more curious Gu Yao got, and the greater her determination to find out more about him. What sort of person is he? Entering poison grassland, what motive does he have? Chang Shan Yin. Chang Shan Yin. This name is so familiar. I've heard it before. Ah, the young girl's face turned red. When they had crossed the Sunflower Sea earlier, Fang Yuan held her hand. Those ghost cries and scary ghost faces made her frightened. She got closer to Fang Yuan and was almost hugging his arm, but she did not notice. Gu Yao quickly let go of Fang Yuan's arm, getting free of his hand. After she got to a safe distance, Fang Yuan slowly stopped his steps, turning to look at these sunflowers. These ghost cry gu and ghost face gu are decent gu, but I do not have the specialized gu worms needed to catch them. Catching a wild gu worm requires specific methods. These two gu worms were soul path gu. The gu needed to catch them were even more peculiar. It is time. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, discarding his mild regret as he turned his gaze towards fixed immortal travel gu on his shoulder. Immortal gu have overbearing aura. They could not be stored into mortal apertures. Spring Autumn Cicada could barely be kept in the aperture due to its weakened state. Even if Fang Yuan ordered fixed immortal travel gu to stay on his shoulders and not move about, the immortal gu's aura would still leak. If a gu immortal senses it, it would invite grave danger. But thankfully, Fang Yuan had measures against this. He took out bright pearl gu. Go. He injected his primeval essence, and the bright pearl gu turned into a warm white light, floating onto fixed immortal travel's body, covering it completely. Bright pearl gu is a rank 4 storage type gu, mainly used to seal gu worms and cause them to go into deep slumber and be easily stored. Fang Yuan expended almost all his primeval essence before he successfully sealed the fixed immortal travel gu. Fixed immortal travel gu was like a jade butterfly, sealed into a fist-sized pearl. But it was an immortal gu. Its aura still leaked out through the pearl. Except, it was much weaker now. Fang Yuan was not surprised. This was only step 1. The following journey was much smoother. Perhaps due to that Sunflower Sea, not a single poison beard wolf appeared. The two continued to venture deeper, as the poisonous fog on the grassland became thicker, until one could clearly see the purple fog in the air. When the two started coughly, they would stop moving and take out their gu worms respectively, getting rid of the toxins that accumulated in them. The deeper they went into the grassland, the thicker the fog, and the more often the two of them stopped. Gu Yao, who was active and lively, also started keeping quiet, in order to avoid breathing in too much of the poison fog. Eventually, the purple fog started to obscure their vision. How much deeper are we going? Gu Yao could not help but ask. The deepest part of the poison grassland was a forbidden area for living beings. The deeper they go, the stronger the wild beasts inside. Many experts who went to explore lost their lives here, none returned. Among them were rank 3 peak stage experts, and even rank 4. Soon, Fang Yuan replied plainly as he walked slower, until he stopped. Are we there? It's here, Gu Yao asked happily. Fang Yuan did not say a word. He squatted down and moved away some poisonous shrubs that had a weird appearance, as a hole that was hidden by the bushes appeared before him. This hole was the size of a large bowl. It has a smooth edge. Inside the hole was pure darkness. Gu Yao saw this, and her eyes were fixed on the hole, breathing roughly. This is a hole dug by a earth spike rat. They live together in thousands, and even 10,000s, forming into a huge group. They live under the grass inside the soil. As long as there are vibrations in the ground, they would attack from below. Their heads are like steel spikes. Once they shoot out, it can pierce a person's feet. Even a horse's hoofs can get pierced. We cannot go forward anymore. Once we get encircled, there will be no way to survive. We will be submerged by endless rats. Along the way, we met no poison beard wolves. This shows that the earth spike rats are the lord of this area. Who knows? The earth spike rat king might be a myriad beast king. The young girl had lived in the grassland since young. She knew clearly how powerful the earth spike rats were. No, my destination is further ahead. Fang Yuan stood up. Chang Shan Yin. Excessive bravery is courting death. You cannot walk over this. In fact, in just a few steps, you will get attacked by the rats. Gu Yao quickly explained. But Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Who said I am going to walk over? Just as he said so, pitch-black wings grew on his back. This? Gu Yao stared with wide-opened eyes. Before she reacted, Fang Yuan already carried her up. As the girl screamed, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew above the ground. Gu Yao felt like her heart was stuck in her throat. The wind was blowing at her ears as she felt herself on swimming in clouds. Her legs could not touch the ground, thus, she subconsciously grabbed Fang Yuan's neck. After a while, the young girl reacted and laughed heartily in Fang Yuan's arms. Chang Shan Yin, to think that you can fly. Father has a flying cloud Gu. He used to bring me to play in the sky when I was young. Sigh, sadly flying cloud Gu is a rank 4 Gu. I cannot use it. But even if I could, father would not allow it. He would be afraid of me falling from the sky. Gu Yao recalled, before asking curiously. Chang Shan Yin, what flying Gu is this? Why have I not seen it before? Fang Yuan did not answer. The young girl did not give up. This is the rank 3 Eagle Wings Gu. Such speed and altitude is similar to Eagle Wings Gu, but this does not look like it. Fang Yuan sighed. You ask too many questions. Rather than asking me useless questions, why don't you spend your effort on the shadow crows ahead of us? Shadow crow. The young girl reacted, seeing 3 shadow crows in front flying towards them soundlessly. The shadow crows were large as an eagle. Their bodies were black, and they moved without sound. In this foggy poison grassland, they were even more stealthy. The young girl's expression paled, her voice trembling. Chang Shan Yin, how good is your flying technique? If you are not good, let's land and defend on the grassland. No worries. Fang Yuan's voice was emotionless. I'm carrying you. I cannot attack. Next, it will depend on whether your spiral water arrow is accurate. What? The young girl had not understood what he said, when Fang Yuan flapped his wings fiercely and charged towards the 3 shadow crows. Fang Yuan used his actions to reply Gu Yao. This is too insane. He did not think of running away, but instead wants to kill these 3 shadow crows. Gu Yao was shocked. In her panic, she shot out 2 water arrows. But these 2 water arrows, one missed completely, while the other grazed the shadow crow's wing. Too slow again. Fang Yuan made a perfect turn as he flapped his wings towards the shadow crows again. What? Hey, wait, don't fight them. We are not on the ground. Our opponents are the shadow crows famous for speed. Gu Yao shouted. The 2 humans and 3 birds charged towards each other in the air. As they got closer and closer, Gu Yao could see a shadow crow enlarging quickly in her vision. As they got close, the shadow crow brandished its dagger-like sharp claws. Seeing that the sharp claw was about to hit her, Gu Yao's body turned cold from fright. Her fingers and legs were stiff as she was immobilized. We're going to collide? I am going to die. Just as she had this thought, Fang Yuan kept his wings, and they descended quickly, narrowly avoiding the shadow crow's claw. Next, he stretched out his wings and flapped hard, making a zigzag turn, flying up and chasing behind the shadow crow. Fire quickly, Fang Yuan shouted. Gu Yao's body reacted to his voice and subconsciously shot out a spiral water arrow. Fang Yuan's flying technique was too profound. He directly flew behind the shadow crow. Its back was completely exposed to Gu Yao. The spiral water arrow shot the shadow crow, piercing its body and causing a trail of blood. The shadow crow was killed on the spot, like a kite with its strings cut. It fell onto the ground with a loud thump. The grassland was silent for a moment before the ground vibrated, as numerous earth spike rats popped up from underground. That shadow crow corpse was immediately dismembered and dragged into the holes made on the ground piece by piece. The large shadow crow vanished in an instant, leaving behind a pool of blood, as well as some small pieces of intestines. The young girl became overwhelmingly nervous after seeing this. If she really fell, she would immediately get attacked by the earth spike rats. She would definitely die. What are you thinking? Shoot them. Fang Yuan chided, interrupting the girl's thoughts as she hurriedly attacked, shooting over 10 arrows before killing the 2 shadow crows. The 2 shadow crows landed on the ground and were immediately taken by the earth spike rats. Gu Yao looked at this as cold sweat appeared on her face. Your accuracy is terrible. Quickly use primeval stones to recover your primeval essence. As Fang Yuan scolded, Gu Yao took out 1 primeval stones, but because she was flustering, this primeval stones fell out of her hand and landed on the ground. You idiot. So sorry. The young girl apologized in a sobbing tone. Focus, calm down. Display your usual ability. There will be many shadow crows later. I have to depend on you. Fang Yuan's voice became more gentle. Yes, yes. Gu Yao nodded her head in succession. After Fang Yuan consoled her, her mind slowly returned to a calm state. Chapter 430. Whitebone Chariot. An entire hour later, Fang Yuan carried Gu Yao as they safely landed on the ground. Gu Yao's legs went soft, her expression was pale, and she had to catch her breath after getting back to the land, recovering slowly. During the flying process, she had killed at least 100 shadow crows. She had felt that she was struggling at death's door during the process. During the process of flying, they were in great danger, facing the assault of many waves of shadow crows, and even attracted the attack of the earth spike rats. Not only were there an endless number of shadow crows in the sky, numerous earth spikes would shoot up from the ground at times. It was a truly precarious situation. Fang Yuan spread his wings, twisted and turned, circled, dived, and rose into the sky under such attacks. Finding impossible opportunities, he managed to find a way out of the rain of attacks. I actually survived from facing such an insane number of enemies. This was Gu Yao's first thought when she landed. The relief of surviving an ordeal, an unbelievable feeling of happiness, and the after fear of recalling the situation. After she had experienced all these, Gu Yao looked at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression as he was healing the injuries on his body. Even if the girl was ignorant, after such an experience, she knew that Fang Yuan was a grand expert in flying. Moreover, Gu Yao was not an ordinary young girl from the grassland. Her father was the leader of a tribe. In her entire life, she had been greatly influenced by him. Her horizons were expanded, and she knew much more than her peers. The man before me, he has such skilled flying techniques. He is so strong. Inside that strong body of his, is there a flying eagle's soul? Such flying technique can compete with lightning, Dong Pakong, water immortal, Song Qing Yin, and green bat, Wu Yi. This is a first-rate flying technique in northern plains. Chang Shan Yin, what kind of person are you? Fang Yuan quickly took care of his injuries. Facing a storm-like attack, even if his flying technique was top tier, he could not avoid getting hit sometimes. Most importantly, the rank 4 Bone Wings Gu only had rank 3 effectiveness in northern plains. At the same time, he was carrying a person. With the increase in weight, it affected his agility. But, having Gu Yao's help, the advantage was greater than the disadvantage. If she did not use Water Arrow and Water Dragon to kill the crow groups, or if she did not use Water Armor to defend us, my primeval essence might not be enough. Fang Yuan thought. As a southern border Gu master, when I am in northern plains, my cultivation will be suppressed, but thankfully, as time passes and I slowly assimilate into northern plains, this suppression will decrease. Man is the spirit of all beings. They had great adaptability with the environment they were in. Of course, when Fang Yuan completely mixes in with northern border, and his cultivation returns to normal, when he returns to southern border, he will face suppression again, and would need to adapt and assimilate once again. Man can adapt to the environment, but Gu worms cannot. Southern border Gu worms will continue to face suppression. All my Gu worms still expend the same amount of primeval essence, but their use is greatly reduced. Rank 4 Gu worms in southern border are inferior to rank 3 northern plains Gu worms here. But if he killed Gu Yao, he only had a very small chance of getting her Gu worms. Only by using her like this, can this rank 3 middle stage Gu master's worth be fully displayed. If not for Gu Yao, I would not be able to advance so quickly. Although her Gu worms are good, I have no way of taking them. These southern border Gu worms, I need to change them out. Other than considering their battle strength, they are also the greatest flaw in hiding my identity. I have to get to that battlefield. Fang Yuan sighed internally, taking out Bright Pearl Gu. Fixed. Immortal Travel Gu is sealed inside Bright Pearl Gu, like a beautiful amber. In front of Gu Yao, Fang Yuan took out Bright Pearl Gu forthrightly. Dusty Gu was like a cocoon. Its body was dark gray and felt like sandpaper. Fang Yuan injected primeval essence, and Dusty Gu exploded lightly, turning into a gray smoke cloud. The gray smoke moved towards bright pearl Gu as if it was sentient. The originally shining bright pearl Gu was covered by this dust cover and dimmed. The fixed immortal travel Gu's aura diminished once again. This became a dusty pearl. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when he got to Central Continent and caused the 5-region chaotic battle, some Gu masters slipped into other regions to battle, and in order to hide their identities and conceal their aura, they created this method. What are you doing? Gu Yao asked curiously. Fang Yuan did not answer her. He kept the dimmed pearl into his pocket and continued on his journey. The two continued to advance. As the poison fog in the air became thicker, the thick purple color fog started to affect their vision. The two had to stop more frequently, using Gu worms to eliminate the poison in them. Crack! A crisp sound came from the below their feet, like they had stepped on some twigs. Gu Yao directed her gaze over in suspicion, before screaming and jumping back like a rabbit. "WH! Why is there a human skull here?" she said with a trembling voice. "Because this is a battlefield." Fang Yuan walked ahead of her, not turning back, but instead walking even faster. "Battlefield? Hey, wait for me, don't go so fast." Gu Yao quickly followed after Fang Yuan. The more she walked, the more shocked she was. Before, the thick purple fog was covering her vision, but now that she got close, she could see many skeletons on the rotting grassland, skeletons of both humans and wolves. There were deep pits and trenches in the ground. Evidently, a fierce battle had taken place here. So many people died, who engaged in such a brawl here. But the trenches and pits have already been outgrown by poisonous grass. Looking at the other traces, this battle took place at least 20 years ago. Gu Yao was behind Fang Yuan. Seeing him search continuously, like he was trying to find something, she understood. So Chang Shan Yin's purpose for entering this poison grassland is this battlefield. What is he looking for? Wait, 20 years ago, in the poison grassland, there was indeed a huge battle. Father had spoken with someone about this. I was beside him at that time. A memory surfaced deep in Gu Yao's mind. Back then, Gu Yao was still young. She was only 4 or 5 years old. Her father invited an esteemed guest and brought her along with him. In the tent, the adults were talking about the heroes in the grassland. Speaking of which, Chang tribe has an amazing person. You mean the Wolf King? That's right. This person is an enslavement path Gu master heavily nurtured by Chang tribe. He moved like the wind and attacked like the rain. He could alter his battle formations as he wished. He has great abilities. Most importantly, he is a righteous figure. He is extremely filial to his mother. This time, because his mother was poisoned by a unique poison, it can only be cured by the snow wash Gu inside the Spirea. He ignored all opposition and ventured into poison grassland alone. Sigh, that is exactly why Wolf King died. Yes, this matter was a huge scheme from start to end. Wolf King's enemy Hatu Gu planned this. Hatu Gu wanted to kill Wolf King, but he was not to be trifled with, killing all of the bandits with Hatu Gu and eliminated a huge pest for the grassland. But it is a pity for this hero, Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. He lost his life at poison grassland. Chang Shan Yin, you are Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. Thinking of this, Gu Yao opened her mouth, staring at Fang Yuan fixatedly. Oh, you know about Chang Shan Yin too. Fang Yuan replied lightly as he continued searching. But Gu Yao quickly shook her head. No way. Looking at his age, by now, if Chang Shan Yin is alive, he should be at least 40 years old. How can he be as young as you? Furthermore, your appearance and accent are completely different. You are not Chang Shan Yin. If I am not Chang Shan Yin, who am I? Alright, who are you? Why are you impersonating a dead Gu master? Gu Yao's mind was full of questions. Suddenly, her eyes brightened up. Wait. Although after Chang Shan Yin died, his mother also died of poison. But he was already married and had kids. His son is already grown up and is quite a talented person. Don't tell me. You are Chang Shan Yin's son. Fang Yuan laughed. Just as he was about to answer, he heard a strange sound near his ears. This sound was like old wheels rolling on the ground. Following this sound, a large white bone wheel appeared in the purple fog. It was as tall as 2 men, 1.5 m in width. Its body was made of white bones. On the surface of the carriage, sharp bone spikes were protruding out. At the spoke of the wheel, there was a large skull. The skull's horrific eye sockets were burning with blood-red flames. Careful, this is Hatu Gu's rank 5 Gu, battle bone wheel. Fang Yuan had just warned. When the wheel accelerated, crushing over with an imposing aura. Golden Dragon Gu. Fang Yuan pushed with his hand, and the dragon roared, smashing on the wheel. The wheel vibrated, easily smashing the golden dragon to bits, and continued to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly spread his bone wings and flew into the sky. But the wheel also lifted off from the ground, flying into the air. Golden Coat Gu. Fang Yuan knew he could not dodge and decided to face it head-on. Bam! He was sent flying, landing on the ground, causing his body to be covered in rotten grass. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 spiral water arrows shot the wheel consecutively. The white bone wheel landed on the ground, causing mud to splash. It gave up on Fang Yuan, turning its target to Gu Yao, rolling over. Gu Yao quickly activated the water trace Gu, summoning her water armor and dodging while attacking back. Fang Yuan also arrived quickly and started to assist her. This was a tough fight. The opponent was a rank 5 Gu. It was Ha-Tu Gu's core Gu. After Ha-Tu Gu died, it became a wild Gu and ate white bones as food. White Bone Wheel's attack was fierce. It often crushed its opponents into meat paste. Fang Yuan was suppressed, and his battle strength was lowered. He also did not bring a rank 5 Gu. He could not face the White Bone Wheel directly. His original plan was to avoid the White Bone Wheel and find Chang Shan Yin's corpse. But with Gu Yao to assist him, he changed his plans and decided to battle. After fighting for 4 hours, using the kiting tactic devised by Fang Yuan, the two bullied the White Bone Wheel's lack of intelligence, taking breaks in turns, and eventually caused the White Bone Wheel to fall over. Once the battle was decided, Fang Yuan placed both hands on the White Bone Wheel, sending his will and primeval essence into it. White Bone Wheel was a rank 5 Gu. Even if he had the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada and fixed Immortal Travel Gu, they could not help him to instantly refine it. But the wheel was full of cracks. It was almost going to break apart. It was a step away from being destroyed. With Fang Yuan's 100-man soul, he had ample mental energy, and with his firm will, he continuously injected primeval essence into it. After spending 15 minutes, he finally subdued it. Rank 5 Gu obtained. Chapter 431. Chang Shan Yin's death. Fang Yuan's mind entered his aperture. After the White Bone Wheel entered his aperture, it floated along the waves of his true gold primeval sea, half sinking and half floating, showing a lifeless appearance. Gu worms naturally get hurt, damaged, or even die. This White Bone Wheel is already on the verge of destruction and can no longer be used, unless I can find the Bone Bamboo Gu and combine it with the Ghost Fire Gu to repair it. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. There are many healing Gu which are not intended for human bodies. Some Gu, such as Wolf Smoke Gu, are specifically used to treat the injuries of wolves, while other Gu, like Pig Iron Gu, are used to treat Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bone Bamboo Gu, combined with Ghost Fire Gu, can repair the damage of the White Bone Wheel so that it can function again. Speaking of the Battle Bone Wheel Gu, it's actually quite famous, since it was used by the rank 8 demonic Gu Immortal Shun Jiao. He was also known as the Proud Bone Demon Lord. His talent was outstanding and shocking. When he became a rank 6 Gu Immortal, he lacked a rank 6 Gu. He came up with a killer move known as White Bone Chariot. The White Bone Chariot consisted of many rank 5 Gu, such as the White Bone Wheel, and had power comparable to a rank 6 Gu. By the virtue of his ingenuity, Shun Jiao reached rank 8 realm, and made his killer move, White Bone Battlefield, famous in the world. It was a killer move that combined 3 Immortal Gu's power. It was even more powerful than before. He used this to dominate the world, killing an uncountable number of Gu Immortals. His fierce name spread wide as he caused the righteous path to be helpless. Sigh, when can I reach such a stage? In his past life, Fang Yuan lived for about 500 years and became a rank 6 Gu Immortal, one step away from rank 7. When he later refined the Spring Autumn Cicada, he was attacked by the righteous path and consequently self-detonated. Every time he thought about Blood Sea Ancestor, Proudbone Demon Lord, Soul Spectre Demon Venerable, all of them were amazing characters. Fang Yuan could not help but be impressed. As a man living in present age, I should be like this, unrestrained by the mortal realm, doing things without worry, killing whoever I dislike. When my heart is evil, I slaughter all beings, and when I am virtuous, I bless the world. The world moves according to my emotions. I dominate everything. Any enemy who resists me are trampled underfoot. Oh, this is a true freedom, a cheerful and carefree life. Fang Yuan let out a heartfelt sigh and took out a bright pearl Gu from his pocket. Bright pearl Gu was already dusty. Its light was dim. Sealed inside was fixed immortal travel. The aura of the immortal Gu was also fading. Fang Yuan took out the dark toss Gu. This Gu and dusty Gu looked almost the same, a silkworm cocoon-like shape, except it was deep black in color. Fang Yuan transferred his primeval essence. The black silkworm cocoon wiggled up. 10 tendrils twisted out, twisting like snakes, and climbed on the bright pearl Gu. In just a short moment, the bright pearl Gu was enveloped by a black silkworm cocoon. This was known as tossing pearls in the dark. It was developed during the Battle of the 5 Regions to completely conceal the aura of Gu worms. Because of this, Fixed Immortal Travel's aura was even fainter now. Warrior Chang Shan Yin, you are trying to seal this beautiful jade butterfly? Gu Yao stood to the side and gradually understood Fang Yuan's intention. Fang Yuan gave her a mysterious smile and kept the dark pearl into his pocket and continued to be buried in his research of the battlefield. This battlefield was created 20 years ago, after the battle between Chang Shan Yin and Hatu Gu. Chang Shan Yin was a rank 4 peak stage Gu master, while Hatu Gu was already a rank 5 initial stage Gu master who also lead a large band of subordinates. The two were originally childhood friends, but they fell in love with the same woman. The woman ultimately chose Chang Shan Yin, and from then on Hatu Gu became filled with a jealous rage. This led to an unceasing hostility growing between the two of them, a hatred that could only be washed away with the blood of the other. After Hatu Gu poisoned Chang Shan Yin's mother, in order to find the snow-washed Gu, he led the wolf packs deep into the poisonous plains. When he reached the plains, Chang Shan Yin set up an ambush there. When Hatu Gu brought his gang of bandits and came, as large groups of wolves attacked from all directions. This was a bitter fight to the death, until the sun went down. Eventually, the wolves were all killed, along with all the horse bandits, who were either killed or fled. Chang Shan Yin was at his limits, and Hatu Gu's primeval essence was exhausted. The two resorted to fighting with their bare hands. Both men fought till their eyes turned red and made use of everything in their surroundings to gain the advantage. They wrestled together, biting with their teeth, clawing with their hands, until they finally expended all their strength and collapsed to the ground, with barely enough strength to breathe. The life and death enemies, once incomparably close friends, were only 2 or 3 steps away from each other, but all they could do was gasp for air and stare at each other. They were powerful Gu masters, one a righteous hero, the other a demonic devil, yet both had lost their strength. At this moment, both were as fragile as a child. If a rabbit came running and blocked their face, they would suffocate to death. They were at a deadlock, when suddenly Hatu Gu suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. He was, after all, a rank 5 Gu master, and his primeval essence recovery rate was quicker compared to Chang Shan Yin's. His primeval essence recovered first, enough for him to cast a poisonous bone spear. Seeing the bone spear being shot towards him, Chang Shan Yin's eyes widened, as a miracle burst of strength emerged in him. Using all his strength, he managed to turn half his body, but the poisonous bone spear, which had been aimed at his head, still pierced his chest. The intensity of the pain made Chang Shan Yin roar, but by relying on the wolf strength Gu to increase his strength, he managed to break the bone spear and clutched it tightly in his hand. Slowly, he dragged his body towards Hatu Gu's side. In the end, Chang Shan Yin took the poisonous bone spear and stabbed it into the eyes of Hatu Gu, ending the life of his mortal enemy. Although Chang Shan Yin had won, the poison of the bone spear had already spread throughout his whole body. By utilizing all the primeval essence that he had just recovered, he activated the wolf fetus burial Gu. This Gu utilized 108 different species of pregnant female wolves, and its specialty was to save a life. If long as they had one breath left, the user could be saved. Chang Shan Yin used the Gu, drilled into the ground, and fell asleep. About 30 years later, a rank 3 Gu master, Fang Yuan, was chased to the battlefield by a pack of wolves. In his desperation, he coincidentally managed to find the buried Chang Shan Yin. After Fang Yuan saved Chang Shan Yin, the latter not only helped him repel the wolves, but also helped him become one of the 4 great generals. In the future struggle for power in the grassland, Chang Shan Yin contributed countless merits, and Fang Yuan, who was born as a slave, became the lord of the imperial court. Chang Shan Yin experienced both ups and downs of life. His tale was quite legendary. His story spread widely throughout the north. It was no secret. Later, with the aid of Fang Yuan, he became a rank 7 Gu Immortal, receiving the title of Sky Wolf General, gaining even greater authority. Ultimately, while resisting the invasion of the central continent, he died in battle, and his descendants passed down his biography. This is also why Fang Yuan was so knowledgeable about his history. I found it. His long search had finally come to an end. Fang Yuan stepped forward and found a huge wolf tail on the grass. The wolf tail, covered with mud, was covered by poisonous grass and could hardly be seen. If it wasn't for Fang Yuan's persistence and careful search, it would have been impossible to find. Originally, while Fang Yuan was escaping, he tripped on this wolf tail. When he pulled on the wolf tail, he saved not only Chang Shan Yin, but also himself. Fang Yuan was feeling overwhelmed by emotions. He grabbed the wolf tail and forcibly pulled it out. Suddenly, the land writhed, and a huge female wolf's body appeared out of the ground. Its eyes were closed, the whole body covered in purple fur, with a white belly. It was humongous. Even while it was lying down, it was taller than a person. Gu Yao hurriedly ran over, her face flushed with surprise. What wolf is this? Why is it so big? It looks like a female wolf. Look at its belly. It must be pregnant. It's not a wolf, it's a Gu, Fang Yuan said, taking out a sharp knife from moving perspective cup Gu. He sliced open the belly of the wolf, causing a long gash to appear. Immediately, the wolf's bulging belly was torn open, and a large amount of amniotic fluid, mixed with blood, spewed all over the ground. The lower part of Fang Yuan's body was soaked. Gu Yao saw what was happening, and hurriedly jumped out of the way to avoid becoming a victim of the filth. She then widened her mouth in surprise, crying out, "Why is there a man inside the wolf's womb?" As the amniotic fluid continued to flow out, a person also came out. It was the true Chang Shan Yin. His eyes were closed, and his body was full of injuries, especially the part with the half-bone spear sticking out. He was covered in thick amniotic fluids, his expression showing great pain, and his skin was green. Fang Yuan quickly squatted down and extended his hands. It looked like he was observing the injuries of Chang Shan Yin, but in fact, he secretly pinched the neck of Chang Shan Yin. Poor Chang Shan Yin, a hero who succeeded in killing his enemy, and lived for another 20 years using his Gu worm. After another 10 years or so, his fated lord appeared and saved him. But now that Fang Yuan had stepped in, the future of this man, the famous Sky Wolf General, and the future rank 7 Gu Immortal was killed. Chang Shan Yin died while he was unconscious, unable to resist, letting out only a faint breath. When Fang Yuan killed him, his body did not even tremble. Needless to say, since he was unconscious, he could not self-detonate his Gu worms. Fang Yuan's mind entered his aperture and immediately found several tortoise breath Gu inside. Tortoise breath Gu was a storage Gu. Like the bright pearl Gu, it was used to seal Gu worms. Before Chang Shan Yin entered the belly of the wolf, to prevent his Gu worms from starving to death, he sealed his Gu worms one by one in the tortoise breath Gu. They were rank 4 Gu, shaped like oval stones, and were slightly larger in size than a fist. The surface of the stones was covered with markings, similar to that of a tortoise shell. By leaking the aura of the spring Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan instantly refined these tortoise breath Gu. He took all the tortoises out, and under the watchful eyes of Gu Yao, he crushed them all one by one to reveal the Gu inside. There were a total of 8 Gu from the enslavement path, all of which were precious rank 4 Gu worms. Some of them were even more precious than ordinary rank 5 Gu. Chang Shan Yin meticulously arranged this collection, and with this set of Gu, he made a reputation for himself in Northern Plains. Using this set of Gu, he killed rank 5 Gu masters before, and with the help of Spring Autumn Cicada, all of them became Fang Yuan's possession. And now, I finally have an excellent set of rank 4 Gu from Northern Plains. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Chapter 432. Human Skin Gu, but merely retrieving the Gu worms was not the whole purpose of Fang Yuan's journey. After placing all of the Gu worms into his aperture, he turned his attention to Chang Shan Yin's corpse. He started using Gu worms, helping the body to detoxify. Isn't he already dead? Gu Yao asked by his side, looking confused. Detoxifying a living person made sense, but what was the point of detoxifying a corpse? Fang Yuan did not bother turning to answer her, but told her, "Stop looking, use your cleansing Gu and help." Fang Yuan and Gu Yao worked in turns. Gradually, Chang Shan Yin's corpse was losing its toxicity. Don't tell me, is he Chang Shan Yin? He's your father? Gu Yao had a sudden realization and sent a look of inquiry towards Fang Yuan. No, Chang Shan Yin's son is a native of Northern Plains. Looking at your appearance, you're obviously a foreigner. Fang Yuan let out a cold grunt, saying expressionlessly, "I told you, I am Chang Shan Yin." As the toxins in his body were purged, the surface of Chang Shan Yin's skin gradually returned to its natural complexion, losing the wretched green color that came as a result of the poison. Fang Yuan, upon seeing that the cleansing was almost complete, asked the girl to step back. He stripped Chang Shan Yin of his clothes and rinsed them with water. "Do you want to bring his body back?" Gu Yao surmised. However, Fang Yuan's following actions immediately overturned her conjecture. She saw Fang Yuan retrieve a regiment of black ants from his aperture. Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence, and the black ants immediately rushed towards Chang Shan Yin's pale and naked corpse and began to consume it. The black ants crawled all over Chang Shan Yin, swallowing all of his skin into their stomach, turning the corpse into a mess of fleshy tendons, and leaving the body beyond recognition. Gu Yao saw what was happening and resisted the urge to vomit. Fang Yuan collected the ants once they were done, took out a seed, and planted it into the ground. As he poured his primeval essence, the seed began to grow at a visible rate, rooting, germinating, and blooming into a beautiful flower. The flower was in full bloom, yet it was quite strange in that it appeared as if it was covered in a membrane of skin, like the inner flesh of a mouth. The inner petals also had a row of tiny jagged sawtooth. The black ants converged into a group, climbing up the flower, and entered the core of the flower. The flower then closed again, its jagged teeth whirling wildly. As the teeth rubbed against each other, it made a humming sound, and made the whole flower tremble. Fang Yuan took out another Gu worm, which Gu Yao failed to recognize. The Gu turned into a multicolored blaze and attached itself to the top of the flower. The flower twisted wildly while it burned in the flame, giving off a sharp shriek. The shriek of the flower was so sharp that it forced Gu Yao to cover her ears and move backwards several more steps. At this point, the girl realized that something was amiss. This strange method reeked of the demonic path. Gu Yao's complexion paled, and when she looked at Fang Yuan, she saw that his face had not changed, standing on the spot. Both his eyes were shining as he paid attention to the flower. Open! Suddenly, both of Fang Yuan's eyes emitted an explosion of light as he shouted loudly. The corolla of the flower opened up a small slit, allowing the multicolored flame to enter. Afterwards, the whole flower suddenly exploded and a Gu worm flew out. The Gu worm had a multicolored tint, constantly transforming, occasionally yellow-green, and occasionally blood-violet, like a smoky fog that was rising upwards. Human skin Gu, the refinement has finally been completed. Fang Yuan, upon seeing it, let out a sigh of relief. Next, he willed, retrieving an old removal Gu from his aperture, as it turned into a cooling breeze. The breeze flew out of the aperture, flowing all over Fang Yuan's body, permeating his skin, tendons, and bones. Fang Yuan had originally used 3 Gu, ancient bronze skin, essence iron bones, and golden steel tendons, to modify his body, and now it was all washed away. Then, from the moving perspective cup Gu, he took out a sharp dagger. The following scene is going to be a bit bloody. You should close your eyes. With his hand clutching the dagger, he gave his warning to Gu Yao. Gu Yao hurriedly took a breath, looking at Fang Yuan in confusion, unable to speak a word. Then at the next moment, the girl's pupils shrank. Both of her hands covered her mouth, unable to suppress her alarmed yelp. Under her horrified gaze, Fang Yuan pointed the dagger to his chest and softly sliced it. Swish! He had cut from himself from the neck down to his abdomen. Yet strangely enough, his blood did not flow out. He had prepared a staunch bleeding Gu in advance. After that, Fang Yuan expressionlessly slit the dagger along the middle of his body. Then he stretched out his hand and ripped the skin off of his chest. The girl, upon seeing this horrifically violent scene, could not help but repeatedly step backwards again. Her entire face had turned pale like paper. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth to endure the pain, and under the urging of his mind, the colorful smoke that was floating in midair covered his whole chest. Sizzle! In the midst of the strange sound, Fang Yuan's bare and bloody chest was covered by a new layer of skin. The peculiarity of it was, although the skin had just grown, it did not have the expected baby-like tenderness. Instead, it had the pale solidity of old skin. Then, Fang Yuan repeated the process, peeling the skin of his arms and his legs, completely removing them, to grow a new layer of skin. This, don't tell me. Gu Yao could gradually see what was happening, and was flabbergasted. When he was peeling the skin of his back, Fang Yuan was somewhat troubled, but under his strenuous effort, he managed to succeed. Eventually, it was time for the most critical part, the face. Fang Yuan stopped for a moment, taking a quick rest. Then, lifting up his dagger, he aimed at the tip at his eyelid. Gu Yao watched with her whole body trembling. Yet Fang Yuan's hands were steady like they were cast iron. Each of his actions were precise and minute. He first cut his eyelids off, followed by his eye sockets. The knife tip curved out and reached his ear, and moved from his cheek to his chin. Turning around at his chin, he did the same to the other side, and ended up completing a circle. Next, Gu Yao saw Fang Yuan removing his own face. Her heart pounded furiously, and her legs felt weak. The colorful smoke then flew over again, and grew a new layer of skin. Subsequently, Fang Yuan did the same to the skin on his neck, ears, and scalp. When he turned his face to look at Gu Yao, he had already changed into a new person, sporting the appearance of Chang Shan Yin. I told you, I am Chang Shan Yin, he said in a bland tone. Gu Yao looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. He had actually spoken in a perfect Northern Plains accent. Of course Fang Yuan could speak in the Northern accent, he just chose not to earlier. You. Her finger was pointed at Fang Yuan. Her body trembled violently. Her face had turned pale, and her expression was filled with horror. Fang Yuan laughed in disdain internally. The human body is merely a sack of flesh. I was just changing the sack. What was the point of making such a fuss? The so-called beauty and ugly are superficially and weak things. If this is Earth, people have no powers and the immortal path is cut, then so be it. But in this world, only eternal life is worth pursuing. This human skin Gu, hundreds of years later, it would be developed by Gu masters during the 5-region chaotic battle. It could be used by Gu masters to cleverly disguise themselves as another person, with their face being identical. Many of Central Continent's Gu masters, using human skin Gu, were able to penetrate deep into enemy headquarters, allowing for secret assassinations en masse. destruction, it had greatly augmented the military power of the central continent, making the 4 other regions panic and doubt each other. Not paying any attention to the pretty lady who was scared out of her wits, Fang Yuan stood where he was and brought his hands to eye level to observe them. By now, his hands had completely changed. His fingerprints and palm prints were exactly the same as Chang Shan Yin's. Next, he felt his chest. His chest was originally smooth and flat, but now it sported chest hair that extended downwards from his throat to his crotch. He felt his own nose, a northern man's stiff nose, then he felt his rough cheeks. He took out a mirror and observed his features. His face had already become that of Chang Shan Yin, going to the extent that he had begun to grow hair in the same style. Even the gray hair that came with old age were completely replicated. Human skin Gu. It referred to the fact that human skin was the main ingredient of the Gu worm. In addition, the transformation was a complete transformation. Not just skin, but hair, eye color, the shape of his bones, and even old injuries were completely replicated. Gu Yao looked at Fang Yuan. It felt like a dead man had just resurrected. You, who the hell are you? She stared at Fang Yuan, full of vigilance and alertness. Fang Yuan gave her a smile, saying gently, I told you, I am Chang Shan Yin. Do you think I'm a fool? Just a moment ago, I saw the whole thing. I saw it firsthand till the end. Also, you are an outsider. Stop using our northern accent to speak. The girl shrieked. Her expression looked almost deranged. Fang Yuan looked at her with a considerate gaze, his face showing great wisdom that came with age. He let out a sigh filled with great emotion. Little lady, rest assured. I mean you no harm. I am Chang Shan Yin. From the beginning to the end, I did not lie to you. So how do you explain what just happened? The young girl asked. Fang Yuan's eyes glanced upwards, ignoring the girl, and looked at the sky. His expression was in daze as he spoke in a reminiscent tone. Little lady, have you ever heard of soul seizure? Soul seizure? Gu Yao had a blank look. Her eyes flickered with confusion, and her tone was uncertain. You mean, when a body is taken over by another soul? Fang Yuan slowly and gently explained. It seems you have heard about it before. Yes, you're right. I was on the verge of death, with no one to rescue me, so I had no choice but to escape with my soul. In Poison Grassland, it is cloudy all year round, and the sun isn't visible, which allowed my soul to wander freely. I wandered for a whole 20 years, until I was able to seize the body of a foreign Gu master. While I teleported back with my Gu worm, I met you coincidentally. Really? Is what you were saying really true? If I meant you harm, I would have killed you long ago. There would have been no reason to allow you to accompany me here, or even teaching you how to battle right. That's true, but if I wanted to guard against you, I wouldn't have let you witness these things. You are a Northern Plains native, and I am the great Chang Shan Yin. I wouldn't do despicable things to a girl such as yourself. Why was it that I only managed to seize a body after 20 years? It was because I did not want to slaughter a Northern Plains native for my own selfish reasons. Little lady, will you attack me because of an outsider? Fang Yuan's smile was bright as the sun, speaking in a righteous tone. Chapter 433. Snow Wash Gu Yao gradually let her guard down. Your words are reasonable. If you truly are Chang Shan Yin, then you would be the great hero of our Northern Plains. For a mere outsider, I definitely wouldn't make things difficult for you. Yet how can you prove your identity? Fang Yuan chuckled and his expression changed, revealing a trace of the arrogance that belonged to a senior expert. I, Chang Shan Yin, will neither change my name or surname. I am me. Why would I need to prove myself? Little girl, if you want to leave now, I will definitely not stop you. Fang Yuan's statement of allowing her to leave succeeded in shaking Gu Yao's doubts, creating enormous hesitation in her heart. Fang Yuan did not miss this chance. Little girl, it's all right to be on guard, but just think, how many opportunities did I have to kill you on the way? There is no need to mention anything else. Just think of the time we spent flying. I just had to release my hands, and you would have fallen into the Earth Spike Rat group. Your death would have been certain. But didn't I do that? Our meeting was fated. Since you had the courage to flee your marriage, why don't you have courage to face me? Gu Yao fell into silence. Fang Yuan observed her expression and knew the time was ripe, finishing off his explanation. Come with me. You are still young. It is not safe for you to wander around the depths of Poison Grassland alone. Didn't you tell me you were searching for the Snow Spirea? You want to find a Snow Wash Gu in the Snow Spirea and bring it back to the clan to earn great merit, allowing you to cancel your marriage, correct? Honestly speaking, that line of thinking isn't realistic. 1 or 2 Snow Wash Gu won't change your situation. It just so happens I also need a Snow Wash Gu. I will bring you along to search for the Snow Spirea and capture a few Snow Wash Gu. Then I will take you back to your tribe and personally persuade your father. What do you think? Really? Gu Yao's eyes immediately shone brightly. I remember that father idolizes you, saying that you were a great hero. Father will definitely listen to you. But what do you still need the Snow Wash Gu for? Your mother has already passed away, sigh. Fang Yuan's voice was melancholic, his expression lonely. He lowered his head before smiling bitterly. I already know my mother passed away due to poison over 20 years ago. I could not find the Snow-Wash Gu and return in time. I was unfilial. Do you know, since then, Snow-Wash Gu had already become my obsession? I must definitely capture one and kneel in front of my mother's tomb to repent. Tears fell down Fang Yuan's cheeks as he spoke of this. The girl looked at Fang Yuan's tears and was thoroughly convinced by Fang Yuan's lies. Her heart ached and consoled. Senior Chang Shan Yin, this is not your fault. Everything was because of that damned Hatu Gu. Don't speak anymore, let's go. Fang Yuan waved his hand and walked forward. I am sorry I was wrong. I should not have doubted you. Gu Yao felt a twinge of guilt, immediately following behind Fang Yuan to apologize. Fang Yuan consoled the girl, causing her inner guilt to become even heavier. The two continued to walk to the depths of poison grassland. The purple fog continued to become denser, and even poison-resistant wild beasts like poison beard wolves rarely appeared. After walking 200 to 300 li, Fang Yuan and Gu Yao had no choice but to use their gu to detoxify themselves. After walking another 500 to 600 li, the poisonous purple fog became so dense that they could not even see their own hands. Gu Yao's fog sparrow gu had already lost its use in such a situation. However, Fang Yuan was already prepared and could still scout the distance of 1,000 steps. Senior Chang Shan Yin, we should return. We can still go in another direction. Maybe we can find the snow spirea there. If we go any deeper, I'm afraid. Gu Yao's face was suffused. With a purple color, she had already reached the point where she could endure no more. But Fang Yuan shook his head and refused to accept her suggestion, persisting on moving forward. The girl did not understand, but Fang Yuan was understood that snow spirea grew in very poisonous environments. And this poisonous grassland also had a lot of history. In the deepest part of poison grassland, there was a blessed land where rank the 7 Gu Immortal Yin ran, titled Lady Poison Scorpion, resided. An uncountable number of poisonous grass grew on her Du blessed land, with many large poisonous swamps and marshes. Large amounts of poisonous beasts and poisonous gu lived on her blessed land. The toxins of these poisonous beings accumulated to such an intensity that even the blessed land could not endure it. Thus, every few years, the blessed land's entrance would open to release the dense toxic gas outside. Most of the toxic gas formed into the purple poison fog in the poisonous grassland. Some creatures at the lowest rung of the blessed land also took this chance to sneak out. Thus, there were large numbers of poison beard wolves in the poisonous grassland. After a long period of this cycle, a complete change occurred to the surroundings of Du blessed land. Dark clouds covered the surroundings all year round, creating a world devoid of light. Purple fog lingered and tormented all living beings. Large numbers of poisonous grass grew, and the poison beard wolves rampaged around outskirts of the poison lands. The grassland had become a forbidden zone for living beings and was named the poisonous grassland by the mortals out of fear. Du blessed land was at the center of the poisonous grassland, and the place Fang Yuan was currently at was around the center. In the depths of the grassland, dense poisonous fog lingered all year round, encouraging the growth of a large number of snow spirea. Fang Yuan knew if he persevered in moving forward a little longer, he would definitely see the snow spirea. Sure enough, as he had expected, after walking forward another few hundred steps, Fang Yuan discovered a snow spirea. The snow spirea was 20 feet tall. It had numerous branches and leaves on a pitch-black trunk, contrasted by the countless drooping spirea branches that were pure white. Within the dense purple fog, it appeared sacred and noble. Fang Yuan walked to the snow spirea with Gu Yao, who immediately let out a shout of joy. The two began to carefully observe the snow-white leaves on the spirea branches. Soon enough, Gu Yao discovered one leaf that had already turned into a gu. It was a Snow-Wash Gu, an invaluable rank 4 gu. Snow-Wash Gu's detoxification ability was extraordinary, widely acknowledged by the Northern Plains Gu masters. The two searched for a long while and found 3 Snow-Wash Gu. Fang Yuan only took one and gave the other 2 to Gu Yao, causing the girl to inwardly feel grateful. After he acquired the Snow-Wash Gu, Fang Yuan took out a dark pearl. The Immortal Gu, fixed immortal travel, was sealed inside, and at that moment, it quietly let out a slight amount of its immortal aura. If this aura persisted, it would easily be discovered by Gu immortals. It is time. Fang Yuan willed and summoned a Gu from his aperture. He poured his primeval essence towards the Gu at once, turning the Gu into a red iron cabinet, which then firmly sealed the dark pearl. Immediately, the Immortal Gu aura was cut without the slightest bit leaking out. This was the Gu worm Fang Yuan captured on Sancha Mountain, unique to Tai clan, Iron Cabinet Gu. Fang Yuan carried the iron cabinet on his back and walked back the way they came with Gu Yao. After walking around 200 to 300 li, Fang Yuan stopped and took out Earth Treasury Flower King Gu, stored the iron cabinet in its stamen, then planted it deep under the ground. This Gu was a rank 5 Gu, and Fang Yuan had to spend quite some effort to plant it. His primeval essence was not enough, thus for a period, he had to pour primeval essence slowly, while he absorbed primeval stones. It took him whole 4 hours before he finished. At Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had obtained Flower Wine Monk's inheritance. The Flower Wine Monk had hidden his Gu worms into Earth Treasury Flower Gu. Earth Treasury Flower Gu was only a rank 2 Gu, and only after it advanced again and again could it become a rank 5 Earth Treasury Flower King. When Earth Treasury Flower King bloomed open, it was 10 times larger than Earth Treasury Flower. It had huge dark golden petals that were as soft as silk, and in the depths of its stamen was dark golden floral liquid. However, when Earth Treasury Flower King closed shut, its whole size was smaller than an infant's fist. It completely curled up in the depths of the ground, not leaking out the slightest bit of aura. After planting the Earth Treasury Flower King, Fang Yuan carefully destroyed all traces of it on the ground. At this moment, he had genuinely and completely hidden the Immortal Gu fixed Immortal Travel. Fang Yuan's aperture could not store fixed Immortal Travel. He could only use this method to hide the Immortal Gu and retrieve it in the future. In such a vast grassland, who would think an extremely precious Immortal Gu was buried here? Yet the aura of the Immortal Gu had still been a problem. Its aura would persist for a long while and attract Gu Immortals. Thus, Fang Yuan had intermittently sealed the Immortal Gu when he buried it. It was to guard against the Gu Immortals' search. Unless the Gu Immortals that come possess an investigative Immortal Gu, capable of seeing through the ground and scouting hundreds of li deep into the ground, the possibility of its discovery is slim. If fixed Immortal Travel Gu was truly discovered by some Gu Immortal and taken, Fang Yuan could only attribute it to his bad luck. However, even if that happened, he would absolutely not bring fixed Immortal Travel with him. Compared to the Immortal Gu, he felt his own life was more precious. The two continued moving through the grassland and returned to that battlefield. When they reached the place, Fang Yuan looked for another direction and did not move along their original way, using Gu Yao's return heart, Gu, to point the direction. The return trip was not smooth. Fang Yuan and Gu Yao encountered the attacks of wolf groups time and again. They even encountered 1,000 wolf groups 3 or 4 times. Fang Yuan could only grab Gu Yao and fly to the sky to avoid this calamity. As the two got closer to the outer edge of poison grassland, the number of wolves and difficulty they encountered decreased. About 100 poison beard wolves pounced upon Fang Yuan and Gu Yao. Fang Yuan laughed brightly. He was happy instead of shocked as he flew to the air and pointed down. Wolf Enslavement Gu Go. A rank 2 Wolf Enslavement Gu turned into a lump of blue smoke and descended, enshrouding the 100 Beast Wolf King. The 100 Beast Wolf King struggled intensely, its soul resisting strongly. But in front of Fang Yuan's 100-man soul, it failed utterly. Howl, howl. When Fang Yuan landed on the ground, the 100 Beast Wolf King ran around Fang Yuan's feet, with its tail swaying like a little puppy. The wolf group it brought also remained motionless under its command, becoming Fang Yuan's minions. This was already the second wolf group Fang Yuan had subdued. As they continued, Fang Yuan's strength became stronger, the wolf group around him growing larger. Their trip of death before had unknowingly become a leisurely outing. When the wolf group following Fang Yuan increased to 1,000 wolves, with 400 beast wolf kings, poison grassland was no longer scary. With this safety, Fang Yuan began to settle the Gu worms from southern border. Northern Plains natives were xenophobic. His original appearance would have made him suffer exclusion and vigilance wherever he walked, making it difficult for him to do things, and the southern border Gu worms were also enormous flaws which could expose his identity. The innately cautious Fang Yuan would not allow these gaps to exist. All the Gu worms on him that were not from Northern Plains must be dealt with. Chapter 434. Chang Shan Yin, Be My Husband. The wide and huge poison grassland became even darker at night. Wind blew near the ears as the howling of wolves could be heard, resembling the cries of wandering spirits. A fire was burning silently on the grassland. Gu Yao got close to the fire, expelling the chill in her body. There was a pot on top of the fire, and a meat soup was cooking in it, emitting a fragrant smell. Gu Yao swallowed her saliva as her hunger intensified. Eventually, she gulped and asked Fang Yuan, "Senior Chang Shan Yin, can this meat soup be eaten already?" Fang Yuan sat opposite the young girl. The two were separated by the fire. "No rush, this dried meat has just entered the pot. It needs to cook to a boil. Wait a while more. When the meat is soft and juicy, it will be extremely delicious." Fang Yuan took out the moving perspective cup Gu as he said plainly, "Oh, we still have to wait so long." Gu Yao pouted. Her beautiful face was shining in the flame. Together with her long robe exclusive to northern plains and her beautiful accessories, it showed a unique style. But such a tranquil scene was not enough for Fang Yuan to take a second look. His gaze was on the moving perspective cup Gu. Moving perspective cup Gu was a rank 5 Gu. Now that it was in northern plains, it was suppressed to rank 4. Speaking of capacity, it was weaker than other rank 4 Gu. It was expensive to feed, one of the most expensive among the rank 5 Gu worms. It was also extremely heavy on primeval essence consumption. But why did Fang Yuan choose it specifically, expending his energy and resources to refine it? That is because it originated from thieving heaven demon Venerable. He stole from heaven and robbed earth. He was the wealthiest Venerable in history. He spent his entire life's effort to find the rumored legendary Space Cave. Space Cave was first depicted in The Legends of Ren Zhu. It was a forbidden ground on the same level as the River of Time. In the River of Time, there were large numbers of Time Path Gu worms. Inside the Space Cave, there were countless Space Path Gu worms. It connected the 5 regions, hidden in a place no one knew. Pushing open a door from inside the Space Cave, one can reach any place in the world. The door that connected the Space Cave was also known as the Space Door. Space Door was omnipresent. It could be in a narrow crack, or in the wide and boundless sky. Where there is space, there is a door into Space Cave. But from the past until now, very little people could find the Space Cave, not to mention going inside. In the entire human history, only one person had managed to enter and exit it. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable discovered the recipe of the Moving Perspective Cup Gu. His intention was to send this Moving Perspective Cup Gu into the Space Cave and bring out large numbers of wild Gu worms inside it. But he failed, yet succeeded. 400 years later, his blessed land was excavated, and all sorts of Gu immortals competed for it. The recipe of the Moving Perspective Cup Gu was also spread as a result. Its strong effect quickly caused many Gu immortals to recommend it, and it became famous throughout the regions. Fang Yuan took out the Golden Dragon Gu from his aperture. The rank 4 Golden Dragon Gu was suppressed into a rank 3. After it flew out, it entered the Moving Perspective Cup Gu. Fang Yuan injected large amounts of primeval essence into the Moving Perspective Cup Gu. This cup with a gold top and silver bottom immediately gave off a strong golden-silver light, floating in the air. Fang Yuan pulled back his hand and pushed the cup slightly forward. The Moving Perspective Cup Gu moved forward until it vanished. First, the sides vanished, and then half the cup was gone. Finally, it vanished in mid-air. Gu Yao stood up abruptly, staring with wide-opened eyes as she saw this strange scene. At the same time, far away in Central Continent, Hu Immortal blessed land. Little Hu Immortal suddenly had a feeling, immediately teleporting into Dang Hun Palace's secret room. In the secret room, a Moving Perspective Cup Gu gave off a shining radiance as it floated in the sky. As if it was pulled by an invisible force, it moved forward slowly before vanishing in the air. When Moving Perspective Cup Gu completely vanished, Fang Yuan stretched out both his palms parallel to the ground as he activated his primeval essence again. Suddenly, a golden-silver light burst out in his palm. Immediately after, Gu Yao saw the rim of a cup appearing, gradually growing to become half the cup, and finally, the entire cup appeared from thin air. When the light faded, the cup-like Gu worms landed in Fang Yuan's palms. Done, Fang Yuan muttered. Seeing this cup, he knew that his plans did not go out of control. Senior Chang Shan Yin, what did you do? This Gu doesn't seem right. Gu Yao walked a few steps towards Fang Yuan and asked curiously. In what way? Fang Yuan laughed lightly, taking out a primeval stone and recovering his primeval essence quickly. Gu Yao did not speak. She only stared at Moving Perspective Cup Gu, when suddenly her eyes shone, as she shouted. This Gu is not the same. Originally, it was golden top and silver bottom, but now it is silver top and golden bottom. Fang Yuan laughed. That's right. There was not just one Moving Perspective Gu, there were two. These two Gu worms, one was golden top and silver bottom, while the other was silver top and golden bottom. The two together made up the complete Moving Perspective Cup Gu. Before Fang Yuan left, he brought one with him while placing the other in Hu Immortal blessed land. When he injected his primeval essence, the two Moving Perspective Cup Gu entered the space cave and swapped positions with each other inside the space cave. The one that was in the blessed land thus came to Fang Yuan. As for the cup that held Golden Dragon Gu, it returned to Hu Immortal blessed land. In the past, thieving heaven demon Venerable wanted to rely on the Moving Perspective Cup Gu to steal the Gu worms inside space cave. He failed and did not achieve his goal. But the Moving Perspective Cup Gu, in another way, was a great success. Using the omnipresent space cave, a pair of Moving Perspective Cup Gu could interchange in the space cave and transport resources between two places. Most importantly, it was rank 5, it was not a unique Immortal Gu. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the chaotic battle of the 5 regions, moving perspective cup Gu was a must-have Gu for all factions. Even Gu Immortals competed for it. Fang Yuan took out a letter from this moving perspective cup Gu. It was written by Little Hu Immortal, stating the current situation in the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had only been in Poison Grassland for 5 to 6 days, but a month had already passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The letter stated that other than Dang Hun Mountain, everything was going well. Immortal Crane Sect suggested another transaction, but according to Fang Yuan's instructions, Little Hu Immortal rejected it. If they did more transactions, Immortal Crane Sect would have a higher chance of finding out that Fang Yuan was not in the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was in Northern Plains, but he was still concerned with the Blessed Land. Using the moving perspective cup Gu to exchange letters like this, he could control the situation behind the scenes, and other people's schemes would not succeed. Fang Yuan sent a letter back after looking at the one he received. Gu Yao was completely lost. She could not read Central Continent characters. Together with this letter, Fang Yuan placed 3 rank 4 Gu inside: Golden Coat Gu, Charging Crash Gu, and Bone Wings Gu. The more things were placed inside, the more primeval essence consumed by the moving perspective cup Gu. In contrast, the distance between the 2 cups did not matter. This is because moving perspective cup Gu was created in a special way. It used the mystical forbidden passage of the space cave. Fang Yuan's earlier attempt was a test run. After making sure that the moving perspective cup Gu was working fine, he started to send all his Gu worms that were from southern border into the Blessed Land, for Little Hu Immortal to take care of them. In the Blessed Land, Little Hu Immortal sprawled on the table, staring at blank space with her large shining eyes. The golden dragon Gu in the moving perspective cup Gu was already taken away. Suddenly, moving perspective cup Gu started floating again and entered the space cave. Afterwards, another cup appeared and landed on the table. Little Hu Immortal took out the things inside moving perspective cup Gu and saw Fang Yuan's reply, extremely elated as she shouted, "Master's reply." With just one cycle, the primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture were mostly expended. He had to hold on to a primeval stone and replenish his primeval essence again. Gu Yao stood at one side, gradually starting to understand. She, who was overwhelmed with curiosity, asked a few more questions again, but Fang Yuan only smiled plainly, not replying her. Acting all mysterious, it's no big deal. The girl pouted, sitting back at her original seat in displeasure. She sat down, frowning as she stared at Fang Yuan angrily. Fang Yuan completely ignored her, causing her to be even more angry. She was doted on by her father since young. She was the beauty of her tribe. No one had ever dared to look down on her. But during this entire journey, Fang Yuan did not give her any attention. Many youths had pursued her with great enthusiasm, causing her temperament to become even more arrogant. Gu Yao stared at Fang Yuan for a while more. After he recovered his primeval essence, he started to use the moving perspective cup Gu again, completely forgetting her existence. However, this time, this Northern Plains young girl's displeasure vanished. He is after all Chang Shan Yin. He is not someone those young and immature brats can compare with. In his eyes, what am I? Just an unimportant junior, I guess. Thinking so, Gu Yao felt dejected. As she looked at Fang Yuan's face, she became dazed. Fang Yuan used human skin Gu to change his appearance. With the features of a Northern Plains native, it matched her sense of beauty even more. When Chang Shan Yin was young, he was one of the most handsome teenagers in Chang tribe. His 5 features were proper, his nose was sharp, his brown eyes were deep, his thick lips showed his determined personality. His sideburns were already turning white. It showed the experience and wisdom of a mature man. That was an intense attraction to a young girl. As the light of the flame flickered, Fang Yuan's expression flickered along with it. His determined and mature disposure was strongly felt. Gu Yao's thoughts drifted. She thought secretly, what kind of person was Fang Yuan? The startle when they first met, the warmth when he smiled, the knowledge when he gave her pointers, the bravery when he fought, and the absolute calmness when he tore down his own skin. All these scenes flashed in the young girl's heart. It was so vivid, like the memories were ingrained in the girl. What about his past? Gu Yao thought again. Chang Shan Yin's past was a heroic tale. It was widely spread in Northern Plains. Numerous people respected him, loved him, and thought well of him. When he was young, his reputation was overwhelming. He was the future hope of Chang tribe. He was famous very quickly. His first-rate wolf enslavement skill caused people to marvel. Most importantly, he was righteous and just, forgiving and kind. He never oppressed the weak, was filial to his parents, and helped tribesmen in need. At the same time, he had a great sense of brotherhood and loyalty. He placed his life on the line to protect his tribe and performed great deeds for Chang tribe. He married a beautiful wife, but gained the betrayal of his childhood friend. Fate toyed with him, causing this man to lose his mother, his sworn brother, his beautiful wife, and almost his own life. But he survived in the end, relying on his own hard work. He crawled up from the abyss of death and created a legend that normal people could never imagine. This man shoulders endless pain and suffering. Countless wounds and injuries are hidden within him. Gu Yao thought of this and had a strong urge to hug Fang Yuan, using her warmth to heal this injured lone wolf, the former Wolf King. As the fire burned on, the wood was crackling under the flame. Gu Yao's gaze towards Fang Yuan became more infatuated. She could not longer help herself. Under the warm fire, a young girl's feelings were developing and growing. When Fang Yuan finished this round of cup exchange and took out a primeval stone to recover his primeval essence, Gu Yao secretly made the most important decision in her life. She suddenly stood up, shouting towards Fang Yuan, "Chang Shan Yin, be my husband." The voice spread far and wide in the quiet grassland. "What did you say?" Fang Yuan frowned. Even with his 500 years of experience, he could not anticipate this girl's change of heart. After he reacted, he smiled. "Stop fooling around. Young girl, I am your senior. Looking at our age, I am over 20 years older than you. My son will be a good match for you. No, Chang Shan Yin, I want you." Chapter 435. Don't block my road to success. "No, Chang Shan Yin, I want you." Gu Yao's voice resonated in the grassland. Under the illumination of the bonfire, her eyes shone brightly as she stared head-on at Fang Yuan. "Chang Shan Yin, you are the hero of this great plains. Your reputation extends far and wide. You are the man I can entrust my whole life to. Age is not a problem. Back in the day, did an old ancestor giant son marry young women every year, even after he was 1,000 years old?" Fang Yuan's expression turned dark. "All right, don't make a scene." Gu Yao stamped her foot and raised her voice. "I am not making a scene. Chang Shan Yin, I have already been deeply attracted to you along the way. Just earlier, I discovered that I had completely fallen in love with you. I am willing to give myself and everything to you. Please accept me." "Young girl, I already have a wife." Fang Yuan heaved a sigh and said with a complex expression. Gu Yao immediately shook her head. "Your wife is already remarried. Even if you snatch her back, I don't mind. I don't intend to take your first wife's position. I am satisfied being your concubine." Old ancestor giant sun had hundreds of thousands of imperial concubines, but only had one empress. However, Fang Yuan refused firmly. "I won't marry again. My heart is already still, just like this poison grassland. You are still too young and are unable to understand my mind. During the days I spent in the wolf's belly where I could not move at all, I felt extremely painful. When my soul floated over the vast plains, I wandered around aimlessly, but my mind gradually elevated to a greater height. I recalled my past, watched many people's life and death. The suffering or happiness of my former life were no longer able to enter my heart. I have been completely reborn. I am a new Chang Shan Yin. I also won't return to Chang tribe. Then, come to my Gu tribe." Gu Yao's eyes shone. She invited with utmost sincerity, but Fang Yuan still refused and did not show any signs of being moved. "Chang Shan Yin, is your heart made of iron? You doubt me? Do you want me to take out my heart to let you check, just like those rockmen?" Gu Yao muttered. Her eyes turned red and tears were on the verge of falling. Howl! Right at this moment, the howling of wolf groups signified that they were nearby. A large group of poison-beard wolves were attracted by the fire and rapidly approached Fang Yuan and Gu Yao. However, there were large amounts of wolves resting beside the bonfire. The two groups of wolves soon clashed against each other, and an intense battle unfolded. "This is a 1,000-beast group." Gu Yao's attention was attracted towards the wolves, her expression becoming grave. If it was before, they would choose to retreat when they came across such a scale of wolf group, but now Fang Yuan smiled coldly. "No matter, the situation is different from before. We also have a wolf group to help us. Gu Yao, I need to ask you to restrict the 1,000-beast wolf king. My primeval essence is exhausted. I will come assist you after I replenish it." The girl nodded her head, but she did not immediately leave and instead looked at Fang Yuan with her bright gaze. Fang Yuan looked at her. "Go." Gu Yao pursed her lips. Her gaze was firm as she still remained motionless. Fang Yuan could only use a soft stance and said gently, "All right, I will consider this matter. But I want the answer now." Gu Yao immediately said. A dark light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes, but on the surface he heaved a sigh and proposed, "If you can kill this 1,000-beast king alone, I will agree and take you as my wife." "Really? Hee. A promise that us northern plainsmen make can never be broken." Gu Yao's eyes shone brightly at this reply. "Okay, then just wait." Battle intent filled the girl's heart, and she charged towards the battlefield, directly taking on the 1,000-beast wolf king. Gazing at her leaving, Fang Yuan's smile quickly disappeared, replaced by indifference. He did not expect Gu Yao would be so attracted to him. The feeling of love had already taken his roots deep within her. However, when it came to love, This thing had always been unreasonable and was very difficult to deduce with common sense. Long, long ago, desolate ancient moon climbed Chengbai Mountain and met with a rockman's pursuit. According to the legends of Renzu could not save his eldest son, verdant great son, and at the final juncture of resurrection, he made a great mistake and was swept away by reverse flow river back into Luopa Valley. His eldest daughter, desolate ancient moon, heard of this and wanted to go rescue her father. However, one must have the help of courage Gu and faith Gu to enter the life and death door. But these Gu were with her father Renzu. Desolate ancient moon was unable to enter the life and death door. She wanted to rescue Renzu but had no ways, so she asked for guidance from Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu gave her two methods. The first method was to enter Space Cave, then open the space door to directly move to Renzu's side. She could then use the Space Cave to escape life and death door. However, this method could only rescue Renzu's soul and could not resurrect him. The second method was to climb to the peak of Chengbai Mountain and find the one and only Success Gu. As long as she made a wish to Success Gu, she could rescue Renzu and allow him to successfully resurrect. Desolate ancient moon already knew of Space Cave's existence, but she had no idea how to find the Space Cave. Moreover, to let her father truly resurrect, she had to go to Chengbai Mountain. Chengbai Mountain was not tall and was like a mound. It was peculiar as it was made from millions and millions of pebbles. These pebbles were actually Failure Gu, and there was only one Success Gu at the peak of Chengbai Mountain. Desolate ancient moon walked to the foot of the mountain and began to ascend the mountain. Her movement woke up Love Gu, who was sleeping nearby. Love Gu was very angry at having its sleep disturbed and wanted to take revenge against Desolate ancient moon. It used its unique power to awaken a piece of stone. The stone gained life because of Love Gu and became a rockman. The rockman was tall and might, his body filled with gold, silver, copper and iron, looking very dazzling and gorgeous. After the rockman was born, the first thing he saw was Desolate ancient moon. Her shocking beauty immediately conquered his heart. He started following behind Desolate ancient moon, and as he looked at her fair back view, his heart was filled with love. Finally, he could not endure it anymore and ran past Desolate ancient moon and blocked her, shouting loudly, "Beautiful lady, your appearance is so dazzling, your body is so elegant, and your temperament is so noble. The very first moment I saw you, I was subdued by you. You are my love, please accept my love for you." The rockman's physique was huge, completely blocking Desolate ancient moon's path. Desolate ancient moon slightly furrowed her brows and sized up the rockman before speaking coldly. "Love, what is that thing? You want me to accept your love, but where is it?" The rockman immediately took off the iron pieces from his body and offered them to Desolate ancient moon. "Beautiful lady, this is my firmness. I give it all to you, this is my love." Desolate ancient moon disappointedly shook her head. She had no interest in these iron pieces. The rockman was dazed before taking out the copper pieces from his body and piling them above the iron pieces. "Beautiful lady, this is my obstinance. I give it all to you because this is my love." Desolate ancient moon impatiently said, "Please move away. I have no interest in love. I need to rescue my father." The rockman panicked, seeing that the goddess of his heart was unmoved. He kneeled down and made up his mind, taking out all the silver pieces in his body and piling them above the copper pieces. "Beautiful lady, this is my dignity. I give it all to you. This will prove my love for you, right?" Desolate ancient moon's furrowed brows deepened. "Listen, I don't have time to waste with you." The rockman became more anxious and took out all the gold pieces in his body and put them above the silver pieces. "Beautiful lady, this is my self-confidence. I give it all to you. They represent my love for you." Desolate ancient moon heaved a deep sigh. "Rockman, to express your love for me, you gave up your firmness, put down your obstinance, lost your dignity, and even gave up your self-confidence. However, what I see is a very ugly rockman. Get up. I cannot accept your love. I have more important things to do." After losing his gold, silver, copper, and iron decorations, the rockman looked very small and weak, even appearing comical. It lost all the beauty and might it had before. The rockman wept and begged Desolate ancient moon. "Then, how can I obtain your love?" Desolate ancient moon was anxious, but the rockman kept on kneeling on the ground. She thought of an idea and changed her expression to show a smile. "Rockman, since you love me, take out your real heart for me to see." The rockman opened his chest without any hesitation and offered his scarlet heart to Desolate ancient moon. Desolate ancient moon took the heart and immediately kept it. The rockman then said, "Now, I can obtain your love, right?" Desolate ancient moon shook her head. "Even if you offer your heart, it cannot exchange for my love." "Chang Shan Yin, look at this." Gu Yao's whole body was soaked in blood and injuries. Her breathing was rough as she walked towards Fang Yuan with the head of the 1,000-wolf king in her hand. With the loss of their wolf king, the invading wolf group collapsed and fled. Fang Yuan slowly stood up and nodded. You killed the 1,000 wolf king. Gu Yao showed extraordinary performance in the battle, but she suffered grave injuries. Her whole face was stained with blood, and her primeval essence was completely dried up. She looked at Fang Yuan with glittering eyes. Chang Shan Yin, you are a hero. You won't go back on your words, right? Of course I won't. Your love has moved me. From today onwards, you are my wife. Fang Yuan gazed at Gu Yao profoundly. Then step by step, he moved closer and hugged her. The girl relaxed her hands. The wolf king's head fell down on the ground, and she passionately hugged Fang Yuan back. Her breathing sped up and her heart thumped rapidly. This moment was even more nerve-wracking than when she was fighting the wolf king. In Fang Yuan's warm embrace, she felt happiness and her eyes reddened. A soft sound suddenly echoed. The girl's face stiffened and she used all her strength to get out of Fang Yuan's embrace, then lowered her head to look at her chest. There, a sharp dagger had pierced into it. It was a fatal strike to both her body and mind. Why? Gu Yao gazed at Fang Yuan with disbelief. Her delicate body shook, and her gaze was filled with anger, hatred, shock, and doubt. Fang Yuan looked at the girl and said, expressionlessly. He spoke of the story in The Legends of Rin Zhu. The rockman was panicking, seeing desolate ancient moon had stored his heart away. He said, heartless woman, your cold-heartedness has made me despair. Since I can't obtain your love, then please give back my heart. Without my heart, I will die. But desolate ancient moon did not return the heart and watched as he slowly died. Why? I love you so much. Why are you killing me? The rockman shouted before his death. Desolate ancient moon looked at him with pity, but her voice was tranquil. Rockman, I did not want to kill you, but you blocked my path to success. Path to success? After Gu Yao heard this reply, she could no longer stand and collapsed on the ground. The dense aura of death made her body increasingly colder. The girl raised her small head, revealing her swan-like exquisite neck. She gazed at the dark night sky and laughed mournfully. She laughed only for few seconds before tears fell down her face. She looked at Fang Yuan, her gaze still expressing the deep love as before. Chang Shan Yin, I don't know how I am blocking your path to success. But now, even if you kill me, I do not hate you. Maybe you are seeking revenge? I will leave all my Gu worms to you. I hope they can be of some use to you in your path to success. Cough, cough. The girl coughed out blood and begged Fang Yuan with a grieved smile. I am going to die, but before I die, I have a small favor to ask. I hope you can hug me. I really want to feel your warm embrace. However, Fang Yuan did not move, his gaze coldly looking at the girl. He looked at the girl and saw her expression becoming stiffer as vitality left her bit by bit. Finally, the flower-like girl became an ice-cold corpse. Fang Yuan fell into a long silence as he looked at Gu Yao's face. Chapter 436. No regret, even if I die along the way, even if it was daytime. Poison grassland was still solemn and dark. The thick dark clouds obstructed the entry of sunlight. Behind a low mound, one hump wolf was lurking. The hump wolf's size was as large as a warhorse. Its body had black and long fur, and 2 camel humps on its back. A pair of wolf eyes shone with eerie light in the darkness. It was lying on the mound, completely still like a statue. Even its breathing was slow. If one took a glance, they would think it was a piece of steel. Suddenly, the hump wolf's long ears vibrated. Under its watchful gaze, a gray rabbit jumped out of a hole on the mound, starting to look for food. Even though there were delicious grass near its hole, the gray rabbit did not care about them. It rushed out to look for grass far away. Rabbits did not eat grass near their hole, as it would expose the hole that they lived in. The hump wolf saw the gray rabbit emerge, and its eyes drooped even lower, hiding most of its pupils, only leaving a small slit. As the gray rabbit ate grass, its ears were standing high in the air. If there were any danger alerts, it would raise its head quickly and look around, extremely vigilant. Hump wolf was extremely patient, watching the gray rabbit eat happily. It did not move, as if it was dead. The gray rabbit continued to eat, indulging in its delicious meal. When it was full, it started to return. Just at this moment, the hump wolf struck. It jumped out of the mound and charged towards the rabbit. Gray rabbit's return route was blocked by the hump wolf. In its shock, it turned around to escape. Its speed was fast. As it sprinted, it resembled a white lightning swimming in the grass. The rabbit's speed was higher than the hump wolf, quickly pulling some distance between them. But after sprinting for a while, it slowed down. The gray rabbit has explosive speed, but its stamina was much less than the wolf. The two ran and chased on poison grassland, engaging in a death chase. This was the most common scene in poison grassland, the game of survival between predator and prey. The hump wolf got closer and closer. Seeing the gray rabbit right before it, the wolf jumped and assaulted. But at this moment, the rabbit's speed rapidly increased, as it jumped to one side. After dodging the fatal attack, it moved away from the hump wolf again. This gray rabbit is very crafty. Its fatigue earlier was just an act. It still had the ability to protect itself. Hump wolf did not succeed in its attack, thus it had to continue chasing after the rabbit. Soon, the distance between them shortened again. The hump wolf jumped again, but missed once more. After 3 to 4 times, the rabbit was exhausted. It was finally killed by the hump wolf. The hump wolf breathed roughly, sprawling on the ground before getting up after a long while. In this cruel competition, the predator did not always have an easy time. They often faced much difficulty and suffering. After catching this gray rabbit with much effort, the hump wolf did not enjoy this delicacy, but held it in its mouth as it returned to its home. In the den, there was a female hump wolf and numerous newborn wolf cubs to feed. But when this hump wolf got back to its den, it only saw blood traces and cold corpses. How? It abandoned the gray rabbit corpse and howled angrily towards the sky. The fur on its neck stood up as the intense hatred turned its eyes red. A large group of poison-beard wolves surrounded it from all directions. Far away on a mound, Fang Yuan crossed his arms as he looked down, observing this battlefield. As expected, a male wolf came. He laughed lightly, feeling that his recent luck had finally improved. Hump wolves were outstanding mounts in northern plains. Although Fang Yuan had Chang Shan Yin's rank 4 wolf sprint gu, it expended quite a bit of primeval essence. He would rather ride a hump wolf. It was quicker and easier. When Fang Yuan accidentally found this wolf's den, he killed the weak female wolf and its cubs, obtaining a rank 2 wolf enslavement gu. He did not leave in a hurry, but instead used the poisoned beard wolves as ambush, awaiting the return of the male wolf. The battle between hump wolves and poison beard wolves had just gotten intense. The hump wolf had a large physique. Together with the furious emotions it had, it battled even more fiercely. Using its claws, ordinary poison beard wolves were not its match. But with Fang Yuan's manipulation, the poison beard wolves were very cunning. They did not fight it head-on, but cooperated and worked with great teamwork, taking turns to drain the hump wolf's stamina. After an hour, the hump wolf was breathing raggedly as it lost the ferocity it had earlier. Around it, there were 60 or so poison beard wolf corpses. That was its greatest achievement. Of course, if Fang Yuan wanted to kill it, with his skill and enslavement path, he would only need to sacrifice 30 poison beard wolves. But Fang Yuan wanted it alive. Thus, when he battled, he was restricted in many ways. It's about time. Fang Yuan looked at the hump wolf's trembling limbs in the wind. He slowly walked down and got closer to the wolf. Now, most of his gu worms were sent back to Hu Immortal blessed land using moving perspective cup gu. When he was 200 steps away from the hump wolf, Fang Yuan's finger pointed, and a rank 2 wolf enslavement gu flew out. The wolf enslavement gu exploded, turning into a light smoke that covered the hump wolf's body. Hump wolf quickly jumped back to evade, but the light smoke chased after it. The hump wolf howled, charging towards Fang Yuan. However, the poison beard wolf pack stopped it with their full force. In a few breaths' time, the smoke completely merged into its body. Hump wolf lied down on the ground weakly. Its body was covered in wounds that were bleeding. Its bright red eyes no longer stared at Fang Yuan with hatred, but showed submission. 100-man soul is really useful. If I did not use the guts gu, I would need to spend a lot of effort to capture this hump wolf. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, before activating wolf smoke gu in his aperture. Wolf smoke gu flew out, turning into thick smoke as it engulfed hump wolf, as well as most of the injured poison beard wolves. In a moment, the thick smoke dispersed, and hump wolf's injuries were fully healed. It even grew new fur. The injured poison beard wolves also regained their vitality. However, even without injuries, their battle strength was not at their peak. What affected the battle strength of beasts was not just injuries, but also their hunger. For wolves to display their full strength, they cannot be too hungry, as it leads to weakness. But they cannot be too full, as that would make them more sluggish. Earlier, when the hump wolf hunted, why did it patiently wait for the gray rabbit to get full? It was the same reason. Only when the wolves are half full and half hungry could they have the will to fight, fighting most harshly and fiercely. After battling for so long, be it the hump wolf or the poison beard wolves, they had lost a lot of stamina and were hungry. Fang Yuan willed, and the poison beard wolves started eating the corpse of the dead wolves. Hump wolf ate that gray rabbit, and by the command of Fang Yuan, started to devour the dead female wolf and her cubs as well. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, taking out his rations and consuming them. 3 days had passed since he killed Gu Yao. Gu Yao had to die. The moment she saw fixed immortal travel gu, her death was guaranteed. Furthermore, she had first seen Fang Yuan step into northern plains naked, and then saw him bury the immortal gu, as well as using moving perspective cup gu. She knew too many things. In Fang Yuan's heart, She was a definite target to kill. Except when Fang Yuan first came, his battle strength was low. In order to move around in poison grassland, he needed her assistance. But Gu Yao could not be allowed to live. If her naivety could be used by Fang Yuan, others could naturally use it as well. She was such a burden. With her ordinary soul foundation, others only needed the mind-reading Gu or recollection Gu on her to be able to completely expose Fang Yuan's plans and divulge his secrets to the world. This was a premeditated murder by Fang Yuan. As they survived hurdles one after another, the ghost-faced sunflower sea, the earth spike rats, the shadow crows, as well as finding Chang Shan Yin and using his skin to finding Snow Wash Gu and burying the earth treasury flower king Gu, her value and use was diminishing. At the same time, her threat was rising slowly. Her love towards Fang Yuan also made him, who was disguised as Chang Shan Yin, feel like a dagger was placed at his throat, a great sense of danger. A young girl in love would use all ways possible to understand the person she loves, not just the present, but also his past and future. What happens when she finds out the truth? Moreover, she had a tribe behind her. She was the young Missy of her tribe. Being loved by such a person, no matter how low-key Fang Yuan was, he would be at the center of attention. Remember that there were many young masters in Man tribe who were infatuated with Gu Yao's beauty. If Fang Yuan returned with Gu Yao, he would definitely be heavily watched by the two tribes. Why did he have to attract so much hostility for this burden? Fang Yuan was not afraid of hostility, but his purpose in Northern Plains was not for a vacation. He had limited time. He was racing against time. Dang Hun Mountain was nearing death, and spring Autumn Cicada was recovering slowly. Meanwhile, his cultivation was only ranked for peak stage. He had to strive toward success. He could not fail. Once he failed, he would fall into the abyss. He would have no hope left. On this road, he was destined to be lonely. There were only two outcomes. Either he succeeds, or he faces destruction. Thus, when the two got close to the outer border of poison grassland, Fang Yuan used an opportunity when there were few people and it was convenient to kill to end her life. After Gu Yao was killed, Fang Yuan ordered the wolves to devour her corpse. Her soul was obviously not spared. He used the burial soul toad to swallow it. It had already been sent to the blessed land and was crushed by Dang Hun Mountain. The area near the fireplace had already been carefully inspected. There were no traces or evidence left. All in all, Gu Yao had been wiped off the face of this world. Her only remains might probably be the feces that the poisoned beard wolves excrete. Hee. This so-called beauty, in the end, she was just a pile of shit. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. A beautiful young girl. In this heaven and earth, she was just like a flower. Either she gets trampled on at the roadside, or she wilters when her time is up, becoming an ugly fertilizer for the earth. Without eternal life, even the most beautiful thing is but the reflection of the moon in the water. The value of their existence is mere for that second of elegance. The more experiences that Fang Yuan went through, the more he understood the cruelty of this world. Without immortality, even the most valuable of things will become worthless. The so-called praised for 100 years, or leaving a stench for 10,000 years, these are all superficial thinking of those cowards. The so-called immortality in spirit is merely a tool for descendants to make use of. Is it true that the existence of humans can only be affirmed through one another? So be it on earth. But here in this world, if there is even a slight possibility, I want to pursue it. Even if I die on the road while pursuing my goals, even if I die 1,000,000 times worse than Gu Yao, I have absolutely no regrets. Fang Yuan was resolved for death from the start, but only if he placed all his effort and contributed his all towards the pursuit of his dream could he die without a hint of regret. Who could understand the heart of this transmigrator plus reincarnator Fang Yuan? The road he walked on was destined to be filled with endless darkness. He was destined to be lonely forever. The direction he walked was towards the light in his heart. Immortality, a possibility so slim that it was almost impossible. In this world, nobody understood him, but he does not need anyone's understanding. Chapter 437. Wind Wolf King. The wolf group finished eating. Fang Yuan rode on the hump wolf's back and resumed his journey. These days, I have been moving according to the direction Gu Yao pointed. I am almost at the edge of poison grassland. If I move further, I will see human habitations. Hump wolf was a natural mount. Its two humps formed a comfortable saddle. Fang Yuan sat between the two humps, inspecting his aperture while moving forward. There were only around 10 Gu worms remaining in his aperture. Besides spring Autumn Cicada and moving perspective cup Gu, they were all Northern Plains Gu worms. The Gu that were from southern border and central continent were already sent to who Immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan did not keep even a single primeval stone. Southern border primeval stones could be used in Northern Plains, but they had some differences with Northern Plains primeval stones. Gu Yao could not see it because she was too young and too naive. But generally, any Gu master that had some experience and shrewdness could notice it. Unfortunately, Moving Perspective Cup Gu, a rank 5 Gu, has been suppressed to rank 4 in Northern Plains and can only contain rank 4 Gu. If I could send fixed immortal travel to the blessed land with it, it would be perfect. Sigh, I hope my method is effective. If some other Gu immortal took fixed immortal travel Gu, it would be a heavy loss to Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan could do nothing else as he had already done everything possible. Immortal Gu's aura lasts for about a month. If there are no problems during this period, then fixed immortal travel Gu will be safe. Soon, I will run into Northern Plains Gu masters. I absolutely cannot be careless. It would be best if I can subdue 1,000 Wolf King during this period of time and raise the number of the wolves to over 2,000. Sometimes, humans were more terrifying than wild beasts. A wolf group of over 2,000 wolves could intimidate most of the small characters. Currently, I only have one rank 3 and one rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu. I must use them carefully. I will be moving using Chang Shan Yin's identity in Northern Plains. Wolf enslavement should be the main priority. But there is an obstacle. I do not have the recipes for rank 3 and rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. Almost all the beast enslavement Gu were expendable Gu, and after they were used, whether it resulted in success or failure, they would disperse. Rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu could enslave 1,000 wolf king. Rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu could enslave myriad wolf king or mutated beasts. Without the recipe for these 2 Gu, Fang Yuan would not have many wolf enslavement Gu. Without these wolf enslavement Gu, Fang Yuan's wolf group could it have a most of few thousand wolves. It was not enough to enter the limelight. With the hump wolf's pace, the following journey was sped up by 3 times. Fang Yuan traveled day and night. The dark clouds hovering over his head also gradually thinned. 2 days later, he finally reached the edge of poison grassland. In the sky, the dark clouds were dispersed here and there. Rays of sunlight passed through the gaps between the dark clouds and fell on the ground in the form of light pillars. Looking from afar, the green grassland flourished under the light. Flowers having the colors of blue, purple, or yellow eagerly blossomed. The low and gently sloping mounds were completely filled with greenery, without any gaps. A small river flowed gently beside the mounds and sparkled like a silver necklace under the sunlight. I am finally out. Fang Yuan felt moved. Riding on the hump wolf's back and surrounded by poison-beard wolves, he slowly walked towards the sunlight. The poison-beard wolves were restless. They were adapted to hunting in dark surroundings. The sunlight would greatly affect their battle strength. Fang Yuan did not care. These poison-beard wolf group were only temporary. They would be eliminated sooner or later. Fang Yuan gazed back. Poison. Grassland behind him was still covered with dark clouds, dusky sunlight, and gloomy cold wind. On the corrupted land, there were dark purplish poisonous grass, bent into all kinds of shapes. Compared to this side of the grassland which had sunlight shining over it, it showed a clear contrast, like they were 2 different worlds. Immortal Blessed Land's eastern area is also covered in dense clouds. If they are not dealt with in time, that land would also develop towards the direction of poison grassland. Poison grassland. I will be back. Just as Fang Yuan was mumbling, his body suddenly relaxed. Since the time he entered Northern Plains, he felt uncomfortable. A formless restriction had covered his body. Right now, this restriction slightly loosened, and Fang Yuan immediately felt he was much closer to this vast land. Subsequently, his aura rose, and from rank 3 peak stage, it reached rank 4 initial stage. A joyous feeling rose up involuntarily, causing Fang Yuan to laugh heartily. With his body gradually adapting to Northern Plains, his cultivation also slowly recovered. This would be a great help to his following plans. Northern Plains, I'm coming, Fang Yuan shouted. He squeezed the wolf's belly with his legs. The hump wolf started running towards a distant location, leading the poison beard wolf group. Kill! Shouting resounded over a hill. Dozens of Gu masters were in an intense battle with over 1,000 wind wolves. The battle had already continued for 15 minutes. This damned wind wolves. The leader Wang cursed with a malevolent expression. He waved the saber in his hand, cutting off the head of a wind wolf. But after cutting off the head, his saber broke into 2. The 2 halves of the saber were also already filled with holes. Howl! A wind wolf suddenly leapt and charged towards Wang. Young tribe leader, careful! Spiral water arrow. A Gu master behind Wang anxiously shouted. Hearing this shout, from a tacit understanding that came from fighting all year round, Wang did not think and suddenly bent his waist. It looked like he took the initiative to send himself to the wolf's mouth. The wind wolf that was in midair opened its mouth and revealed its sharp fangs. Just as it seemed like it was going to bite off Wang's head, a blue water arrow shot out from behind Wang with a strong rotational force. This spiral water arrow ruthlessly shot into the wind wolf's mouth, sending it directly towards the afterlife. Taking this chance, Wang squeezed the wolf's belly, urging his hump wolf to retreat into the defensive range of his group. Saber Gu. He put his palms together and squeezed out the final trace of primeval essence in his aperture, pouring it into the saber imprint on his palm. Whoosh! A completely new saber instantly formed. Wang suddenly swung his right hand and tightly grasped it. Die! He growled with an iron-like hoarse voice. The new saber was extremely sharp, cutting a cold light in the air and splitting a wind wolf into two. But this was only a small victory. It was truly difficult to have an active influence on the whole devastating situation. Damn it! I don't have enough primeval essence. There are at least over 3,000 wolves. It's too many. Young tribe leader, we are completely surrounded. There is no hope even if we fight to the death. It would be better to break through the east. The defensive line there is the weakest. The surrounding Gu masters shouted one after another. Wang's fierce eyes shone and after thinking for a moment, resolutely refused. No, there are puddles in the eastern side. The defense there looks the weakest, but it is actually a trap prepared by the Wind Wolf King. If we go in, we will be sending ourselves into its trap. Then what should we do? The surrounding people asked. Gu Yao gritted his teeth and firmed up his mind. Turn around. We will break through the west. But we have still not found Lady Gu Yao. If we return like this, what will we say to Lord Tribe Leader? Wang snorted. Although Gu Yao is my sister, for her own selfishness, she ignored our tribe's circumstance and fled the marriage. Sacrificing great men for a mere woman is not worth it. Spread the command. We will break through. Let those lowly slaves stay behind. It is time for them to offer their lives for their masters. Understood. The surrounding people immediately transmitted the order. Northern Plains tribes would go on war campaigns all year round. Some defeated Gu masters would become slaves. Slaves had very low status, and when necessary, they would be treated as cannon fodders and abandoned. Soon, Gu masters divided into two groups. A pair of slaves was to stay behind on the mound and use their lives to block the enemy, while the other group was led by Wang to break through the west. Kill, kill, kill. Wang charged through the front lines riding on the hump wolf, wielding his saber roughly and bravely. Protect young master. The Gu masters behind him were also tall and stoutly built men. They closely moved around Wang on their hump wolves. Whoosh! Suddenly, a large three-leaf wind blade flew towards them. Master! A loyal Gu master warned loudly, and was the first to react. He did not have a trace of primeval essence left. He directly charged towards the front on his hump wolf and used his own body to obstruct the wind blade. Nothing surprising happened. He was cut into two by the wind blade, immediately losing his life. The wind blade was weakened to two-leaf, but still moved towards Wang. Wang reacted, immediately lifting his saber to block it. Bang! The wind and the saber collided. The saber shattered into pieces. Wang spurted out a large mouthful of blood and fell from the hump wolf's back. Young tribe leader. The Gu masters behind him immediately came over to protect him, but with this, their breakthrough failed. Endless wind wolves came over from both sides and firmly surrounded them again. The wind wolves quietly parted open a path. A young and vigorous wind wolf king slowly walked through the path and appeared before everyone. Thousand Beast King. Its body was enormous like a warhorse. Brisk, dark green fur covered its whole body, and its eyes were like emeralds. Its alternating steps and unhurried pace unexpectedly gave an elegant and noble feeling to Wang and the group. Right now, the slave Gu masters that had stayed behind on the hill were already killed. Large amounts of wind wolves came over after killing them. The Gu masters had already exhausted their primeval essence. The Wind Wolf King's appearance caused them to feel restless. Someone pulled Wang to retreat, but Wang swung his arm and stood up with difficulty. He shouted, "What are you afraid of? I don't have primeval essence, but I still have my hands, legs and teeth. Warriors, don't let these beasts scorn you. We will use our blood to prove ourselves. We are the brave tribesmen of Gu tribe." Everyone was agitated by his words. Their morale immediately rose, and a will to fight to death emerged in them. The Wind Wolf King was walking leisurely, when suddenly it turned its head to look at the eastern direction of the battlefield. A large group of dark purplish poison-beard wolves were rapidly closing in. Chapter 438. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin. The poison-beard wolves did not make any stops. They charged towards the wind wolves. It's the poison-beard wolves. Very soon, Gu masters discovered the poison-beard wolf pack and looked up. Strange, don't the poison-beard wolves only move around in poison grassland? Why are they outside? Some Gu masters felt perplexed. There's probably a Gu master controlling them. Wang clenched his fists, seeing the approaching poison-beard wolves. His eyes, which showed despair, started to shine with the light of hope. Young master is wise. Look there, there's a person. A few breaths later, a Gu master pointed to a faraway place. As everyone observed closely, Fang Yuan appeared before them while riding the hump wolf. "We're safe," everyone cheered. "Not necessarily." Gu Guang's eyes squinted. He was very rational. "Less than 1,000 poison-beard wolves. We might not be safe. It'll depend on his wolf enslavement skill." With this reminder, the Gu master started worrying. This person should be an enslavement path Gu master, but he does not have many poison-beard wolves. Not good. Poison-beard wolves are weaker under sunlight. They are slightly inferior to the wind wolves. Oh no, this enslavement path Gu master does not even have 1,000 beast king. He only has a few hundred beast kings. How can he block the assault of the wind wolf king? Gu Guang suddenly said. No matter. As long as this Gu master can gather the poison-beard wolves and charge all at once, he can break the encirclement and would be able to save us. This greatly reduced the people's worry, but just as they felt hopeful, Fang Yuan willed, and the entire poison-beard wolf pack spread out like pouring a basin of water. This. Many Gu masters were tongue-tied. It's over, he's courting death. Some closed their eyes. Idiot, wasting such a chance. Some Gu masters were stomping their foot in anger. They were extremely disappointed. They cursed and swore. Some even started to hate Fang Yuan. Gu Guang's expression paled. As long as there was a chance to live, who would want to die? Fang Yuan's appearance gave them hope, but he also destroyed their hopes single-handedly. Wind Wolf King howled, causing the entire Wind Wolf pack to attack. Just as the two packs were about to engage in battle, Fang Yuan let out a loud howl. He was human, but he emitted the cry of a wolf. This call was desolate. It was wild. It was like a fire that was being blown by the wind in the night sky. The wolf howl could be heard from 800 steps away. The poison-beard wolves in this range turned frenzy upon hearing it, summoning twice their original battle strength. This is the rank 4 wolf howl Gu. It can increase the battle strength of wolf packs temporarily. It is a precious Gu. This person is a rank 4 Gu master. Fang Yuan's howl was shocking. It changed the expressions of the Gu masters. Many pairs of despairing eyes gave off hope once again. Rank 3 and rank 4 were two different concepts. Rank 3 was elder, rank 4 was leader. Even Gu Guang was only rank 3 upper stage. After recognizing Fang Yuan's cultivation level, nobody scolded him anymore. Although Northern Plains Gu masters were brave, they were not arrogant. They were filled with respect for experts, and were humble toward strength. The poison-beard wolves were originally weaker than the wind wolves, but now their battle strength surged, and they quickly overwhelmed the wind wolves. After just a short battle, the wind wolves retreated, and a large number of wind wolf corpses were left on the battlefield. Over a dozen wind wolves were sacrificed for the life of one poison-beard wolf. What level of wolf enslavement skill is this? Such a grand feat caused the Gu masters to stare till their eyes fell out. Unimaginable. This is the attainment of an enslavement master. Who in the world is this person? Many people looked at Fang Yuan like he was a monster. I have never heard of such a hidden expert living in this area. The gang was excited and shocked. Fang Yuan's strength caused the wind wolf pack's attention to be placed on the poison-beard wolves. They only surrounded the Gu tribe Gu masters without attacking. This allowed these people to have a moment of rest under such circumstances. The Wind Wolf King is here, Gu Guang said, as everyone became nervous again. Wind Wolf King had higher intelligence. It howled and gathered the elites of its pack. Very soon, with Wind Wolf King as the arrowhead, these elites moved like an arrow, charging into the formation, straight into the center, and attacked Fang Yuan. Enslavement path Gu masters were most afraid of beheading the leader tactic. This Wind Wolf King was 1,000 beast king. As it led the group of elites in attacking, they were simply unstoppable. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan only had a few hundred beast king level poison beard wolf kings. But Fang Yuan was overjoyed instead of afraid, as he smiled lightly. It could not resist it. Wind Wolf King's intelligence was higher than other wolves, but it was still a wild beast. It could not compare with humans. Against other wolf packs, Fang Yuan needed to charge himself, but when battling the Wind Wolf King, Fang Yuan could create this formation to attract the Wind Wolf King to charge towards him. Swoosh! Wind Wolf King, who was sprinting, opened its mouth and shot out 3 large wind blades. The wind blades flew ahead and sliced through the wolf pack, creating a path as it targeted Fang Yuan. Careful! A Gu master on the mound could not help but scream, as the others were extremely nervous. Fang Yuan did not move. He waited for the wind blades to get near him before manipulating the hump wolf to evade, easily and narrowly avoid them, as the green-blue wind blades passed right beside him. Expert! Fang Yuan's calm and composed demeanor made the Gu masters think of this word. Fang Yuan willed, and several poison beard wolf kings were already prepared, charging forward and forming a formation, blocking the Wind Wolf King. Wind Wolf King's speed was fast and had strong attacks with sturdy defenses. It was stronger than any of the poison beard wolf kings. And yet, it could not break through this barrier. Fang Yuan's precise control allowed him to overcome a stronger foe, restraining the Wind Wolf King as it could only howl angrily and helplessly. Formidable. The Great Wind Wolf King is being toyed by this man. This person's enslavement skill is on par with Zhang Baoya, Yang Pering, and Ma Zun. Northern Plains has a new first-rate enslavement expert now. If his wolf pack is stronger by a few times, he could take on a small mid-tribe single-handedly. Who is this person? He looks rather old. Wang was in a daze looking at Fang Yuan deal with the Wind Wolf King, feeling great admiration in his heart. Everyone shook their heads, guessing among themselves. This gave Fang Yuan an aura of mystery. It is about time, Fang Yuan muttered. He had the entire battle in his grasp. Seeing that the Wind Wolf King was about to escape, he knew that its battle intent was gone. Rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu go. Fang Yuan willed, and his soul Rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu flew out and turned into a light smoke, engulfing the Wind Wolf King. Wind Wolf King howled as it struggled, holding on as it did not submit to Fang Yuan's authority. Humph! Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He had 100-man soul. He was not afraid of such competition between souls. As expected, after a while, the Wind Wolf King could not resist anymore and submitted to Fang Yuan. This person's soul is extremely strong. He most likely has 100-man soul. Someone exclaimed. With such skill in enslavement, it is not strange that he has 100-man soul. Someone rebuked, like Zhang Baoya, Yang Pering, and Ma Zun. They all have 1,000-man souls. After successfully planting the wolf enslavement, Gu, Fang Yuan obtained his first 1,000-wolf king. Wind Wolf King howled, and the wolf pack stood its movement. The noisy battlefield turned silent. The remaining 1,000 Wind Wolves obeyed the Wind Wolf King and joined Fang Yuan. This way, Fang Yuan's wolf pack size doubled, reaching 2,400 wolves. I was lucky this time. If not for these Gu masters restraining the wolves, I would have had to pay a bigger price to subdue this Wind Wolf King. Fang Yuan rode on the hump wolf as he gradually moved towards the mound. Wang and Gang were holding their breaths. This person would decide their life and death. As Fang Yuan got closer, Wang stood out from the crowd and placed his right hand at his chest, bowing deeply at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Esteemed expert, your strength brings me great admiration and reverence. Now, our lives are in your hands. To live or to die, we will listen to your command. We will not have any complaints." Young warrior, I saw your battle earlier. You are as brave as a stallion. It reminds me of myself in the past. Fang Yuan sat on the wolf's back, laughing as he looked at the people warmly. You are the first batch of humans I've seen since I left Poison Grassland. I am very happy to return to this land. Rest assured I, Chang Shan Yin, am not a cruel and wicked person. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, the Gu masters laughed as they relaxed. They had little primeval essence left now. If Fang Yuan wanted to kill them, they had no way of retaliating. Sometimes, men were more dangerous than wolves. If they met a demonic Gu master, their outcomes would be even more tragic. Right now, everyone felt glad. They thought that they had met a righteous expert. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin, I am Good Tribe's young tribe leader. You saved my life. Allow me to repay this debt. Let me invite you to our tent as a guest. I will do my best to make your stay an enjoyable one. Wang invited earnestly. Of course, gratitude was a part of the reason, but he was also looking at Fang Yuan's strength. The chance of becoming familiar with an expert was not just good for him. It benefited the entire tribe as well. Good tribe. Fang Yuan thought for a while. All right. I have already expended my primeval stones, and I also need to replenish my Gu worms. I do need to rest and reorganize. He subtly expressed his needs and requests. It was a hint to Wang. Without disappointing him, this young clan leader's eyes shone as he memorized these words to heart, laughing heartily. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin, thank you for accepting, then let me lead the way. Chapter 439. Good Tribe Camp. Fang Yuan followed Wang and the others towards the west direction. They had the hump wolf. The speed was not slow. Along the way, the group's atmosphere was uplifting. On one hand, Fang Yuan was intentionally getting close to them. He had his motives. On the other hand, Wang was doing his best to form a relationship with this expert. He had great respect for him in his heart. Northern Plains natives were brave and fierce, but they were also forthright and candid. If you did not have strength, they would look down on you. They were hard to talk to. But if you had a strong and tough fist, they would respect you. And when your personality matched theirs, their enthusiasm would make you understand what was to regret meeting too late. In just 2 days, Fang Yuan became very close to Wang. Fang Yuan intended to use this stepping board called Gu Tribe to fuse into Northern Plains. After all, Chang Shan Yin had vanished for 20 years. Now that he returned, it was hard for people to accept that fact. At the same time, he had few primeval stones left, and he lacked a defensive Gu. He needed transactions to get them. On Chang Shan Yin's corpse, Fang Yuan did not find any defensive Gu. Most likely it was destroyed during the battle with Hatu Gu. And Wang was also very respectful, and curious about Fang Yuan. Gratitude because Fang Yuan saved his life. Respect because Fang Yuan's wolf enslavement skill was first-rate. With just a bit of guidance, Wang's bottleneck was easily broken. It was truly the demeanor of a first-rate senior, the disposition for an expert. Curiosity was because Fang Yuan spoke of the past. He often used a reminiscent tone and an old and wise gaze. He was obviously an expert with a deep story. Wang had the desire to find out more, but he did not dare to ask excessively. 5 days later, the gang returned to Gu tribe's camp base. The campsite was huge. There was a thick, sturdy wall at the outer border of the camp. It was around 6 meters tall, green in color as vines grew and intertwined on it. Large numbers of leaves covered bunches and bunches of grape-like fruits. These were obviously not fruits, but the wood path mined confusion Gu. When wild beasts attack, these grape-like fruits would explode, and their juices would splatter on the beasts, causing them to go into confusion, and their bodies would shake as they lose their balance, unable to continue fighting. After the Great Wall, there were tall watchtowers. 3 Gu masters were stationed on top of each tower, 1 defensive and 2 investigative Gu masters taking turns to keep watch. When the camp gates were opened, many Gu masters came out to welcome them back. Young tribe leader is back. Young tribe leader is back. Young tribe leader has only left for a few days. They're back already? I heard they met with a wind wolf pack and almost lost their lives. Thankfully, an enslavement path expert helped them out. That middle-aged man. These wolves are all following him. He is amazing. But I wonder he is expert from which tribe in Northern Plains. Before Fang Yuan and others reached the camp, they had already met with the investigative Gu masters patrolling the camp. Thus, the camp had already received their news before the gang even reached. As the information spread, many people pointed fingers at Fang Yuan, extremely curious. Some children were jumping and shouting, following behind the gang excitedly. Fang Yuan was seated on the back of Hump Wolf, looking at Wang wave his hand towards the tribesmen. Every time he waved his hand, there would be a loud cheer from the crowd. It showed this young man's important position in the tribe. From their conversations along the way, Fang Yuan had already understood Wang completely. He was the brother of Gu Yao, a typical Northern Plains native, forthright, and had a strong sense of brotherhood. He placed glory above his life. He had both wisdom and strength, and had the traditional Northern Plains mindset of patriarchy deeply ingrained in him. He was extremely angry and disgusted at his sister for escaping the wedding. But his negative emotions did not mean that their sibling relationship was cold. In fact, if he knew that Fang Yuan was the murderer of his sister, even without any primeval essence, he would use his teeth and limbs to try and exact revenge on Fang Yuan. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he had lived in Northern Plains, thus he had a deep understanding of their nature. Along the main path, the gang moved towards the center of the camp. All around them were tents, resembling the Mongolian tents on Earth. These were the accommodation of mortals. Many people heard the commotion and lifted their window flaps, as their expressions changed when they saw the wolf pack behind Fang Yuan. Upon seeing the young tribe leader, they used their right hand to cover their chest as they paid respects to Wang, shouting loudly to greet him. In Southern Border, mortals had to kneel down when they met Gu masters. But in Northern Plains, the male warriors only kneeled to heaven, their ancestors, and family elders. Normally, they did not kneel even to the tribe leader or tribe elders. These mortals wore fur robes. Some females with better family background would have some accessories, while the males would have golden or purple threads on their shirts. Those who were poor would wear tattered clothes, with holes covered by additional cloth. But this was much better than slaves. Along the way, the people Fang Yuan saw who were kneeling were all slaves. These slaves wore barely any clothing. They were skinny and pale. In Northern Plains, these slaves had very lowly status and lived a pitiful life. In the hearts of Northern Plains natives, keeping slaves was the same as rearing cows or sheep. Slave trade was the most flourishing business in Northern Plains. In Northern Plains, mortals lived in tents. The tents were scattered at the outer ring of the camp, while the inner area was the residential area for Gu masters. If beast groups attacked the camp, the mortals were the first to die. After Fang Yuan and the others passed the tent area, they reached the Gu master domain. The Gu masters on the grassland did not live in tents, but lived in Gu houses. Gu houses were houses made of Gu. Simple Gu houses were made using one Gu. Complex Gu houses were made from a combination of many Gu. In Southern Border, the large-sized caravans that traveled across mountains and forests had such Gu houses. Back then, on Qingmao Mountain, Jia clan brought a Gu house that was made using a wood path Gu worm, 3-star cave. It was 18 meters tall, a truly tall tree. The roots were thick and strong, intertwining like coiling snakes. A small portion were exposed on the ground, while the rest were deeply buried underground. The tree trunk had 3 layers, and on the surface, there were windows. The defensive power was on another level compared to the ordinary tents. When used, the support Gu master would plant the seeds and inject their primeval essence for it to grow. When they wanted to keep it, the tree would turn back into a seed. But in northern plains, ordinary Gu houses were not large trees like 3-star cave. Such a tall tree would be an easy target for lightning when it rained heavily. Thus, the first Gu house that Fang Yuan saw was the most common house lizard Gu. This was a rank 2 Gu. Its outer appearance was like a lizard with many colors. The most commonly seen colors were dark green, sky blue, and milky white. They were huge in size, like the buses on Earth. The lizard had 2 eyes that acted as windows. The 2 sides of their body also had windows. The lizard sprawled on the ground, opening its mouth to reveal a door. After opening the door and entering, one would see a long passage. On the left and right, there were 2 rows of rooms. At the end of the passage, it was the toilet, the temporary area to store body waste. When the tribe relocates, the lizard would get up and move with its 4 strong limbs. When there was too much waste in the toilet, these lizards would defecate, lifting their tails to expose their anus, excreting all of the waste they had. A family living inside a Gu house needed to have at least 1 Gu master. Such living environments were a level higher than the tent area. At the door of the Gu house, there were often big stomach horses standing there, as their ropes would be tied to the lizard's huge teeth. A small number of families even had hump wolves. Fang Yuan and gang moved past these lizard Gu houses and saw the mushroom forest Gu houses. These Gu houses were formed by planting large numbers of mushroom Gu. Each house was a large mushroom, with a gray-colored round top that can let rainwater flow away. They did not attract lightning from storms and were very stable when strong winds blew. The mushroom had a strong and circular stem. The interior was white walls with windows on it. A few mushroom Gu formed together to create a unique living environment. With dozens of mushroom Gu, the area turned into a small mushroom forest. Those who lived in the mushroom forest were tribe elders or affluent Gu masters. Hearing the movement from Fang Yuan and gang, the windows of these mushroom houses opened, showing some women and children. Some lively children ran out to touch the wind wolves or poison beard wolves' fur. They were more bold than mortal families' children. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin, ahead is the king tent of our Gu tribe. Wang said. The gang came to the center of the campsite, and there were over 100 mushroom Gu here. An old man, with an amicable appearance, led a group of Gu masters to welcome them. Fang Yuan guessed that he was the Gu tribe leader, and to express his politeness, he got off the hump wolf. Old tribe leader came before Fang Yuan, placed his right hand at his heart as he bowed deeply. Esteemed expert, you saved my son. You saved the future of our Gu tribe. Please come in. We have already prepared high-quality kumis 1, and the beef and lamb are also grilling right now. I will arrange for people to feed your wolf pack. All right. Fang Yuan nodded, following Gu tribe leader into this largest mushroom forest. In the mushroom forest, people sat in order of status in the largest mushroom Gu. Fragrant kumis was placed in a leather water bag, presented before the people by young beautiful girls. Large numbers of delicacies were placed on the table. Soon, someone placed the grilled lamb and beef in the center of the room. Old Gu tribe leader worked personally. He got to the center of the room and used a dagger to cut out the eyes of the cow and sheep, and also their back and chest meat, before placing them on a golden plate and bringing them to Fang Yuan with both hands. Benefactor, please. Old Gu tribe leader lifted his wine cup and stood before Fang Yuan as he toasted. Northern Plains natives respected honorable men the most and were extremely hospitable. In Northern Plains, if the host toasts a guest and the guest drinks it all, then that is respect to the host. Similarly, if they did not drink it, that means they did not respect the host or held disdain towards him. When Fang Yuan drank the entire bowl of kumis, the room cheered as the atmosphere became more lively. After Gu tribe leader toasted, Wang followed, and Fang Yuan drank it all in one shot. Afterwards, the tribe elders started toasting him, and Fang Yuan drank them all. His grand attitude won the good feelings of everyone. After the toasting ended, the atmosphere in the room was absolutely heated. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin, your name is very familiar. Are you a member of Chang tribe? In Chang tribe, I have several friends. My second daughter is married to Chang tribe. We might even be relatives. Old Gu tribe leader placed his cup down as his slightly red face had bright shining eyes. Gu tribe leader, I know what you want to ask. I am a tribesman from Chang tribe Yuan Feng faction, a Shan generation descendant who is the sole child in my family. My father is Chang Sheng Dun, and my mother is Chang Chui. Fang Yuan sighed, replying in a solemn expression. Old Gu tribe leader's eyes were wide as he stared at Fang Yuan in shock. You You are really warrior Chang Shan Yin? Chapter 440. 10-year interval of Wind and Snow Gu tribe leader had some doubts when he heard Chang Shan Yin's name in his subordinate's report. Now, when he received Fang Yuan's confirmation, he was very moved. All the elders present there also cried out in shock. Chang Shan Yin. Wang was sitting at the side and said with some doubts, "You are young, not knowing is normal." Gu tribe leader heaved a sigh and instructed, "Son, toast to Chang Shan Yin. He is not only your benefactor, but more importantly, he is our Northern Plains hero." Old tribe leader. Fang Yuan gave a bitter smile and placed down his wine cup. "I am only a broken vagabond, not a hero. Maybe it was the blessing of longevity heaven. I was able to luckily escape from the edge of death. But I have slept for 20 years, and when I woke up, everything seems to have changed. I am an unfilial child and have no face to return to my tribe." Tears dripped down Fang Yuan's eyes as he said this. The elders sighed. Gu tribe leader promptly consoled, "Benefactor Chang Shan Yin, what are you saying? If you are not our Northern Plains hero, who can it be?" Hatu Gu's group of bandits were so savage, and who knows how many tribes were looted by them. The weaker ones were even wiped out, and even the livestock were not spared. By killing them, you have eliminated a huge threat in our Northern Plains. Your mother was injured by a villain. It was not because you were unfilial. On the contrary, your morals and righteous conduct were widely spread and known by all of us. Your return is the fortune for our Northern Plains righteous path. Lord Tribe Leader is correct. So Sir was actually Chang Shan Yin. It is really our honor for being able to see the hero. That's right. The return of hero Chang Shan Yin is a great fortunately event for our righteous path. The elders praised repeatedly. Wang's eyes shone. He only knew now that Fang Yuan actually had such a great origin and so many tales. This intensified his respect towards Fang Yuan. Let the past remain as the past. Everyone, our meeting is fate. Let's drink to it. Fang Yuan did not want to talk of these. He understood the past of Chang Shan Yin, but it was best if he avoided the topic. He showed a depressed and gloomy expression. Everyone observed his expression and did not mention the topic again, only speaking of joyous events. After confirming Chang Shan Yin's identity, Fang Yuan received much passionate treatment. The banquet lasted all the way from afternoon to late at night. The elders were lying down after drinking too much. If not for Fang Yuan pretending to be drunk, he would not have been able to leave. Next day, Gu tribe leader invited Fang Yuan to banquet again. "Benefactor Chang Shan Yin, this is a small gift as thanks for saving my son's life. Please take it." Before the banquet started, the old tribe leader gave 1,000,000 primeval stones to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was somewhat surprised as he had not thought he would get such a big gift. Gu tribe was only a small mid-scale tribe which was not in a good financial situation. It could be seen from the position of their camp and the clothings of the people. Currently, Fang Yuan was in poverty. These Northern Plains primeval stones could be used to resolve his current problems. He accepted the gift. "Gu tribe leader, I did not rescue Wang for money. However, to be honest, I am currently out of primeval stones. I won't be polite then. I will definitely repay Gu tribe's kindness in the future." Hearing Fang Yuan's final sentence, Gu tribe leader, Wang, and the group of elders all smiled. Being able to make friends and connect to such a heroic expert like Chang Shan Yin was the thing that a small mid-scale tribe like theirs would dream about. The banquet continued, and the atmosphere was much more bustling than yesterday. Yesterday was only a first meeting, and today, both sides were familiar with each other. Fang Yuan raised his cup and proposed to all. The elders. He remembered all their names clearly. This made all the elders feel overwhelmed, making them feel even more closer to Chang Shan Yin. During the banquet, some people were inevitably curious of Fang Yuan's experiences. Fang Yuan had already prepared a good tale and told it to everyone. It was the same thing he told to deceive Wang, but compared to deceiving a young girl, he spoke more carefully this time. He recounted his events and said his cultivation had fallen from rank 4 peak stage to initial stage due to injuries. His words had no flaws, causing everyone to gasp, sigh, and feel even more respect towards him. And Fang Yuan just kept on sighing, not caring the slightest bit about his past accomplishments. His gaze showed the vicissitudes of time, and his tone was melancholic. Gu tribesmen realized the legendary hero also had a painful side to him. Seeing such a sincere person, they grieved and sympathized with him, feeling even more closer to Fang Yuan. On the third day, Gu tribes still continued the banquet with very high liveliness. This time, a strange elder appeared in the banquet. He was in charge of Gu tribe's intelligence, and just as Fang Yuan had reached the camp, he had received an order to lead a group to search for Gu Yao. "Sai, it is all my fault. I have a crafty girl. I have spoiled her too much. She actually fled her marriage." Gu tribe leader sighed. "Right, big brother Chang Shan Yin, you returned from the poisonous grassland. Did you see my little sister on your way?" Wang asked. Fang Yuan calmly replied with no hesitation, his expression extremely natural. I am sorry, I only had wolves as my companion on my way. You guys were the first humans I saw, so I felt even closer to you. Wang was also casually asking and did not have any expectations. Besides, the poisonous grassland was so huge. Fang Yuan not running into Gu Yao was also normal. If they met each other, it would instead be a rare thing. This insensible little sister, I really don't know where she fled to without leaving behind any message. Sigh. It has become troublesome. Man tribe leader's third son Man Duo is the person who wants to marry her. Now, sister has fled the marriage, and because he failed to obtain her, Man Duo might take it out on Gu tribe. Wang sighed with a frown on his face. The other elders also looked gloomy. Man tribe's pressure on them had been increasing these days. None of them knew that Chang Shan Yin, whom they had been enthusiastically entertaining for 3 days, had already killed Gu Yao. Trees die when moved. Humans live when they move. Brothers of Gu tribe, why are you reluctant to leave this place? There is only just over a year left until the Great Blizzard. You can migrate to the north, participate in the Heroes' Assembly, and rely on Huang Jin tribe. With this, you can hide in Wang Ting blessed land when the Great Blizzard comes. Fang Yuan persuaded. The Gu Master world was a world of cruel environment and was not easy to survive in. In southern border, humans made fortified villages which could defend against the beast tides, but northern plains had no mountains and the tribes would have to suffer the baptism of wind and snow. Every 10 years in northern plains, there would be a great blizzard that engulfs the entire northern plains. It would last for months. The sky would be gloomy and snow would drift everywhere. Cold winds would whip around like blades and white snow would cover up the world. The whole vast plains would freeze into a world of ice and snow. Every time the blizzard occurs, it would bring about a large number of deaths. Wolves, foxes, eagles, vegetations, and humans. None could escape. Especially during the blizzard, large numbers of strong wild Gu worms would appear. Often, after the blizzard, the large-scale tribes of northern plains would shrink down to mid-scale and mid-scale would shrink down to small scale due to the large numbers of casualties. Gu tribe leader heaved a long sigh. Reverend Shan Yin, I am old and no longer have ambitions I had when I was young. If we seek refuge with Huang Jin clan, our Gu tribe will be dragged into the whirlpool of conflicts. It is good if we succeed, but the consequences for failure is too severe. Our Gu clan had been making progress with great difficulty. We won't be able to endure the loss. The struggle in the imperial court is not something small clans like ours can participate in. Actually, this environment is not bad. Soil is fertile and there are abundant resources. There is even Hong Yin Valley nearby where underground fire burns. During the blizzard, our tribe can move inside the valley and survive this disaster. However, Hong Yin Valley was firmly controlled by the overlord of this place, Man tribe. Gu tribe would need to come in terms with Man tribe to enter Hong Yin Valley. Man Duo's marriage proposal to Gu Yao was an extremely good opportunity. For the whole tribe's benefits, sacrificing a girl's happiness for marriage was a very good deal to Gu tribe leader and Gu Wang. Sacrificing an individual benefits for the whole. This was the most common scene in an organization. However, Gu Yao fled the marriage with her whereabouts unknown. Man tribe has been pressuring them to hand over Gu Yao, but Gu tribe was not able to do that. Fang Yuan immediately realized the intention of Gu tribe leader from his words. They wanted to seek refuge with Man tribe. He understood this very well, but felt some pity inwardly. Heroes' Assembly was his next target destination. If he could make Gu tribe migrate, he would be able to journey smoothly without having to face the many dangers along the way. After mentioning the blizzard and Man tribe, everyone's mood turned grim. Brother Shan Yin, are you really not going to return to Chang tribe? Gu tribe leader asked. Of course I can't return. If I return, wouldn't it be easy for my impersonation to be exposed? Fang Yuan thought in his mind while speaking. Sigh. In my current circumstance, I am unable to face my elders and tribesmen. Gu tribe leader nodded his head, expressing his understanding and feeling some sympathy. Chang Shan Yin slept for 20 years, and after waking up, everything had changed. His mother had died. His wife had been remarried to his brother. Chang tribe had become his sore spot. It was a normal thing for him to not able to face these for a while. In the previous banquet, Fang Yuan had mentioned he wanted to go to the Heroes' Assembly and also recover his cultivation quickly. Brother, if you really want to participate in the Heroes' Assembly, just relying on your current wolf group, it would not be enough for your journey. It will be better for you to rest for a few days. The old clan leader proposed. Fang Yuan nodded and did not object. I have the same idea. But this way, I will have to continue imposing on your tribe. Of course not. It is our honor that you are a guest here. The old tribe leader laughed heartily, expressing his willingness. Gu Wang also smiled. A few days later, the surrounding few tribes will hold a market together. Uncle Chang can come take a look. Like this, Fang Yuan stayed over at Gu tribe. Several days later, Gu tribe decamped and moved towards the southwest, converging with several other tribes. An enormous tribal market rapidly emerged. Fang Yuan rejected Gu Guang's invitation and entered this hustling and bustling market alone. Chapter 441. Fortune rivaling heaven. Ma Hong Yun, come, have a taste of this fragrant rice cake. Selling tea. This is top-grade brick tea. Asu family's kumis. We are a 10-year-old brand. Anyone who drinks this will know. There was a huge mix of small stall on the ground as different smells entered the nose. Shouting and bargaining noises were heard all over the place. Fang Yuan walked among them. Almost at a shoulder-touching distance with the surrounding people, the festive mood was so intense. Not only was food on sale, but clothing too. Ordinary sheepskin robe, dogskin robe, or the higher-quality bullskin robe. There were beautiful fox snow robes, or the wolf skin robe that had metal pieces in them, which were often worn by warriors. Children were having fun at the food stalls, while men were bargaining at the weapon stalls. Women were choosing gems, pearls, or gold and silver accessories. As he walked in, Fang Yuan saw a square that was assembled casually. On the square, there were large wooden cages filled with people. Outside the cage, there were specialized Gu masters guarding the place, as a fat man was shouting at the top of his lungs, selling slave. 5 male slaves for half a primeval stone. Fang Yuan took a look and knew that it was the flourishing slave trade in northern plains. These people were from tribes who lost in battles. After being captured alive, they lost their freedom and became commodity. Inside the cages, there were children who were thin and wore no clothes. There were also kneeling men who lowered their heads while locked by a steel chain. Of course, there were women too. The fat man shouted for a long time. His forehead was sweating, but the passers-by were only watching. His eyes rolled as he thought of an idea, opening the wooden cage and letting a woman whose face was full of dirt walk out. Look, this is a top-quality woman. As he shouted, he ripped off the torn clothes of the woman, exposing her breasts. Look, what a plump breast she has. Next, he turned the woman to the other side and slapped her, but in public. Look again, such a huge butt. She can have many children. Buy her home to have kids. You can even use her for manual labor. During the process, the woman's expression was numb. She was like a wooden puppet that could be manipulated by anyone. As the fat man shouted earnestly, some commotion finally occurred in the crowd. Someone asked, "How much are you selling her for?" 3 taels of primeval stone. Just 3 taels of primeval stone. The fat man raised 3 fingers. 3 taels of primeval stone. It was not even half a piece. But the person who asked for the price suddenly shouted, "What? 3 taels? Is this robbery? I might as well save up 2 more taels to buy a big stomach horse. That is much more worth it." The fat man's oily face trembled as he spit on the ground. "Rubbish. You can buy a woman and ride her in bed, but if you buy a big stomach horse, although you can ride it, can it make babies for you? Poor miser, get lost if you do not want to buy." The fat man was a rank 1 Gu master, and the person scolded was Immortal. He immediately shrunk his neck and walked away feebly. Fang Yuan gave a few glances of interest before retracting his gaze. The slaves that the fat man was selling were just mortals. They could not fetch a good price. But if he sold variant humans, they would be sold for a much higher price. If he sold Gu masters, they would be high-quality slaves. The price would be the highest. Seeing these slaves, Fang Yuan could not help but think of Ma Hong Yun. This person was born as a slave, but he had heaven-defying luck. First as a slave, he participated in battle. When his tribe lost, he saved the young tribe leader by pure luck when escaping for his life. Because of this huge merit, he was given the surname Ma and was no longer a slave. He became an ordinary mortal in Ma tribe. In order to earn a living, he went out to hunt, but because of his poor skills, he had no earnings. When he returned, he was tripped by a rock. He smashed this rock in anger, but discovered a white-silver relic Gu under the rock. He contributed this rock to his tribe's young tribe leader. The young tribe leader needed this white-silver relic Gu and was overjoyed. Not only did he reward Ma Hong Yun handsomely, he even gave him an opportunity to cultivate. Ma Hong Yun awakened his aperture and had great aptitude, but did not have any useful Gu worms. He was often bullied by nearby Gu masters and was thrown into the river once. Ma Hong Yun, who could not swim, drank a lot of water as he flowed downstream along the river. At the lower stream, Sheng tribe leader's third daughter, Sheng Ling was bathing. Ma Hong Yun saw everything, and according to Sheng tribe's rules, the beautiful Sheng tribe genius female Gu master had no choice but to become his wife. Ma Hong Yun thus received a lot of help from Sheng Ling. He never lacked any Gu worms or primeval stones. In fact, Sheng Ling even stole her tribe's precious Gu to raise his aptitude to a grade. When the matter was exposed, Sheng tribe leader did not want his daughter to marry this poor lad. Thus he secretly sent an expert to kill Ma Hong Yun. But this expert had an argument with someone along the way and was killed by another expert. Ma Hongyun and Shengling heir thus became husband and wife, and held an important position in the tribe. He was hated by Shang tribesmen due to jealousy, and they plotted against him secretly. He had no choice but to escape to Poison Grassland, and just as he was about to be killed by the poison beard wolves, he found Chang Shan Yin. After saving Chang Shan Yin, he became his loyal subject. Just like this, due to his ridiculously good luck on many occasions, Ma Hongyun rose up slowly, eventually becoming the lord of the imperial court. After He Lulan died, he became the overlord of the imperial court for over 100 years, over a dozen times. Later, he obtained thieving heaven demon Venerable and giant son Immortal Venerable's partial inheritance, and became a Gu Immortal. He was even given a blessed land by a Gu master. When battle and conflicts raged in the world, Ma Hongyun became one of the powerhouses of northern plains, resisting the Grand Army from Central Continent, and gained overwhelming reputation. At this time, Ma Hongyun should be 13 years old. It is a pity I do not know his true identity. Ma Hongyun is only a name given to him after he saved Ma tribe's young tribe leader. Ma tribe is part of the Huang gene bloodline left behind by Giant Sun. To vie for the imperial court, they had been expanding these few years, absorbing the members of many tribes. I wonder if Ma Hongyun has already become Ma tribe's slave. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and found himself outside a gambling den. There were 2 couplets on the door. Left was, show some courage, gain the fortune of the 4 seasons. Right was, show some skill, obtain the wealth of the 4 cardinal directions. Across, it wrote, luck changes with time. The gambling den had great business. Fang Yuan was moved. With my experience, I might be able to earn a small fortune. With this thought, Fang Yuan smiled, thinking of Ma Hongyun. This lad with overwhelming luck, he was deceived by someone who gave him the lowest grade rock to gamble with him. Under such absurd circumstances, he obtained a rank 5 Gu. Fang Yuan still had some business at the moment. He did not enter the gambling den yet. He walked past the entrance of the gambling den and entered the central area of this market. This place was much quieter, there was less traffic flow, and almost all passers-by were Gu masters. Even if there were mortals, they were attendants and followed beside the Gu master, lowering their heads as they carried goods. Other than that, there were some young masters and young ladies who had not awakened their aperture. Although there were no guards, there was a clear distinction between the 2 areas for mortals and Gu masters. The difference in strength was a formless barrier. It divided the 2 types of people with evidently different lives. Fang Yuan walked briskly. Wherever he went, Gu masters gave him a look of admiration and respect. When they were in front of him, they would stop and give way to him. Some people started talking among themselves. Why is there a rank for expert? This person has an unfamiliar face. He does not seem to be from the few large tribes around here. Be careful. Whenever the market opens, there will be some demonic Gu masters who come in to get rid of their loot. Rank 3 and 4 were completely different. Rank 3 were the middle pillar. Most tribe elders of major tribes were at this level. Rank 4 were experts among Gu masters. Most tribe leaders were rank 4, and they could roam the mortal realm freely without restraint. Rank 4 initial stage aura made every action of his attract the attention of everyone. Reverence, curiosity, or apprehension. This place was solely for the business of Gu masters. There was a Gu refinement area, where Gu refinement were done in place of a Gu master. At the same time they sold and bought recipes. Fang Yuan lacked the recipe of the wolf enslavement Gu. After a few transactions, he bought the recipe for the rank 1 to 3 wolf enslavement Gu. The recipe for rank 4 was held in the hands of the few large tribes. It was rarely seen in the market. Thereafter, Fang Yuan went to the restaurant, but did not manage to find any top-quality wine. He went to the largest shop next. Esteemed expert, your presence is our shop's honor. Please come in. The shopkeeper was a rank 3 elderly Gu master. He came out personally to attend to Fang Yuan. I need large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan stated his needs immediately. Yes, please come with me for further discussion. The elderly brought Fang Yuan to a beautiful room on the 3rd floor. After some bargaining, Fang Yuan bought 5 rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu and 38 rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu. The shopkeeper was rubbing his palms in joy. He knew he had met a huge client. Esteemed customer, is there anything you still need? Feel free to state them. Do you have defensive Gu? Fang Yuan asked. The elderly reported a long list of Gu names, and Fang Yuan shook his head as he listened. There was 1 rank 4 Gu, but it did not fit his enslavement path. The rest were all ordinary Gu worms. Next, Fang Yuan asked about flying Gu. Flying Gu were rarely seen, because it had a steep learning curve. Normally, only outstanding members of large tribes would train in it from young. But because they had their tribe's resources, they did not need to buy flying Gu. As for other Gu masters, very few tried to learn flying. The shopkeeper said proudly, "Customer, you came to the right place. In this entire market, only my shop has a rank 4 flying cloud Gu." But Fang Yuan shook his head. Although Flying Cloud Gu could ascend to a high altitude, it had poor maneuverability and had average speed. It was suitable for Gu masters who did not have proper flying skills. For him, he might as well use the rank 3 Eagle Wings Gu. It could twist and turn easily in the sky. He could use it more efficiently. After buying 1 Eagle Wings Gu, Fang Yuan asked about the Bone Bamboo Gu and Ghost Fire Gu. He needed these 2 Gu to repair the rank 5 Battle Bone Wheel. The shop had many rank 2 Ghost Fire Gu, but there was none of the rank 1 Bone Bamboo Gu. The shopkeeper laughed bitterly. "Customer, my apologies. All the Bone Bamboo Gu in the market had been bought by Man Tribe's new external tribe elder. Not just my shop, but none of the other shops have any left." "Oh, who is this person?" Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Chapter 442. Jun Strength Gu. Man Tribe owned Hongyan Valley. They had won a few battles these years and had expanded greatly. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Borders had a forest and mountain terrain. It was easy to defend, but hard to attack. Long-distance traveling causes huge expenditure. Southern Border clans worked on self-development, accumulating slowly and growing stably, keeping a pure bloodline. But Northern Plains was a huge grassland. There were lots of conquests going on. The tribes of Northern Plains rise up fast, but also fall just as quickly. A few wins might allow a small-sized tribe to become a medium-sized tribe, and from a medium-sized tribe, expand into a large-sized tribe. But one loss could also cause this large-sized tribe to break down into numerous small-sized tribes. Man Tribe had absorbed Shi Tribe recently, and the elder Shi Wu from Shi Tribe became Man Tribe's external elder. He was a Bone Path Gu master. He was the one who bought all the Bone Bamboo Gu in the market, as he claimed to be researching a new Gu path recipe. Fang Yuan memorized this person to heart, before asking the shopkeeper about Soul Path and Strength Path Gu worms. "I have a rank 1 Jin Strength Gu. It can raise the strength of a Gu master by 1 Jin 1. Each Gu is sold for 220 primeval stones. I have the rank 2 Strength of 10 Jin Gu. It raises the Gu master's strength by 10 Jin. It is sold for 690 primeval stones. I also have the rank 3 Jun Strength Gu. 1 Jun is 30 Jin. Each Gu is sold for 4,550 primeval stones. Although I do not have the rank 4 Strength of 10 Jun Gu, if customer needs it, I can arrange for it to be transported over. Each Strength of 10 Jun Gu is sold for 36,000 primeval stones." The shopkeeper gave a chain of prices that he was extremely familiar with. At the end, he added, "Of course, this is only the Jin Strength Gu and Jun Strength Gu. If customer wants to walk on the Strength Path and require Beast Strength Gu, we also have Wolf Strength Gu. It can give you the strength of a wolf, gaining stamina and endurance as well. I also have Horse Strength Gu. It can give you the strength of a horse. It is most useful for running." Before, Fang Yuan was using Beast Strength Gu to walk on the ancient Strength Path. Jin Strength Gu and Jun Strength Gu were new popular alternatives that appeared in the last few hundred years. Although Strength Path was weak and no longer had its former glory, there was still developments done for it. The one who had this contribution was a famous rank 7 Gu Immortal in Northern Plains called Chu Du, titled Domination Immortal. He was the one who invented the Jin Strength Gu and Jun Strength Gu, and even refined the rank 6 Immortal Gu strength of 1,000 Jun. A Jun was 30 Jin. 1,000 Jun was 30,000 Jin. In one of Earth's legends, the victorious fighting Buddha's Jingu Bang was only 13,500 Jin. Erlang Shun's 3-pointed, double-edged lance was only 25,200 Jin. Hudu became a Gu Immortal 300 years ago. The recipe he refined was widely spread, quickly becoming the main branch of the Strength Path in Northern Plains. Ancient Strength Path used Beast Strength Gu, like Green Bull Strength Gu, Biao Strength Gu, Dragon Strength Gu, and so on. Because the materials from the ancient times were already extremely rare by now, the cost of refining Gu was huge. Domination Immortal Chu Du's recipe was superior in that the materials were easy to find and had low cost, and the success rate of the Gu refinement was higher than Beast Strength Gu. Northern Plains was most probably the region where Strength Path was most flourishing at the moment. Northern Plains had battles and conquests often. With Strength Path's low cost, they gave evident increase in strength to low-rank Gu masters. Thus, many Gu masters in Northern Plains cultivated Strength Path as their minor path. They often fought in fierce battles. When they expend their primeval essence, they would need their physical bodies to fight. Physical strength was very important then. There is a phrase on Earth, "War is the catalyst for technological advancement." This sentence worked perfectly well in this world as well. Northern Plains was a place where new Gu worms were constantly invented. From that Shi Wu elder who joined Man Tribe, one could see the attitude that Northern Plains Gu masters had towards innovation. Domination Immortal later died in battle by the hands of Feng Jiu Gu, who descended from the Heavenly Court. After he died, he was crowned as the Twilight of Strength Path, by future generations. After his death was announced, countless Gu masters in northern plains cried painfully. Sigh. The number of talents and geniuses in this world is like the number of stars in the night sky. The number of talented people are like carps in the river. The 5 regions are too big. The size of one Earth cannot compare to even one region. Especially in the battle 500 years later, dragons and snakes rise from the land, experts and powerhouses compete, and old monsters come out of seclusion one after another, as new talents rise up to power. Countless heroes, conquerors, the differing personalities from the righteous and demonic paths clash and engage in a life and death battle. It is truly a grand and exciting event that would go down in history. I have already used old removal Gu secretly to remove ancient bronze skin, essence iron bones, and golden steel tendons, and even my beast phantoms. Firstly, these strength path beast phantoms originate from southern border. They would be restricted in northern plains and could not be used well. Secondly, if I summon a beast phantom, there is a danger of exposing my identity. My greatest advantage now is Dang Hun Mountain and my 500 years of experience. With the Blessed Land's resources, I can walk on the enslavement path. But enslavement path has a weakness, that is the beheading the leader tactic, thus I need strength path to go along with it. Since I have Chang Shan Yin's appearance now, I also need to merge into northern plains. I should use this Jun Strength Gu. Fang Yuan's thought flickered as he made a decision, requesting for the rank 4 strength of 10 Jun Gu from the shopkeeper. Next, he looked at the Soul Path Gu worms. There were much more Soul Path Gu worms than Strength Path. There were Ghost Fire Gu, Ghost Cry Gu, Ghost Face Gu, Ghost Axe Gu, and so on for attacking. There were Ghost Cage Gu, Ghost Hand Gu, Ghost Hitting Wall for confinement and confusion. For defense, there were Ghost Sealing Shirt Gu, Soul Shield Gu, and others. For healing, there were Ghost Chi Gu, Ghost Tears Gu, and others. For investigation, there was Ghost Eye Gu. For movement, there were Soul Fly Gu, and Elusive Ghost Gu. There were also Ghost Soldier Gu, Impermanence Ghost, Air Travel Ghost, and 9 Sun Mother Ghost Gu. All of them had to do with enslavement path. This was the true manner of a great path. Strength path was extremely weak now, while soul path was still standing strong. This point could be easily seen here. Strength path Gu worms only consisted of Jin Strength Gu, Jun Strength Gu, and Beast Strength Gu. Most were for attacking. In terms of defense, investigation, and assistance, there were little. It was hard to create a Gu set from just Strength Path Gu. As for Soul Path, there were many Gu worms that were in all the different aspects. Forming into a set, they could help each other and obtain greater effects. Look at that Domination Immortal Chu Du. He was a Strength Path Gu Immortal, but he used other Gu worms for defense, investigation, and storage, etc. Fang Yuan came with an objective. He set aside all these Soul Path Gu worms, only looking at those which could be used to refine the soul. There were no rank 4 Gu for that, but a bunch of rank 3. There was Divine Soul Gu, Dragon Soul Gu, Ice Soul Gu, Dream Soul Gu, Moon Soul Gu, General Soul Gu, Grudge Soul Gu, Poem Soul Gu, Horse Soul Gu, Heroic Soul Gu, Chi Spirit Gu, Body Spirit Gu, Cloud Spirit Gu, Wind Spirit Gu, Tiger Spirit Gu, and others. These Gu worms could refine the soul. They all had their unique use. For example, refining the soul into Ice Soul. In the future, when the Gu Master uses Ice-type Gu worms, they would gain a considerate boost. Cloud Spirit, Wind Spirit, had the same effects. If one used Dragon Soul Gu to refine a Dragon Soul, when he uses Dragon Strength Gu, Dragon Scales Gu, or Dragon Travel Gu, there would be a boost to the effect. Fang Yuan looked for a while, and did not find any Gu that was more suitable for him. Thus he chose the Wolf Soul Gu that he had planned to buy. From ancient times, soul and enslavement were of the same origins. Enslavement path was originally split from the soul path. When Gu masters combined it with the immemorial wisdom path, the enslavement path finally became an independent path. Beast enslavement Gu, slavery Gu, they were used to control the soul, allowing one to become a ruler of the mind. If Fang Yuan refined the wolf soul, it would greatly help him in enslaving wolf packs. The rank 3 wolf soul Gu was 7,700 primeval stones. Fang Yuan bought them in bulk, buying all of the stock in the shop, getting all 8 wolf soul Gu. Wolf soul Gu's effort could be stacked. A rank 3 wolf soul Gu was not enough to refine Fang Yuan's 100-man soul. Wild Gu worms had their own will. They were hard to refine. But the Gu worms Fang Yuan bought had already been refined by others. Thus, when the transaction ended, all these Gu were in Fang Yuan's control. He kept all these Gu inside his aperture and left the shop, going to other shops. His aim was rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement Gu, as well as rank 3 wolf soul Gu. 1,000,000 primeval stones was insufficient. But what Fang Yuan wanted were common rank 2 and 3 Gu. He didn't want to buy rank 4 Gu. But this market was too small. there were few rank 4 Gu, and were all not the ones he wanted. After 3 days, Fang Yuan became famous in the market. Every shop knew that there was a rank 4 expert buying Gu in bulk. By the 5th day, Fang Yuan spent a lot already, over 5 to 600,000 primeval stones. During this period, he would walk around the market's ranch often. In the ranch, there were many livestock sold, of which big stomach horses were most popular. This horse, even mortals needed it badly. As for those who bought the hump wolves for battle, they were mostly Gu masters. There were also many Gu masters who caught wild beasts to sell here, like bulls, horses, falcons, etc. On the grassland, the most commonly seen were wolves. They were also sold in large numbers. Fang Yuan asked around, comparing goods and prices, until he saw a pack of thick-back wolves that he wanted. Fang Yuan had poison beard wolves and wind wolves. It was hard to replenish poison beard wolves, and since they were weak in the sunlight, they were destined to be eliminated. Wind wolves had fast speed, while thick-back wolves had high defense. If they could be added into his wolf army, they would cooperate well together and form a proper wolf pack. But on the 9th day, Fang Yuan accidentally found out that among a group of water wolves, there was a young, mutated beast. He immediately bought these water wolves without causing suspicion, getting a great deal for himself. The market lasted 13 days. Fang Yuan bought over 1,000 water wolves and many Gu refinement materials, as well as food to feed his Gu worms, as he left on the 10th day. After his purchases, he had only 3,000 primeval stones left on him. Money was spent like flowing water. Gu Guang watched in amazement as he admired Chang Shan Yin secretly. This hero truly had a grand disposition. Fang Yuan followed Gu tribe and returned to his original place to stay. He cultivated with all his heart, using wolf soul Gu to refine his soul while refining Gu on the other hand. After 2 failures, he successfully refined the rank 3 golden back wolf skin Gu into the rank 4 azure wolf skin Gu. Azure wolf skin Gu was used for defense. Although it was common, it fixed Fang Yuan's problem of insufficient defense. On this day, he finished his soul refinement and stopped cultivating when a cry was heard outside his room. What happened? He opened the door and asked the Gu master who was guarding the place. The Gu master said grimly, "Our big Missy Gu Yao died." The search team found her torn clothes in poison grassland. She was killed by poison beard wolves. Chapter 443, Man Tribes Challenge. A month later, Gu Yao's death was finally discovered. The news spread as many Gu tribesmen cried. Although Gu Yao had a troublesome personality, she was kind-hearted and the beauty of the tribe. People loved her. She had many pursuers in Gu tribe. "Oh, my daughter, it was father who harmed you." Old Gu tribe leader was extremely upset, falling terribly ill. Gu Guang was the stand-in tribe leader with the elders assisting him. Gu tribe was anguished and upset. They had a heavy mood. Gu Yao's death had huge impacts. Man tribe leader's third son Man duo fell in love with Gu Yao at first sight. He had been demanding for her. Now that she was dead, where were they going to find a girl for him? Man tribe was a large tribe. They had expanded greatly these years and had absorbed many small tribes in the process. After a few victories, their morale was high, and they were even more arrogant against the despondent Gu tribe. During their conversations, they gave Gu Guang great pressure as they demanded fiercely. Gu tribe was a newly arrived tribe. They were not as huge as Man tribe, and now that they had lost their home, they had to live in someone else's territory, relying on Hongyan Valley during the snowy climate. Thus, Gu Guang was very passive now. He was extremely anxious. In his room, Fang Yuan sat on his bed as he opened his eyes. On his right palm was a wolf soul Gu. This Gu was about thumb size. It was like a gray wolf-shaped doll, giving off an eerie blue light. This is the 9th wolf soul Gu. Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence, and the wolf soul Gu expanded. In a few breaths' time, it turned into a gray-white wolf soul. The wolf soul opened its mouth, howling silently as it crashed into Fang Yuan's body. This impact was silent, but Fang Yuan could feel his soul trembling as his eyes went into a daze. The wolf soul directly crashed into his soul. The originally human-shaped 100-man soul underwent some reaction and lost its human form, fusing with the wolf soul into a surging soul mist. The soul mist did not disperse. Instead, it moved and rolled around in Fang Yuan's body, showing a wolf's head, tail, or even Fang Yuan's appearance at times. After 5 minutes, the soul mist gathered and formed a new human soul. Except this human soul was different. Fang Yuan's 100-man soul earlier was completely his own appearance. His eyes, ears, and nose were all the same. But after going through 9 wolf soul Gu's refinement, although the 100-man soul was still human-shaped, there was a pair of wolf ears on his head, and his hair extended to his waist. His eyes also became wolf eyes. His entire body was thinner, and his nose was sharper. Before, his 100-man soul was huge and was almost bursting his actual body. But now, after refinement, It was more condensed, and the color had turned from pale white to a slight hint of gray-white. Fang Yuan calculated, when he finishes using his wolf soul Gu, the 100-man soul would be refined to its limits. By then, his entire soul would become half-man half-wolf, the so-called Wolfman soul. Wolfman soul is many times stronger than an ordinary 100-man soul. After having the Wolfman soul, Fang Yuan would be able to continue strengthening his soul, raising the 100-man soul to 1,000 or even 10,000-man soul. Of course, 10,000-man soul was not the limit. There was even 100,000,000-man soul. In theory, the soul can strengthen limitlessly. Back then, spectral soul demon Venerable, who created the soul path, definitely surpassed 100,000,000-man soul. His demon Venerable soul had 1,000 arms and palms, 3 heads. The front head had dragon horns, lion mane, snake eyes, and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach forehead, grass hair, and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had a cloud fringe, lightning eyes, fire ears, and golden mouth. He was unbelievable strong. His might was immeasurable. Even now, this appearance was still deeply worshipped and adored by many people. Many mortals in southern border use clay to create his statue, to pray to and give offerings. Spectral soul demon Venerable was the #1 soul cultivator in history. Fang Yuan's Wolfman soul now was like an ant against a giant. He still needed to grow stronger. After a little rest, Fang Yuan took out the strength of Chang Shan Yin. This Gu was an iron weight. It was very heavy to carry. Fang Yuan bought 5 strength of Chang Shan Yin. He was already using the 3rd now. His body's physical strength had increased to 20 Jun, that is, 600 Jin. The rank 4 strength of Chang Shan Yin was weaker than rank 4 beast strength Gu, but its advantage was that the strength could be stacked. Previously, Fang Yuan had used a Kunlun Bull strength Gu and obtained the beast phantom of the Kunlun Bull. But if he used a second Kunlun Bull strength Gu, there would be no effects, and he would not get another beast phantom either. But Jun Strength Gu did not have this restriction. It could be stacked until the body's limit was reached. Of course, although Fang Yuan had the strength of 600 Jin, he could not unleash them all at once normally. The common weaknesses of Strength Path, Jun Strength Gu still had them. Otherwise, Domination Immortal Chu Du would not be called the Twilight of Strength Path, but the Rise of Strength Path. Of course, similar Beast Strength Gu could be stacked, but an additional Beast Fetus Gu was needed to do so. Many different recipes of Beast Fetus Gu were passed down. But even so, the materials needed for the Gu refinement were very rare, as the cost of the Gu refinement was too high, and the success rate was inferior to Jun Strength Gu. It eventually got eliminated in the competition. Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence, injecting them into Jun Strength Gu. The Jun Strength Gu flew above his head, giving off a strange light. The light shone on Fang Yuan as his body was steadily modified, but at this time, there were knocks on his door. Soon after, a voice was heard. "Uncle Chang Shan Yin, Junior Guguang would like to meet you." Fang Yuan let him in, only to see that Guguang was in a pathetic state. There was even a white bone arrow on his shoulder. He was in a terrible condition. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, Guguang kneeled on the ground. His eyes were red, begging, "Uncle, please save me." Fang Yuan's gaze shone. He had an answer in his heart as he spoke. "What happened? Is Man tribe attacking us at full force? Have they charged into Gu tribe's camp already?" Guguang answered, "Uncle is half right. The problem is Man tribe." The Man tribe leader's 3rd son Man Duo heard that father was bedridden and unconscious. Thus he immediately brought his Man tribe experts over to challenge us, wanting us to hand over my sister Guyao. But my sister is already dead. How can I hand her over to him? No matter how I explained, that Man Duo lad did not believe me. According to the rules of the grassland, we Gu tribe have to accept the challenge. Now, he had already killed our tribe's 3rd elder, and even injured 3 people. Even I lost to them. Fang Yuan's guess was completely right. These few days, Man tribe had been oppressive and tyrannical. The more Gu tribe endured, the more it fueled Man tribe's arrogance. Although Fang Yuan had been cultivating hard these days, he was not in close cultivation. He was clear of the outside situation. Speaking of which, Chang Shan Yin's return to Northern Plains requires a grand stage to create some commotion. I should use this chance to announce the return of the former hero. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan helped Gu Yao up and said, "During these days, I have been imposing on Gu tribe. I cannot watch from the sidelines. Bring me there." "Uncle, I thank you on behalf of our entire tribe." Guguang was overjoyed. The two walked out, but before they got to the entrance, they heard the shouts and screams outside. "Gu tribe is full of cowardly rats. Come out and accept your death." This was the voice of a young man. "Man Duo, you are going too far." A Gu tribe elder screamed. So what if I am bullying you?" Leopards and wolves capture their prey. Eagles and falcons bully small birds. This is the rule of the world. Quickly hand over Gu Yao. Otherwise, I will continue challenging you and kill every single member of Gu tribe. Despicable. If old tribe leader was here, would you dare? Gu tribe elder rebuked. Man Duo was furious. Humph. You are the despicable ones. You agreed to the wedding, but now you refuse to hand over the woman. You went back on your words. I know, you are hiding Gu Yao, trying to stall for time. First, you said she ran away, now you said she's dead. Do you think I am a fool? If a mere rabbit dares to toy with a wolf, you will have to pay with your life. Sure Wu, continue beating them, challenge them. Gu tribe, quickly send your next victim here to fight. Ha ha ha. Gu tribe elders' expressions were pale. They looked at each other, but none dared to go up. Sure Wu was huge and bald. With his bulging muscles, he walked onto the stage with a cruel smile. He was rank 3 peak stage, having great strength. The elder that Gu tribe sacrificed was beaten to death on the spot. He walked on the center of the stage, staring at Gu tribe's camp. Why is no one here? Don't tell me you are afraid. Gu tribe was furious and ashamed. Fire burnt in their eyes as they stared at Sure Wu. Cowardly chicken, let me give you some courage. I have 100,000 primeval stones here. If anyone dares to come here and defeat me, I will hand the primeval stones over to you. No one answered him. Sure Wu laughed in a frenzy. Gu tribe, you are but a bunch of rabbits and sheep. Have you laughed enough? With Gu Guang leading the way, Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd with a plain expression. Sure Wu's laughter stopped. His pupils shrunk as he looked at Fang Yuan in shock. Rank 4 Gu Master. Who is this person? Not just Sure Wu, but all of the Man tribesmen here had this huge question. Was Man tribe concealing another rank for Gu Master? Man Duo felt something amiss. He came here to find trouble because old Gu tribe leader was bedridden. But to think that Gu tribe had a second rank 4 battle strength expert. Before I came, I had already checked clearly. Where is this expert from? Carrying such suspicions, Man Duo jumped down from his horse, changing his attitude as he placed his right hand at his chest, greeting Fang Yuan. Hello friend, you are not from Gu tribe. Why must you interfere in our matters? Fang Yuan gave this Man Duo a glance, feeling amused by this young man. The first time he had heard of this Man Duo was from Gu Yao's descriptions. Although this Man Duo was the 3rd son of Man tribe leader, he was weak and sickly since young, and had poor aptitude, only C grade. Although he was over 20 years old now, he only had rank 2 cultivation. He was dark and skinny like a monkey, but he was definitely not as feeble as Gu Yao described. He had a scheming and devious pair of eyes, with the flames of ambition burning within them. Chapter 444. Man tribe's invitation in northern plains where only experts were respected, where only strength mattered. Man Duo was able to gain his father's favor, and was able to mobilize tribe elders to challenge Gu tribe. It showed his ability and courage. He was definitely not a good-for-nothing young master. Fang Yuan's eyes showed amusement. I, Chang Shan Yin, was fated to be Gu tribe's guest. I know northern plains rules, and it is true that I should not interfere in others' business. But I had just heard this little brother taking out 100,000 primeval stones. I am lacking primeval stones recently. Why would I reject money offered to me? Sure Wu heard this and wished he could slap his own mouth. My mouth was really itchy to think I attracted a rank 4 expert. His heart was sour and bitter. Man Duo laughed dryly. This is an easy matter. If senior lacks primeval stones, this junior is willing to offer 500,000 primeval stones to you. What he meant was, he wanted Fang Yuan to keep out of this. At once, Gu tribesmen looked nervously at Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan was the legendary hero, it was only his reputation. Those who truly acted like a hero were rare. Moreover, there was a phrase, a wise man submits to circumstances. Gu tribe was in a slump now, while Man tribe was huge and powerful. Chang Shan Yin was only an outsider. He had no reason to help and bring trouble to himself. Thus, Fang Yuan became the center of attention. His attitude decided how this situation would progress. As everyone watched nervously, Fang Yuan laughed proudly. A gentleman only takes wealth that he deserves. I do not feel that I deserve a gift of 500,000 primeval stones. But 100,000 primeval stones that I earned from battle is extremely valuable. Come, according to Northern Plains rules, I accept this battle. Fang Yuan walked onto the stage. Uncle Chang Shan Yin. Gu Guang felt extremely touched. Tears were overflowing as he was lost for words, shouting behind Fang Yuan as he cheered. The elders of Gu tribe were all extremely moved. As expected of Chang Shan Yin, a true righteous hero, unmoved by benefits and money, he is truly a man of justice. There are many people who offer icing on the cake, but few people help out in times of need. Chang Shan Yin will be an esteemed guest in our tribe forever. Man Duo's expression was grim, extremely ugly. He knew that there was no need to say more. He shut his mouth and looked at Sure Wu. Sure Wu felt Man Duo's gaze and felt bitter in his heart. He had just submitted to Man tribe not long ago and became an external elder of Man tribe. He wanted to make contributions to the tribe badly. Although Man Duo's cultivation was low, he was the tribe elder's third son. Upon hearing that old Gu tribe leader was sick, he came over with Man Duo to challenge them. But he did not expect to meet Chang Shan Yin. Although the other party was only rank 4 initial stage, he was already rank 3 peak stage. The two stages might look close, but Wushi knew clearly that this difference in a large realm was incredibly large. But in this situation, he had no other way out. If he avoided battle, he would be greatly despised and criticized. In northern plains which advocated courage and fighting spirit, he would no longer have a future. Wu gritted his teeth secretly as he entered the stage forcefully. Please. He bowed to Fang Yuan, barely forcing a smile. Fang Yuan nodded lightly, standing on the spot as light azure wolf fur grew on his body rapidly. The wolf fur covered his entire body, his ears, face, and even limbs. This is Azure Wolf Skin Gu. Wushi's heart sank. Although Azure Wolf Skin Gu was a very common and ordinary rank 4 Gu, its defense was not something that a rank 3 Gu could easily penetrate. The Gu tribesmen behind Fang Yuan all concentrated and watched as their eyes shone, awaiting Fang Yuan's grand display of his prowess. Some even shouted loudly, "Kill this fellow, he killed our tribe's third elder." Wu heard this and his heart shrunk. He sighed bitterly, feeling the huge trouble ahead of him. Oh no. After the earlier battles, I have less than 30% of my primeval essence left. I am not his match at my peak condition, not to mention now. Looking at Wu, who had a distracted gaze and stiff movements, Fang Yuan snickered in his heart. This person had lost his fighting spirit. Even if he had his complete strength, he could not display half of it. After several matches, his primeval essence was obviously lacking. Such an opponent, in Fang Yuan's eyes, was fish on a chopping board. But Fang Yuan did not want to kill him. For what? He was Man Tribe's external elder. If he killed him, that would be a slap on Man Tribe's face. Although Fang Yuan was not afraid of trouble, he did not want to create unnecessary trouble for himself. Even though Wu killed a Gu tribe elder, that was their own business. Come. Fang Yuan stepped and activated Wolf Sprint Gu, bursting forward like an arrow as afterimages appeared behind him. Wu's heart was already in despair. Seeing Fang Yuan's fierce charge, he retreated in fear. At the same time, he summoned 3 flying bone shields. Piak piak piak. Fang Yuan moved like a shadow, getting close for a physical fight. He struck 3 times and smashed all 3 bone shields. Wu tumbled and rolled away, summoning another 3 bone shields. Piak piak piak. As Fang Yuan attacked at lightning speed, the 3 bone shields broke again. He had the strength of 20 Jun now. Although he could not display all of it, it was no problem breaking these shields. What other moves do you have? Use them all. Fang Yuan did not attack again. He gave Wu a chance to catch his breath. Wu was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth and rubbed his hands, summoning 2 iron bone broad axes. Wah! He shouted loudly, raising both axes as he attacked fiercely. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, not attacking but placing both arms behind his back, using the wolf travel Gu to move. His movements were unpredictable, like petals floating in the air. His broad shoulder and thin waist gave a brilliant, unrestrained feeling. Wu growled loudly. No matter how he moved both his axes, he could not even touch Fang Yuan's clothes. He was completely at Fang Yuan's mercy. Lie down. Fang Yuan sighed, stretching out one finger. It looked slow, but it rapidly touched the axe. Wu was already dizzy from Fang Yuan's movements. After feeling this force, he lost his balance and fell face flat on the ground. Gu tribesmen saw his pathetic state and cheered loudly, as the thunderous sound turned into one phrase. Kill him! Kill him! Wu's expression was ashen, his fighting spirit was gone. Fang Yuan had control of the entire situation. He was like a lion toying with a sheep. He felt that he was not Fang Yuan's match, but the more he thought like this, the less battle strength he could muster, and the worse the battle situation became. Man Duo's heart also sank to rock bottom. Damn it, this Wu did not display his true ability. He was scared witless by the other party. But even so, that rank 4 Gu master is too strong. He defeated Elder Wu without breaking a sweat. Sigh. If Wu dies, I would lose a tribe elder. I would have to face the accusations and fury of my brothers when I return. But unexpectedly, Fang Yuan did not attack anymore. You are but a rank 3. If I use rank 4 cultivation to kill you, others might think that I, the great Chang Shan Yin, am bullying the weak. Leave. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Uncle Chang Shan Yin, you cannot spare this scoundrel. Behind him, Wang shouted. But Fang Yuan ignored him. Wu reacted quickly, getting up and showed an expression of joy as he escaped death. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Fang Yuan frowned. Scram. Yes, yes, yes. Wu turned and left. Senior, I'll take my leave. Man Duo paid respects and rode his battle horse. Gu tribesmen mocked and scolded them as they left with great humiliation. Father, I have failed you. I am here to ask for punishment. Man Duo kneeled on the ground, lowering his head in shame and fear. Man tribe leader had a muscular body, having rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He sat on the tiger skin chair grandly as he looked at Man Duo below his feet. This time, old Gu tribe leader was bedridden, and you brought multiple rank 3 experts. How did you fail? You did badly for sure, but I heard news that Gu tribe brought out another rank 4 expert. That is indeed so. Sherwu was defeated by him. This person only displayed a bit of his actual strength, and he managed to toy around with our strongest elder Sherwu. His true ability was unfathomable. However, I was in charge of this matter. It was my fault for not getting enough information, resulting in this failure. This child is very ashamed. I implore Father to punish me. Man Duo's eyes were red as he said in a sobbing manner. Man tribe leader heard this, and his tone relaxed. Stand up. Although you failed, you are still my son. Tell me about the incident. Man Duo quickly spoke, describing the scenario that happened that day. But when he had just started, Man tribe leader jumped up from his chair, staring fiercely at Man Duo. He said he is Chang Shan Yin. Which Chang Shan Yin? Are you sure his name is Chang Shan Yin? I would not dare to lie to Father even with 10,000 guts. Man Duo quickly explained. Man tribe leader was in a daze. Father, Father. Man Duo called him softly. Is this Chang Shan Yin an expert with a great background? Man tribe leader recovered from his daze. His expression was solemn. I can't tell yet. He could be an imposter. But if it is true, then Northern Plains has another formidable character emerging. You can leave now. I will handle this matter. Man Duo jumped from shock. His father was an extremely busy man, but now that he was handling this himself, that showed how important this Chang Shan Yin was. Chang Shan Yin, Chang Shan Yin, who in the world are you? A few days later, in Gu tribe. A few days ago, it was all thanks for Brother Shan Yin's help. This is 500,000 primeval stones. It is a token of our gratitude. Please accept it. Old Gu tribe leader had a pale expression. He seemed to have aged 10 years after losing his daughter. Fang Yuan rejected it for a few times before accepting it. These days, I have been staying in your tribe. It is only right that I helped out. But I really lack primeval stones now. I shall borrow these from you for now. Brother Shan Yin had great morals. You are truly a hero of Northern Plains. Old Gu tribe leader was speaking when his subordinate brought in an invitation, as well as a present. The old tribe leader's expression was grim. He handed this invitation and present to Fang Yuan. Brother Shan Yin, Man tribe leader knows you are here. He is inviting you to his tribe as a guest. Chapter 445. Fixing Battlebone Will. Fang Yuan took a look at the invitation. The words written were very polite. Of course they were written using Northern Plains characters. They looked wild but profound. And at the end, there was Man tribe leader's name, Man Tuesday. This letter was written by Man Tu personally. It showed his sincerity. The content of the letter was Man tribe leader's admiration towards Chang Shan Yin, and stated that the matter earlier was but a misunderstanding among children. Since Chang Shan Yin did not kill the external elder Sherwu, Man tribe was extremely grateful. Thus, he was holding a banquet at night, and was sincerely inviting Fang Yuan to come. At the same time, this present was an item to apologize on behalf of Sherwu for offending a hero. Fang Yuan opened it and laughed. This Man tribe spent a lot of effort. In the box, there was 100 bone bamboo gu. Evidently, after Man Duo returned, he investigated Fang Yuan clearly and learnt that he was making purchases in the market. Oh, Brother Shan Yin, I have a favor to ask of you. Old tribe leader spoke. Fang Yuan waved his hand. I understand, brother. Don't worry. I will urge them during the banquet to reduce the conflicts between both your tribes. My greatest thank to you, Brother Shan Yin. The old tribe leader was very touched. He got up in a hurry and bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. There was still some time until the banquet. Fang Yuan sent them off before closing his door. Fang Yuan sat on the bed. He willed, and a light flew out of his aperture. The weak light dispersed, revealing the battle-bone wheel. This rank 5 gu is huge. Its height was almost at the ceiling. Once it appeared, the large room instantly felt cramped. There were many cracks on the battle wheel, and even some severe scars that threatened to destroy it. The deepest scar was extremely damaging, nearly splitting the wheel into two, only connected by a little bit of white bone. It was a shocking sight. This rank 5 gu worm's luck was not good. After being beaten up by Chang Shan Yin, its original owner Hatu Gu died, causing it to become a wild gu. It had to eat the skeletons on the battleground to barely survive, unable to fix its injuries. After that, it was attacked by Fang Yuan and Gu Yao together. The spring Autumn Cicada was a rank 6 gu. It could not subdue rank 5 gu easily. Fang Yuan could only beat it till its last breath to subdue it. But precise so, The battle bone wheel was at the brink of destruction. When it appeared, several bone fragments fell off the wheel. One could say, its situation could not be any worse. Fang Yuan took out a bone bamboo gu from the gift box. Using spring Autumn Cicada's aura, he refined it instantly. This gu worms was shaped like a fingerbone bamboo. It was pale white and looked like a white candle. Fang Yuan held the bone bamboo gu in his hand, as his primeval essence moved according to his will, going out of the aperture towards the underside of his tongue. The ghost fire gu was residing at the underside of his tongue, having formed into a blue lump of fire. Fang Yuan breathed in and blew out. With a ho sound, he breathed out a lump of eerie blue ghost fire. The ghost fire landed on the bone bamboo gu, slowly burning the top of the bamboo. Fang Yuan held the bottom of the ghost bamboo gu like he was holding a candle. Ghost fire continued to burn, emitting a cold feeling that was chilling to the bone. As the top part of the bone bamboo gu burnt with ghost fire, it slowly melted and turned into a trace of white bone smoke, floating up. Fang Yuan placed the bone bamboo gu closer to the battle bone wheel, and the white bone smoke moved towards the crack of the battle bone will like it was sucked over. The battle bone will shook slightly as it recovered slowly. In a while, the eerie blue ghost fire got smaller, as Fang Yuan breathed out another lump of fire to sustain the candle. After 5 minutes, this bone bamboo gu was used up, as Fang Yuan took out the second bone bamboo gu from the gift box and continued using the ghost fire to ignite it, causing white bone smoke to appear. As he repeated the cycle, after more than 30 bone bamboo gu, Fang Yuan finally repaired the deepest crack on that battle bone will completely. The gift box, which was filled with bone bamboo gu, had lost about a quarter of them. If Fang Yuan wanted to repair the entire battle bone wheel, just these bone bamboo gu were not enough. And the battle bone will was far from being usable in battle. The deepest wound was fixed, but the other injuries were still plaguing the wheel. It was like a patient, after Fang Yuan's resuscitation, it was pulled back from the abyss of death. But this patient was still in grave danger. It needed to continue receiving treatment. You cannot get fat from eating one mouthful. Battle bone wheel's damage is too severe. But if that was not the case, I would not have been able to subdue it. Even if it is fully fixed now, my primeval essence cannot activate it. There is no rush here. Fang Yuan got down from the bed, flexing his numb limbs as he opened the windows. It was already dark. The stars were shining in the sky. It is time. Thinking of the banquet at night, Fang Yuan stepped out of his room. As he walked out the courtyard, Man Duo and Gu tribe's father and son were already waiting for him. Man Duo greets Lord Chang Shan Yin. Man Duo saw Fang Yuan and immediately greeted, showing absolute respect. Have you all waited for a long time? Fang Yuan nodded, asking casually. Man Duo replied. It has only been 6 hours. It is not a problem. It is my great honor to stand before Lord's doors. Senior Chang Shan Yin, father has already set up a grand banquet nearby, awaiting your arrival. Gu tribe's father and son will accompany you to this banquet as well. Fang Yuan looked at this Man Duo, feeling pity in his heart. This lad was intelligent and capable, but fate toyed with him, giving him poor aptitude. He was just like Fang Yuan in his previous life. All right then, come along. Fang Yuan rode his hump wolf as he left Gu tribe campgrounds with the rest of them. Man Duo guided the group of about a dozen people as they rode their hump wolves to a faraway place. The cool night breeze blew past the ears as the grassland was running in the opposite direction. Moonlight poured down like water. One could clearly see at a short distance, but from afar, the moonlight looked like a foggy veil. The grass on the ground was oozing with jade-green essence. The mountains looked like they were gradually flowing towards the sky. Under such a night sky, wolves sprinted on the never-ending land, as the beautiful moon gave an unrestrained sense of freedom. As everyone sprinted, they saw a group of hump wolves on a mound. There were a group of Gu masters sitting on the wolf's back. A Gu master was waving a huge flag in his hands that had the word man on it. After seeing Fang Yuan, the group of Gu masters rode the hump wolves as they came over. Man Duo saw this and laughed. Lord Chang Shan Yin, my father is the one ahead. He is here to welcome you. This was the custom of northern plains. If an esteemed guest was invited, the host would often travel 10 li to greet them. The two groups of hump wolves met in the middle. Man tribe leader got off his wolf, laughing as he walked over. Ha! Today's moon is as bright as the sun. This is the radiance to welcome the return of Northern Plains hero. Lord Chang, I have heard so much about you. Man tribe leader was 9 feet tall. He was extremely muscular and strong. He wore a loose, sleeveless fur robe, showing his 2 shoulders. His ancient bronze-colored arms were thicker than a normal male's leg. But just as he finished his sentence, it seemed like heaven played prank on him. The night sky was covered by some dark clouds, as the moonlight vanished, causing the grassland to sink into darkness. Man tribe leader's loud laughter became softer, as he felt extremely awkward. It was Man Duo who was quick-witted, immediately laughing as his eyes rolled. Senior Chang Shan Yin is our Northern Plains great hero. Father, you are the most respected hero in our man tribe. Tonight is a meeting of heroes. Look, the great aura of heroes caused heaven to tremble, causing winds and clouds to stir. His words caused the awkwardness to fade away, as man tribe leader's expression returned to normal as he walked to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and the others also got off the wolves. Man 2 first gave Fang Yuan a deep greeting, as Fang Yuan placed his right hand as his chest to return the greeting. Next, Man 2 stared at Man Duo intentionally, using a scolding tone. Nonsense. How can I compare to Lord Chang? Lord Chang was renowned in Northern Plains as the Wolf King. He dominated the world with his wolf enslavement skill. He even killed the rank 5 Gu master Hatu Gu, eliminating a bunch of bandits and got rid of a great evil, causing his name to go down as history. Tribe leader Man 2, why are you so humble? Fang Yuan laughed lightly. You are man tribe leader, ruler of near 1,000 Gu masters. You are a true conqueror, leading man tribe to many victories. And you even control Hongyan Valley. You are the overlord of this area. My cultivated had fallen to rank 4 initial stage. While you are at peak stage, you surpass me greatly. Although I have wolf enslavement skill, I can only control beasts. Unlike you who control people, our difference is night and day. Tribe leader Man 2 is the true heroic conqueror. Man 2 was stunned. The Wolf King was well known for his aloofness and arrogance. He was hard to talk to think he was so talkative now, and showed such a humble attitude. But he understood quickly after thinking about it. This Chang Shan Yin was famous when he was young. With the nature of a young man, he was arrogant. Now that he was a middle-aged man, and had gotten into such trouble, his nature had already been refined. It was normal for him to be more composed now. Man 2 did not expect Fang Yuan to be so approachable, but to receive such praise from Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, he was secretly happy. He thought even more highly of Fang Yuan in his heart now. Although his cultivation was rank 4 initial stage, he had once killed the rank 5 Hatu Gu. Man 2 did not dare to underestimate him. He laughed and said, Lord Chang was already rank 4 peak stage 20 years ago. Even though your cultivation fell due to injuries, you can still recover quickly, or even surpass your former cultivation. By then, how would my cultivation be your match? At this time, the dark clouds dispersed and moonlight shone down again. The two of you are the current hero and conqueror of Northern Plains. Gu tribe leader spoke at an appropriate timing. The most valuable thing is that the meeting of Tiger and Wolf did not lead to a fight, but instead you appreciate each other. We are lucky to witness this. This is truly seeing the moon after the clouds part. Such words made everyone laugh. Ha ha, Brother Gu, your words describe the scenery perfectly. Quick, the banquet has already been prepared. It is just nearby. Man 2 looked at Fang Yuan and made an inviting pose. He did not set the banquet at his camp, but rushed here to set up the banquet close to Gu tribe camp. It showed his hospitality and sincerity. Good, after you. Fang Yuan laughed and agreed, but his heart tightened. The dark clouds came and left quickly. It was a peculiar sight. Most likely, Gu masters were on the move. It has not been a month since he buried fixed Immortal travel Gu. The Immortal Gu aura has not faded yet. Hopefully a Gu Immortal does not find it. Chapter 446, Soul Path Gu Immortal Gu Wang. In the night sky, the moon shone brightly. A large group of dark clouds moved quickly despite looking slow. It moved above Fang Yuan and Gang's head, 5,000 li towards the south, towards the sky of an unnamed little hill. Dark clouds covered the beautiful moonlight, casting a large shadow as darkness engulfed this hill. The dark cloud stopped moving as a sword light flew out from it. It was the flying sword letter Gu. The flying sword letter Gu shot into the mound and entered a mysterious space, vanishing. After a while, the little hill shook as a bright red light flashed. The red light was dazzling, like the setting of the sun. It gathered into a lump, like the creation of a red sun. At once, the radius of a few hundred li was engulfed in bright red light. From this mini sun, a jade bridge stretched out. A rank 6 Gu Immortal, having a youthful appearance and a round and white face, stepped on the bridge and walked out. He wore a snow fox fur robe. His face was glowing with red light as he looked up at the dark clouds, laughing. Gu Wang, it has been a while. Kek kek kek. Accompanying the terrible-sounding laughter, a person emerged from the dark clouds. He gave off the strong aura of a rank 6 Gu Immortal. It was Gu Wang. Gu Wang quickly descended. Just as he was about to land on the ground, a large pair of greenish-black bat wings appeared behind his back. The bat wings flapped as he remained in the air, looking at the rank 6 Gu Immortal on the bridge. Loner Hongyu, these are the lava bats I promised you, a total of 3,500,000. Take a look. Gu Wang spoke. His voice was very coarse and unpleasant. It gave people goosebumps. His appearance was also extremely ugly: messy hair, a high forehead, deep eye sockets, tightly shut eyes, and ears as large as half his brain. Loner Hong Yu heard this and raised his head, looking at the dark clouds in the sky. His brown eyes started heating up and turning red, turning into a color resembling heated metal. His gaze literally became hot as it pierced through the dark clouds and allowed him to see the countless bats flying inside. These bats were all dark red in color, giving off great heat. They screeched as they flew around each other. Loner Hong Yu looked around as he nodded in satisfaction. 3.5 million lava bats indeed. With them, my Hong Yu blessed land would not need to get rid of lava into the ground every month. I can benefit from this greatly. I will keep these lava bats. Kekakek. Wang laughed heartily. The dark clouds tore open as the bats flew out after losing their restraints. These bats did not fly around randomly. They quickly descended like a black-red waterfall, entering the sun. Each blessed land's door was different. This mini-sun was Hong Yu blessed land's entrance. After these chaotic bats were brought into Hong Yu blessed land, Wang said, Loner Hong Yu, since you accepted these bats, it means you agreed to barge into Lang Yu blessed land with me. Of course, when have I, Loner Hong Yu, ever broken my promise? A month later, we will get to Lang Yu blessed land. But that land spirit is still around. With just the two of us, it might not be enough. Loner Hong Yu said in worry. You do not have to worry about this. I have asked the Hua Hai 3 Immortals to help. Wang said. Oh, the righteous paths Hua Hai 3 Immortals agreed. Loner Hong Yu was shocked. What is righteous? What is demonic? It is but personal interests. Lang Yu blessed land has countless recipes. The Hua Hai 3 Immortals are obviously moved. Haha, you are right. I have to make arrangements for these bats. I will not send you off, Wang. Loner Hong Yu said. Wang snorted as his bat wings flapped, bringing his body into the dark clouds as quickly as lightning. Dark clouds moved, flying towards the north, covering the moon in its path. As it entered poison grassland sky, the cloud stopped. Wang stopped and showed some confusion. What's going on? There is the aura of an Immortal Gu. He showed a look of disbelief as he landed. The place he was standing at was the location where Fang Yuan and Gu Yao first met. Although the Immortal Gu's aura is already extremely weak, it is a real Immortal Gu. Strange, there is the aura of an Immortal Gu, but no Gu Immortal's aura. Is this a wild Immortal Gu? No, that's not right. This is man-made. That means Immortal obtained an Immortal Gu. Wang thought about this and felt great excitement. 50 years had already passed since he rose to Gu Immortal realm, yet he still had no Immortal Gu, forced to use rank 5 Gu worms only. Immortal Gu were extremely rare. Many Gu Immortal live their entire life without having a single one. Don't tell me, after working hard for half my life, my luck is finally here? An Immortal Gu's allure was overwhelming. Wang's heart was palpitating. He flapped his wings, following the Immortal Gu's aura as he flew over. He wanted to search for the Gu using the trail of aura. After a moment, he stopped. The sea of ghost-faced sunflowers was before him. To think there are so many ghost-faced sunflowers here. Kekakek, they are mine. Wang laughed coldly. Although his eyes were closed, it did not obstruct his vision. He willed, and the dark cloud which accompanied him started rolling, as it descended like a huge beast, biting the large field of sunflowers. Immediately, countless ghost-faced Gu flew up as numerous ghost cry Gu started to shriek. Nether Ghost Claw. Wang stretched out his hand, and a huge green claw shadow appeared, scooping up these ghost cry Gu and ghost-faced Gu. At once, many wild Gu were caught. A moment later, the dark clouds flew into the sky again. The sea of sunflowers was gone. Only a huge crater was left in the ground. Great harvest. Wang's mood was good. Compared to the Immortal Gu, this was a small appetizer. After leaving the newly created hole, Wang frowned. What's going on? The Immortal Gu's aura weakened? Don't tell me it's sealed. He continued flying forward, trailing after fixed Immortal Travel Gu's aura. He was extremely fast. After 15 minutes, his eyebrows raised. The Immortal Gu's aura moved from the ground to the air. How can this be? He looked around, and after a few breaths' time, he understood. I see, this is the Earth Spike Rat's territory. This mortal Gu master flew across it. His Gu worms are not bad, actually having a flying Gu. Wang snickered as he spread his wings and flew into the air. He followed Fang Yuan's previous path, meeting the shadow crows along the way. A bunch of small birds. Wang snorted. His body shook slightly as 100 pale wandering ghosts flew out. Rank 500 Ghost Night Travel Gu. The wandering spirits flew around, knocking into the shadow crows and smashing their soul to bits. The shadow crows' bodies were unharmed, but they fell down and were dismembered by the Earth Spike Rats. Wang went on a slaughtering spree, as this area's blood smell intensified, causing more shadow crows to come and scavenge for food. At the same time, the entire Earth Spike Rat group was alerted. They pierced out of the ground attempting to attack Gu Wang. Gu Wang chuckled, activating 100 Ghost Night Travel Gu and several hundred Ghost Face Gu. At once, numerous spirits and souls flew in the air. Different ghost faces danced in the air, like a stone mill crushing everything in its path. Hundreds to thousands of shadow crows fell onto the ground, like dumpling entering a pot. The Earth Spike Rats feasted upon their bodies, but the wandering spirits and ghost faces caused damage to them as well. Earth spikes hit Gu Wang's body one after another, but were repelled by the black light on his body. Other than that, many shadow crows assaulted him with their steel claws. Gu Wang neither dodged nor avoided. He flew straight ahead. If it was a rank 5 Gu master, under such circumstances, facing numerous attacks every second, he would run out of primeval essence after a moment. But Gu Immortals had immortal essence. One bead of green grape immortal essence could be diluted into a large amount of primeval essence. It could fill the entire blessed land for tens of years, even 100 years without vanishing. This meant that every Gu Immortal had endless primeval essence that they could use, able to use rank 5 Gu without stopping. After thousands of shadow crows were sacrificed, the shadow crows retreated in fear. Gu Wang did not chase them. After flying past the Earth Spike Rat's territory, he landed at the place Fang Yuan landed. This was where Fang Yuan used Dusty Gu on Bright Pearl Gu. The aura thinned again. How can Immortal seal an Immortal Gu? No, there is another possibility. That is, this Immortal Gu is heavily injured on the verge of death. I have to hurry. Gu Wang felt a strong sense of pressure as he continued flying close to the ground. Using another rank 5 Gu worm to accelerate, he raised his speed again. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the battlefield where Chang Shan Yin and Hatu Gu fought to their deaths. Here, Fang Yuan took out Chang Shan Yin's corpse and used Dark Toss Gu to suppress fixed Immortal Travel Gu's aura again. Sensing that the Immortal Gu's aura was near indiscernible, Gu Wang's patience reached its limits. He stopped for a moment, using his investigative Gu to scan the surrounding, continuing on his journey after having no discoveries. This Immortal Gu will be mine. Be it dead or alive, I must see it. Gu Wang flew close to the ground, swearing in his heart. The banquet had already been going on for a long time. There were young women dancing, delicious wine, and food to consume. Under this lively atmosphere, Fang Yuan had already formed a brotherly relationship with Man Tuesday. Brother Man Tu, I offer you a toast. I hope that you can do me a favor and mend your relationship with Gu tribe. Fang Yuan raised his wine cup and drank. Man Tu showed a look of difficulty. After drinking the wine in his cup, he said, I would not dare to refuse Brother Chang's wine. But Hongyin Valley is a small place. We Man tribe expanded quickly, and now our numbers are huge. If we have to provide for another Man tribe, I'm afraid. Moreover, Gu tribe went back on their words. The promised wedding was delayed and even fell through. We are truly angry and disappointed. Mantu sounded angry, but he already had a scheme in his heart. He wanted to absorb Gu tribe, but he could not find an excuse. At the same time, old Gu tribe leader was a rank 4 Gu master. With him still around, Man tribe could not take them down easily. Thus, when Man Duo proposed the wedding, he agreed immediately. Next, with news of Gu Yao's death from Gu tribe, Man Tu did not believe. In his opinion, this was an excuse of Gu tribe after they realized Man Tu's intention of devouring them. Chapter 447. Hints and clues. Gu speaking about Gu tribe. The lively banquet atmosphere turned cold. Old Gu tribe leader quickly stood up and gave an explanation. Gu Guang stood at one side. Looking at his father, he felt bitter and pained. His sister was dead, his father was grieving, he wished none of this was real. But now, he had to explain to outsiders, proving to them that his daughter was truly dead. This was such a painful torture. While Mantu listened to their explanations, he refused to accept it. Chang Shan Yin was a righteous hero, and also the genius Gu master that Chang tribe nurtured back in the day. After he killed Hatu Gu and the bandits, he was praised by the people, and with his great reputation, he was known by almost everyone in Northern Plains. Thus, to give Chang Shan Yin face, Mantu gave them his full attention. But even if Chang Shan Yin's reputation was 5 or 6 times higher than now, it could not match the benefits of him absorbing Gu tribe. Now that he had a proper excuse to do so, Mantu would not let go of it so easily. Thus, he patiently listened to Gu tribe leader's explanation before looking at his third son. Manduo laughed coldly in his heart, standing up. He bowed deeply at Fang Yuan, before taking out a Gu worms in public. Please take a look, Senior Chang. This Gu looked like a butterfly. Its long body was like an incense stick, with its tail still burning with thick smoke. The smoke changed into rainbow-like colors at times, while being colorless and odorless at times. Is this the chase smoke Gu from ancient times? Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Manduo was stunned, using a tone of admiration. Senior is absolutely right. This junior is in awe of Senior's knowledge. I obtained this goo by chance. As long as one is stained by this smoke, it would not dissipate for months. It is perfect for finding someone's traces. After pausing for a while, he continued. To speak the truth, when Junior first saw Gu Yao, I used this goo on her. Now, as long as we activate this smoke goo, the traces will appear and we can see it clearly. Man Duo had a smug expression as he continued. Gu tribe leader, if we use this goo and find Gu Yao hiding in your tribe's campgrounds, what will we do? He wanted to devour Gu tribe. He obviously had plans. This chase smoke goo was suggested by Man Duo to think that it would actually be used like this. Facing Man Duo's threat, Gu tribe father and son relaxed in their heart. This chase smoke goo was good. Once it was used, the truth of their words would be attested to without doubt. But Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This chase smoke goo could stain people who got close to it. He had once been in close proximity with Gu Yao and even hugged her. With this smoke, wouldn't he be exposed? What now? Fang Yuan did not expect this. His heart was sinking. The goo worm set on him was Chang Shan Yin's enslavement path goo worms. It was good at huge battles, but had little use for personal fights. At this banquet, he was only rank 4 initial stage, but Man tribe and Gu tribe leader had higher cultivation. There were even several elders and guards with rank 3 cultivation. Even if he brought the wolves over, 2,000 to 3,000 ordinary wolves could not turn this situation around. At once, Fang Yuan's mind worked at lightning speed. All sorts of possibilities appeared as they sparked like flint. Soon after, he laughed heartily. This is great. With the chase smoke goo to certify, the truth will be out. Junior, quickly use it. He wanted to stall for time or reject the use of it, but that was impossible. Firstly, he as an outsider rejecting the use of chase smoke goo was very strange. It was almost admitting his guilt. Secondly, be it Man tribe or Gu tribe, they both wanted to use chase smoke goo to confirm some details. There was no way to change their minds now. Thirdly, chase smoke goo was in the hands of someone else. Even if Fang Yuan objected to it, could he stop Man tribe from using it? Thus, Fang Yuan took the initiative to urge him, giving them an impression of being open and fearless. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Man too was overjoyed. Since brother Chang Shan Yin has said it, son, use it. But Man Duo was not happy. He observed the people's expressions and realized that Man tribe father and son were looking forward to this. Is Gu Yao really dead? Man Duo controlled his uneasiness and willed, activating this chase smoke goo. At once, the colorless and odorless smoke appeared in the air, turning black. Yeah, what's going on? This is, as expected, there was a thick cloud of smoke on Fang Yuan. In this illuminated banquet, it was very eye-catching. At once, everyone's gaze was on him. The lively atmosphere immediately turned solemn. No one said a word. There was a heavy mood in everyone. Fang Yuan frowned. His expression was a combination of shock and surprise. It made people think he was innocent. As if he thought that he was not eye-catching enough, Fang Yuan stood up from among the crowd, leaving his seat as he walked around. The black smoke trailed after him, forming a black smoke tail behind Fang Yuan. Man Duo's gaze flickered as Man Tu said happily. That means brother Chang Shan Yin has met Gu Yao, and even had close interaction with her. Old Man tribe leader had a complicated expression as he looked at Fang Yuan with an uncertain gaze. Gu Guang was still young. He was not composed enough as he stood up from his seat, staring at Fang Yuan in suspicion, asking, Uncle Chang Shan Yin, what is going on? Did you meet my sister Gu Yao when you were in Poison Grassland? Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He did not explain himself, but walked back to his seat, saying seriously, to speak the truth, you are suspicious, but so am I. Why is there so much smoke following me? Man Duo said sinisterly. Senior Chang is a great hero of Northern Plains. I would not dare to come up with a conjecture for your suspicions. Senior Chang Shan Yin. Gu Guang could not hold it any longer. He stared at Fang Yuan with a flickering gaze. Fang Yuan heard him and looked at Gu Guang in the eye with no guilt. Then turning to old Gu tribe leader. Brother Gu, you know my character. I swear in the name of the Wolf King, I did not meet your daughter in Poison Grassland. Gu tribe leader placed his right hand at his chest, making a great gesture with a solemn expression. Brother Chang Shan Yin, we hit it off so well when we first met. I believe your words. Gu Guang by the side wanted to speak, but he controlled himself. Fang Yuan obviously understood that these words were not enough to dispel their suspicions. Immediately after, he frowned, showing a thinking expression, saying, I slept for 20 years. After I woke up, I left Poison Grassland. Along the way, I subdued many poison beard wolves. During the cold nights, I rest on the fur of my wolves to gain warmth. Most likely, one of the wolves ate brother's daughter, and thus, the smoke was passed to me when we made contact. Is that so? Gu Guang gritted his teeth, his gaze flickering continuously. Fang Yuan's explanation made perfect sense. He was the first person who saw Fang Yuan leave poison grassland. When he saved him from the Wind Wolf group, he was manipulating the poison beard wolves. We can get to the truth easily. My wolf pack is still resting in Gu tribe's ranch. Can everyone follow me to the ranch, and we will be able to see the truth? Fang Yuan suggested. This suggestion made everyone interested. Then we will go ahead with this. Mantu turned his gaze at Gu tribe father and son. He still did not believe Gu Yao was dead. Old Gu tribe leader stood up. Let's go. We can be the witnesses. Everyone rode their hump wolves towards Gu tribe's ranch. Fang Yuan's wolf pack was resting inside. They were strong and fit. Under the night sky, the poison beard wolves were more energetic. Using the chase smoke, Gu's black smoke, the group successfully found out that a few of the poison beard wolves had much thicker smoke than Fang Yuan. O longevity heaven, with the blessing of our ancestors, the murderer of my daughter was here all along. Gu tribe leader saw this and cried in pain. He next bowed deeply at Fang Yuan. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Yuan stopped him. Brother Gu, I know what you want to say. These poison beard wolves are yours to deal with. Fang Yuan said. Old Gu tribe leader cried tears of gratitude. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin, thank you. You not only saved my son, but you also brought the murderer of my daughter here. You are the closest friend of our Gu tribe for eternity. Gu Guang was silent. It was true that Fang Yuan saved him, but this was not enough to certify that he was innocent. If Chang Shan Yin killed his sister and ordered the poison beard wolves to consume his sister's corpse, that would also cause this result. Mantu was panicking at the side. From start to end, he did not believe Gu Yao is dead. If Gu tribe discovered the chase smoke Gu and cooperated with Gu Yao to fake this, it was very easy. Thus, he spoke. Gu tribe leader, you have truly misunderstood Brother Chang Shan Yin. Brother Chang is a great hero of Northern Plains. He is such an admirable person. How could he commit such a sinful act? The way I see it, we should follow this chase smoke Gu into poison grassland and continue to collect evidence to clear Brother Chang's name. He wanted to use Fang Yuan as an excuse to find out the truth, whether Gu Yao was really dead or not. If Gu Yao entered poison grassland, there would surely be a trail of smoke along the way. But at this time, Gu Guang spoke. No need for that. I have a way to prove Uncle Chang Shan Yin's innocence. Father, back then when you prepared a set of precious water path Gu worms for sister, you used the rank 5 hints and clues Gu on them. Sister knows this. Thus, if she is killed, she will follow your instructions to keep these Gu worms intact, leaving them for her murderer. This way, we can find her killer and exact revenge for her. As long as you take out that hints and clues Gu, that will be the best proof. Saying so, Gu Guang looked deeply at Fang Yuan. Chapter 448. Obtaining another rank 5 Gu. Wang moved quickly along the way, following the faint Immortal Gu aura to a stalk of snow spirea. The Immortal Gu's aura stopped here. The trail ends here. Wang's gaze was anxious as he searched all around the snow spirea. No Immortal Gu. The snow spirea's snow wash Gu was already taken. Obviously someone came here. But why is there no Immortal Gu? If the Immortal Gu continued moving, its aura would move too. But this aura ended here. Is the Immortal Gu dead? Wang had a guess, but he refused to believe this. He used his investigative Gu and searched the entire place thoroughly. No, there's nothing here. Wang gritted his teeth. His heart was filled with indignance and regret. Wait. Suddenly, his gaze turned ruthless as he thought of a possibility. At the center of this poison grass land is Du blessed land. The rank 7 Gu immortal lady poison scorpion lives in it. Did she take the Immortal Gu? Immortal's aperture cannot hold an Immortal Gu, but a Gu Immortal's aperture can. After the Immortal Gu enters the aperture, the aura would stop leaking. In that case, this would be the most logical explanation. That means Lady Poison Scorpion stayed home and had an Immortal Gu arrive at her doorsteps? Damn it, curses. Wang stomped his foot. He would rather believe that the Gu was taken by Lady Poison Scorpion than the fact that it could have died. But he would never guess that the real Immortal Gu did not die, but instead Fang Yuan used Iron Cabinet Gu to seal its aura before backtracking and burying the Gu along the way. Wang followed the aura's trail, moving forward. As Fang Yuan controlled the sealing, the Gu worm's aura weakened as he followed it. This created a speculation. Wang wanted to chase after the Gu. He would never have guessed that along the way, the fixed immortal travel Gu was buried somewhere. When he thought of Lady Poison Scorpion, jealousy and hatred forced his speculations to hit a dead end. Lady Poison Scorpion is a rank 7 Gu immortal. She is very strong. I can gather the Hua Hai 3 immortals and Loner Hong Yu to attack Langya blessed land. That is because of the promised benefits. I do not have the bargaining chips to get them to attack Du blessed land as well. This is so hateful. If I came 10 days ago, the Immortal Gu might have been mine. Looking at the time, Zidu blessed land is about to open its doors and expel the poisonous gas inside. I am not her match. I should leave now. Wang stomped his feet and flew into the air, entering the dark clouds. The dark cloud moved around as Wang looked around with indignance. Only after a long while did he fly back to his home. This was destined to be a busy night. At Gu Tribe Ranch, everyone's attention was on Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan killed Gu Yao and took her Gu, the hints and clues Gu would cause him to be exposed. Fang Yuan's earlier lie would be exposed as well. If you did not meet Gu Yao, why do you have her Gu? By then, no explanations would work. Son, Gu Tribe leader stared angrily at Wang, extremely furious. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin is so righteous and upright. How can you be suspicious of him? Quickly kneel down and kowtow to our benefactor to ask for forgiveness. Father, Wang was shocked. He did not expect Gu Tribe leader's reaction. Wasn't he always trying to get revenge for sister? Father missed out one point, so I pointed it out for him. What did I do wrong? At one side, Man Tribe father and son started watching this show as bystanders. Brother Gu, your son had said that. You do have a hints and clues Gu, right? Fang Yuan's expression was calm, his gaze clear as water. Then please take it out and activate it. This old Gu Tribe leader hesitated. Brother Gu, if you have a method to prove my innocence, why are you still hiding it? Ha ha, I am overjoyed by it. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Gu Tribe leader observed his expression for a while, then looked at Man Tribe's father and son. The two were staying silent, quietly watching this, but their gazes had deep meaning in them. Never mind, since Benefactor Chang Shan Yin insists, I will go ahead with it. Gu Tribe leader gritted his teeth and took out hints and clues Gu. This Gu was shaped like a black spider, it was fist-sized, and was plump. 8 hairy black legs with shiny tips, resembling water chestnuts. Gu Tribe leader injected primeval essence, and hints and clues Gu's body gave out a faint white light. Within 500 li, if there were Gu worms that were marked by the Gu master, it would emit a red light and point in their direction. If the Gu master was hiding the Gu worms inside their aperture, this range would be only within 1,000 steps, but it stayed in Gu Tribe leader's hand without having any changes. Seeing this, Wang kneeled on the ground with a plop and kowtowed to Fang Yuan. Uncle Chang Shan Yin, I was wrong. I wanted to get to the bottom of the matter and offended you. Please punish me. Quickly get up. I have to thank you for proving my innocence. What wrong did you do? Fang Yuan smiled faintly as he helped Wang get up. Rewinding back to the day when Fang Yuan killed Gu Yao. Before death, the young girl cried, Chang Shan Yin, I don't know how I am blocking your path to success. But now, even if you kill me, I do not hate you. Maybe you are seeking revenge? I will leave all my Gu worms to you. I hope they can be of some use for your path to success. Cough, cough. The girl coughed out blood and begged Fang Yuan with a grieved smile. I am going to die, but before I die, I have a small favor to ask. I hope you can hug me. I really want to feel your warm embrace. However, Fang Yuan did not move, his gaze coldly looking at the girl. He looked at the girl and saw her expression becoming stiffer as vitality left her bit by bit. Finally, the flower-like girl became an ice-cold corpse. Fang Yuan fell into a long silence as he looked at Gu Yao's face. She gave all her Gu to me? What is the meaning of this? She loved Chang Shan Yin indeed, but how can she not hate me for killing her? Her love was only a young girl's affection, breeding for only a few days. Her hatred was due to the loss of her life, the hatred of being killed. It is evident which is a stronger emotion. Heh, this girl is still too young. Her acting is terrible. How can she hide that hatred in her eyes when she spoke to me? Although I lack Gu worms, and her Gu worms are all of high quality, she intentionally left them for me. To play it safe, I should not take them. Next, Fang Yuan willed, and the poison beard wolves moved, devouring her corpse until nothing was left. From start to end, he did not touch the Gu worms in Gu Yao's aperture at all. Seeing this result, Gu Tribe leader breathed out a sigh of relief, praising Fang Yuan continuously. Brother Chang Shan Yin, I have learnt much today. You are indeed a great hero of the grassland. Your conduct is like tonight's moon, pure like water, with no impurities. No matter how dirty the floor is, it will not pollute the moon. No matter how thick the clouds are, they will not hinder your radiance. We Gu Tribe owe you a great deal. My son was rash and suspected you. We only have this rank 5 hints and clues Gu. I will give it to you today as an apology. Please accept it, otherwise, I will not be able to sleep properly. Rank 5 Gu was hard to come by, but under everyone's gaze, Gu Tribe leader handed it over to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan rejected it for a few times, but Gu Tribe leader was very insistent. He had no choice but to accept it. Just like this, Fang Yuan obtained his second rank 5 Gu in Northern Plains. Next, everyone continued the banquet until late into the night, as they parted happily under the moon. Man Tu invited Fang Yuan earnestly to be a guest as his tribe. But Fang Yuan said that he was going to leave not long later to join the Heroes' Assembly. But before leaving, he would go visit Man Tribe first. Looking at Fang Yuan and Gu Tribe's father and son leave on their hump wolves, Man Tu's smile vanished, and his expression turned ugly. It seems this Gu Yao is dead without doubt. Man Tu's tone was gloomy. Father, no need to fret. Man Duo at the side snickered. This Gu Tribe wants to make use of Hong Yin Valley. He has to beg us. They have nowhere to run. Listening to his son's words, Man Tu's expression relaxed. He patted Man Duo's shoulders. You are right. I was too obsessed with it. These years, Man Tribe had been expanding. You have contributed greatly to it. But you are only C grade in aptitude. Your talent is insufficient. When father retires, and your elder brother takes charge of Man Tribe, you have to assist him well. Yes, father, do not worry. Man Duo replied curtly and positively, but he was snorting in his heart. He was also his father's son. Why can't he compete for the leader's role? Why must he give it to his brother? Because of aptitude, he cannot become the tribe leader? No. If elder brother ascended to the position of tribe leader, he will kill me. Sigh. What a pity. I wanted to marry Gu Yao to make Gu Tribe part of my force, with this relationship tying us together. But heaven played a joke on me. Gu Yao actually died. Unfilial son, kneel down. Once they got into the secret room, with only the two of them left, Gu Tribe leader's expression sank as he screamed at Gu Guang. Father! Gu Guang was shocked. He did not understand why his father was so furious, but he subconsciously kneeled down first. Father, I am your son. You can scold or beat me, as long as your anger fades. But I have a request. I hope that father can tell me why you are so furious after you calm down. I will change and no longer make you angry. Gu Guang said. Gu Tribe leader laughed coldly, standing before Gu Guang and pointing at his nose. I know you feel very indignant. Let father tell you the reason, to let you know the immense danger we were in tonight. Did you really think Man Duo proposed to your sister because of her good looks? Gu Guang was stunned. Was that not the case? Gu Yao was the beauty of our tribe. So many youngsters were chasing after her. Bullshit. Gu Tribe leader howled. Beauty is just the icing on top of authority. Man Duo has Man Tu behind him. His objective is to devour our Gu Tribe. That is why Man Tu supported Man Duo greatly to marry your sister. Chapter 449. Strength is the most important. Huh. Man Tribe wants to devour our Gu Tribe. Gu Guang screamed. Old Gu Tribe leader sighed. Sigh. Your sister is already dead. They were not willing to listen to my explanation. Why do you think that is the case? Because this excuse is perfect for them to send their troops. But father found Chang Shan Yin to assist us. He was the hero of Northern Plains. He had great reputation and had Chang Tribe behind him. Man Tu did not dare to accuse us blindly. Thus he did not attack us tonight. Gu Guang exclaimed. There is such a twist behind it? But father, I do not understand. Since you understood Man Tribe's intentions already, why did you agree to this wedding and betroth sister to that monkey Man Duo? Gu Tribe leader raised his finger, knocking on Gu Guang's head. Do you not have a brain? Why did I agree to the wedding? Did you think I want to torture my own daughter? It is because the great blizzard is coming. If we can become relatives through marriage, we can stay inside Hong Yin Valley and protect all our tribesmen, sacrificing your sister's happiness to protect Gu Tribe. This wedding is a transaction, sigh, but your sister ran away from her wedding and died in poison grassland. Gu Guang frowned, blinking. Father, I understand now. No, you know nothing. Gu Tribe leader understood his son well. He explained in a disappointed tone. Tonight, Man Tribe leader invited Chang Shan Yin, and we followed him. But the truth is, their target was us, and I dragged Chang Shan Yin along as our shield. That Man Duo used to chase Smoke Gu. He is truly evil. When all of you suspected Chang Shan Yin, I said to him that I trusted him completely. Did you think I was not suspicious? I am not so muddle-headed yet. Gu Tribe leader stomped his foot. His tone was grim, but father did not dare to suspect him. The reason we could contend with Man Tribe is because of Chang Shan Yin. If we suspected him, their instigation would have succeeded and ruined our relationship with Chang Shan Yin. If Chang Shan Yin did not side with us, we might not return alive from tonight's banquet. Shock was written all over Gu Guang's face. Ah, are they so daring? Would they try to kill the both of us? Humph. Why did you think that you met so many wine wolves during the search? In Northern Plains, there are lots of instances where beast groups were used to commit murder. But tonight, Man Tribe might not kill us, but they would imprison us. By then, they would use Gu Yao's matter as an excuse to devour our Gu Tribe. Without us, Gu Tribe would be without a leader. The result would be disastrous. Hearing his father's explanation, Gu Guang finally understood the danger they were in, showing after fear on his face. For the sake of the tribe, for the big picture, even if Chang Shan Yin was the killer, we cannot suspect him. Did you really think I forgot the hints and clues, Gu? How can that be? But you had to mention it. If the killer was really Chang Shan Yin, what would we do? Old Gu tribe leader spoke meaningfully. Gu Guang fell into deep silence. After a long while, he said, "So that is why father gave the precious hints and clues Gu to Chang Shan Yin. It is to mend our relationship with him, so that he would side with us." Old Gu tribe leader nodded. "You are finally learning. Son, although you have outstanding aptitude and high cultivation, you are still far from being the new Gu tribe leader. Father, it is great to have you around. I will have to learn more from you. Gu tribe can lose anybody but you, father," Gu Guang said in admiration. Gu tribe leader shook his head. "Time waits for no man. I am already old. Gu tribe is counting on you. Sai, after this matter, I have understood Man Tuesday. He is a greedy jackal. No matter how much his wealth is, he would never be satisfied. Now that your sister is gone, we have no excuses left to use Hong Yin Valley. But we cannot disband and join Man tribe, right? Gu tribe cannot go extinct like this, otherwise I will be the greatest sinner of our tribe. After this night, I have already learned that we cannot stay here any longer, otherwise we will definitely be devoured by Man tribe. A few days later, we will depart for the Heroes' Assembly. Father, if we leave like this, will they let us go so easily?" Gu Guang was worried as he asked. "Of course they are not willing to let us go, but we are traveling with Chang Shan Yin. Man too is wary of Chang Shan Yin. He would not strike." Gu tribe leader snickered. "But we are making use of senior Chang Shan Yin like this, isn't that?" Gu Guang was apprehensive. "You fool. Why would we not make use of him? What's wrong with that? A good hunter makes full use of his surroundings. When we have insufficient strength, we use knowledge to supplement it. This is all for the survival of the clan." After Gu tribe leader scolded, he stopped and showed a complex expression. "But this Chang Shan Yin is truly a legendary heroic character. He might have already understood the situation, yet he still chose to side with us. Such a righteous and upright person, choosing to assist the weak, he is truly the role model of the righteous path, the light of the people. Son, rejoice, we Gu tribe actually met such a person." Time passed quickly, a few days went by. Inside the room, Fang Yuan held his bone bamboo Gu as the ghost fire burned it completely, breathing out heavily. This is the final bone bamboo Gu. These days, he worked hard and used up all 100 of the bone bamboo Gu in the gift box. After his treatment, 8 of Battlebone Wheel's most severe wounds were healed. Now, although the wheel was still covered in injuries and cracks, it had left the emergency stage. Sending the Battlebone Wheel back to the aperture, Fang Yuan started to inspect his aperture. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. Thus, his aperture walls were in the form of transparent crystals. His primeval sea was at 90% full, all of it was true gold primeval essence. But Fang Yuan had just arrived in Northern Plains. Before he adapted to the environment, his true gold primeval essence was only at the initial stage light gold primeval essence. Thus, Fang Yuan's cultivation was not progressing. Using light gold primeval essence, I cannot break through the aperture walls and become a rank 5 Gu master. To accelerate my adaptation, there are ways to do so. Most commonly, it is to use the third watch Gu to accelerate my own time. But that way, the Gu master's lifespan will also be shortened proportionally. Such a measure that pursued quick success was not acceptable to Fang Yuan. It was not because he treasured his lifespan, but because of spring Autumn Cicada. If Fang Yuan used third watch Gu on himself, the river of time on him will flow 3 times faster. That way, the spring Autumn Cicada's recovery will also be 3 times as fast. Other than his vital Gu and fixed immortal travel Gu in poison grassland, Fang Yuan still had multiple Gu worms. Among them were 2 rank 5 Gu from Northern Plains. One was Battlebone Wheel. It was recovering and could not be used in the meantime. The other was Hints and Clues Gu. It could be used to scout or track people. Gu tribe still had some foundations. They actually had a rank 5 Hints and Clues Gu. This Gu can be used to track Gu worms. It is used to capture wild Gu worms to prevent them from escaping. Unfortunately, even though Gu tribe leader had this Gu worm, he did not dare to search for his own daughter. Towards the conflict between Gu tribe and Man tribe, Fang Yuan was clear as day. Mantu's third son Manduo had great ambition. He wanted the tribe leader position, but because of his low cultivation, he wanted to have Gu tribe. After marrying Gu Yao and making Gu tribe related to him through his wife, they would be able to fight for the tribe leader position. Mantu was not necessarily ignorant of his son's intentions, but he was very interested in devouring Gu tribe. Meanwhile, Gu tribe wanted to use the marriage to sacrifice Gu Yao in exchange for Hong Yin Valley, to survive the once in 10 years great blizzard and get through this difficulty. Gu tribe naturally did not want to dissolve, but Man tribe wanted to gain the benefits of absorbing them without facing any consequences. After Gu Yao escaped, Man tribe used this excuse to turn on them. In fact, they might have even caused Gu Guang's incident. As long as they killed Gu tribe's father and son, Gu tribe would be leaderless. and they would fall into chaos, easily taken over by Man tribe. Gu Guang was ignorant and naive, but old Gu tribe leader was experienced and wise. He knew the circumstances they were in, and found out that he was unable to satisfy Man 2's greed. But at this point, they had no way out. Thus he controlled himself and stayed inside the tribe, not giving Man tribe a chance to strike. Chang Shan Yin's arrival gave Gu tribe hopes of getting out of this problem. When old Gu tribe leader found out Fang Yuan's identity as Chang Shan Yin, he thought of using him. Thus, he attended to Fang Yuan warmly and even gave 1,000,000 primeval stones as a gift. Next, he did well, using Chang Shan Yin's power to contest with Man tribe. At that moonlight banquet, it might have looked like a cozy gathering, but the three sides were competing, danger was lurking at every corner, and everyone was hiding their lethal weapons. The result was, Man tribe suffered a setback. Not only did they fail to deal with Gu tribe, they even lost the excuse that they had, Gu Yao. But they did not lose, they were still the strongest among the three. Gu tribe used Chang Shan Yin, making use of his reputation to protect their tribe, surviving this crisis. Even though they succeeded, they were still at the weaker position. As for Fang Yuan, he pretended to be ignorant, using the two sides and their conflict to achieve his goal of spreading his name, while benefiting from their competition and strengthening himself. Man is the spirit of all beings. When humans competed, it was not simply through fights and killing. Even in this primitive and open northern plains, knowledge and schemes was still used to compete. As for Gu Yao, this innocent young girl was only a sacrifice for the two tribes' political struggle. In fact, according to Fang Yuan's personal guess, Gu Yao's escape was unnatural. She was able to get out of the tightly secured Gu tribe camp. Mostly likely the old Gu tribe leader had arranged for it in an attempt to probe Man tribe. But accidents always happened in reality. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Man tribe's eldest son or second son might have struck, afraid of Man duo gaining power, hoping that Gu Yao would die. Anyway, after Gu Yao escaped to poison grassland and met Fang Yuan, the series of events unfolded. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan cleared these guesses out of his mind. The basis of any scheme is power. Why did Man tribe not attack Gu tribe directly? That is because they were not a super tribe but a large tribe only. They had limited strength. Why was Gu tribe able to stay safe until now? Not just because of me, but also because of their foundation as a former large tribe. If old Gu tribe leader had rank 5 cultivation, he might have used hints and clues Gu long ago. No matter which world, strength is the foundation for everything. But now, the astute Gu tribe leader might be planning to migrate his tribe again. To deal with the 10-year blizzard, he might need to borrow the imperial court's power. Chapter 450. Measuring the stature of great men by the yardstick of small men. What happened next was all according to Fang Yuan's expectations. Just a day later, Gu tribe leader visited Fang Yuan, saying he had thought it through. He did not want to stay in Hongyan Valley, but instead wanted to migrate the entire tribe to participate in the heroes' assembly and fighting for a place in the imperial court. Fang Yuan knew old Gu tribe leader's intentions. It was to make use of Chang Shan Yin once more to get free of Man tribe's control. Fang Yuan agreed immediately. If he was to travel on the grassland alone, it would be troublesome. With the accompaniment of Gu tribe, the risks would be much lower, and he would have a layer of protection. Brother Gu is wise, but we cannot wait anymore. We should leave as soon as possible. Once we make a move, I'm sure Man tribe would notice immediately. Fang Yuan reminded. Old Gu tribe leader's heart shook. Just hearing this sentence, he knew Chang Shan Yin was aware of what was happening. Fang Yuan continued. I had originally promised Man tribe to visit them, but since Gu tribe is relocating, to play safe, I will not go to them. Just say that I had felt my cultivation returning during these few days and have gone into closed cultivation. I will write a letter now. I will have to trouble brother to find someone to send it over for me. If Gu tribe did not relocate, then Fang Yuan would have no issues visiting Man tribe. But if Gu tribe wanted to leave, Man tribe would not let go of them. Man tribe is worried about Gu tribe and Chang Shan Yin cooperating. They might even hold him captive to deal with Gu tribe separately. Earlier, when Gu Guang was attacked by the Wind Wolves, it was most likely done by Man tribe. Man tribe was after all part of the righteous faction. To prevent rumors from spreading, they would not kill Chang Shan Yin, but Gu tribe was too alluring. They could use all sorts of reasons to place Chang Shan Yin under house arrest. That was something they could do. After old Gu tribe leader heard Fang Yuan's words, he looked at him deeply and stood up, bowing, standing before brother. My wisdom is nothing. I was muddle-headed earlier. Brother has a clear picture of the current situation. As someone involved in this contest, it is easy for you to be misled. That is normal. Do not worry about it. As long as we leave this area, Gu tribe would be free. Fang Yuan consoled old Gu tribe leader as he wrote a letter and handed it to Gu tribe leader. Brother Gu, I have to cultivate. I will not send you off. Today, I will start the preparations for moving off. The letter will definitely be sent. Goodbye. Old Gu tribe leader took the letter and left the room. After he returned to his tent, he called the elders for a meeting and gave the instructions to prepare for migration. After Gu Yao's supposed marriage, Gu tribe elders have a terrible impression of Man tribe. They praised this ingenious decision. After Gu tribe father and son returned to their study room, old Gu tribe leader opened Fang Yuan's letter immediately. Father, isn't this a bit? Gu Guang felt embarrassed. Let father teach you another lesson today. This is the letter Chang Shan Yin wrote to Man too, but he did not use a letter Gu. Why do you think that is so? Old Gu tribe leader snickered. Because he doesn't have a letter Gu? No, if he wants to use it, he can borrow it from us. Gu Guang thought about it, as his eyes flashed. That mean, this is intentional? That's right. The reason why he is sending a normal letter is so that we can see it. Gu tribe is about to migrate. Next we will travel together. This letter is to display his intention to cooperate with us along the journey. Come here, we will look at this together. Saying so, old Gu tribe leader unsealed the letter. The content in the letter was very simple. It explained that Fang Yuan needed time to recover his cultivation through closed cultivation. He expressed great regret for not being able to visit Man tribe, and he would definitely make up for it in the future. Next, he wanted to purchase bone bamboo Gu from Man tribe, saying that he will pay 120% of the market price for them. At the same time, he wrote a large number of Gu refinement materials, as well as Gu worms like Third Watch Gu, hoping they could have a transaction. Oh, so Uncle Chang Shan Yin needed these Gu worms. Father, I think we should try and give them to him. After all, he has helped us so much. Gu Guang said. Old Gu tribe leader stared at this letter, his eyes shining brilliantly as a chill emerged in his heart. This battle between Gu tribe and Man tribe was mostly through hidden schemes. They did not fall out with each other on the surface. This was the rule of the righteous path that had to be adhered to. They sacrificed many people. One of Gu tribe's elder died after being challenged by Man duo, and Gu Yao also died in poison grassland. Other than that, many Gu masters became the wolf's food. In this contest, be it Man tribe or Gu tribe, neither of them were winners. Man tribe did not achieve their aims, and Gu tribe also had many sacrifices. However, there was one person who benefited completely. This person was Chang Shan Yin. Look at it this way. When Chang Shan Yin left poison grassland, he was empty-handed, without a proper set of Gu worms. But now, in this hidden battle, he earned till his pockets were full, having over 1 million primeval stones as gains, not to mention the rank 5 hints and clues Gu. Gu tribe leaders suddenly understood. Gu tribe was making use of Chang Shan Yin, but was Chang Shan Yin not making use of them as well? Chang Shan Yin might seem like he was trapped between two tribes, forced into their political strife, and attracted problems for himself unnecessarily. But the truth was, neither of them wanted to offend him. Thus he gained benefits from both sides. We do not need to prepare these for Chang Shan Yin. Man tribe will send these things over. In fact, they might even give these to him for free. Gu tribe leader heaved a sigh as he tried to expel that cold feeling in his heart. Gu Guang was shocked. How is that possible? Uncle Chang Shan Yin is evidently helping us. Is Man tribe so stupid? Someone in a high position sees things differently. What is the value of these things? Merely a few hundred primeval stones. It is nothing to Man tribe. Using these goods to gain the friendship of an expert, isn't that a good deal? Have you thought about how much we gave Chang Shan Yin already? Gu Guang immediately thought of the 1 million primeval stones and the rank 5 hints and clues Gu. Gu tribe leader sighed deeply. There was another meaning to this, but it was still too early for Gu Guang to comprehend. Why did Chang Shan Yin want to deal with Man tribe? He was not making a deal. He was establishing a relationship with them. Using this, Chang Shan Yin expressed to Man tribe that although he went back on his word and did not visit Man tribe, he was not their enemy despite being at Gu tribe. He did not want to be enemies with Man tribe. In fact, he wanted to be friends. Thus, they could undergo transactions. Man too was not a fool. He would understand what Chang Shan Yin was trying to express in his letter, his goodwill. If Man tribe rejected this deal, that would be rejecting Fang Yuan's kindness. If they sold the goods according to their price, this would show an indifferent attitude. If they gifted the goods to Fang Yuan, that would mean Man tribe was accepting this kindness and was willing to be friends with Chang Shan Yin. This deal was not important. The underlying meaning was. Such a hidden and implicit communication method was something the righteous path higher-ups often did. Gu tribe leaders suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking, this Chang Shan Yin, the reason why he is helping Gu tribe might not be due to his righteous nature, but because he can have the greatest benefits by siding with us. Man tribe was huge and powerful. Having a Chang Shan Yin was only adding icing on the cake. But Gu tribe was weak. With Chang Shan Yin, it was simply a great asset as he had the ability to stabilize the power balance between the two. With this thought, old Gu tribe leader shuddered. The coldness in his heart became thicker, almost freezing his bones. The old tribe leader subconsciously rejected this thought. If Chang Shan Yin is such a scheming person despite being a hero of this magnitude, would there still be righteousness and light in this world? I am simply measuring the stature of great men by the yardstick of small men. 3 days later, Man tribe's father and son stood on the mound, watching Gu tribe leave towards the south. Lord Father, there is something I don't understand. I would like to ask Father. Man Duo asked. Speak. You gave the things mentioned in the letter to Chang Shan Yin for free. I understand the meaning of that. But why did you also give Gu tribe 1,500 tons of provisions? Not only is our prey escaping, we even have to supply them. This. Man Duo felt indignant. Man Tu's expression was solemn. Looking at the leaving Gu tribe, he said, Man Hao, explain. Elder Man Hao, who was standing at the side, laughed as he explained. No need to worry, third young master. Lord tribe leader had planned this long ago. Gu tribe is dreaming if they want to leave so easily. There are a large number of Wolf-Lur Gu inside the provisions. At the same time, we have tribesmen ahead, with 3 myriad wolf groups waiting in ambush for them. So that's it. Man Duo understood at once. Father is wise. Once Gu tribe is unable to resist the wolf pack, our tribe will move out and save them, assimilating them using this chance. In future, if anyone suspects us, Father can use this 1,500 tons of provisions to show his sincerity and magnanimity. It will shut those suspicious people up. But, towards the end, Man Duo was hesitant. Man Hao sighed, saying, But this way, Gu tribe would suffer great losses, and the gains of our tribe from taking over Gu tribe would be far less. In fact, we might even have to invest an amount of resources to take care of the injured. But Man Duo shook his head. Man Hao's concerns were not the same as him. Gu tribe has that Chang Shan Yin. He is hailed as the Wolf King. Can these wolves stop him? Man Tu started frowning. Man Duo expressed his own worry. He had such thoughts as well. But Gu tribe left too quickly. Man tribe was part of the righteous path. They could not act recklessly. In this short period, they could only gather 3 myriad wolf groups. If Gu tribe survives this assault, Man tribe can only watch them leave. But if they suffer great losses during the process, Man tribe would have the excuse to send reinforcements. The greatest uncertainty in this plan was Chang Shan Yin. Don't worry, third young master. Although this Chang Shan Yin is known as the Wolf King, that is over 20 years ago. His current cultivation is only rank 4 initial stage, and during the banquet, we checked secretly. His soul is no longer 1,000-man soul, but has dropped to 100-man soul. Man Hao spoke with disdain. Even if he is the Wolf King, he is only a weak and barely surviving old Wolf King. Moreover, what trump cards does he have? Only 1,000 wind wolves and 1,000 poison beard wolves and 1,000 water wolves. Ha ha ha. Against 3 10,000 wolf groups, what can his wolves do? The way I see it, his reputation will be ruined soon enough. We can prepare to devour Gu tribe already. Man Duo did not rebuke him, but said, hopefully so.